phrase, Israel is wasted, its seed exists no more. Rather nasty kind of doomsday statement. But if we look over here, okay, so this is what Israel's seed looks like today. Okay, interesting, nice, happy children. It's a Yom HaAtzmaut, Israeli Independence Day celebration there. And this is what the author, or this is what the Pharaoh Merempta looks like. Not so good. Let's have a look at the end. Here's Israel's seed, which according to the Pharaoh is wasted and no more. And let's look at the Pharaoh. I mean, I'm just saying. Okay, let's go on. So, anyways, let's go quickly through the first temple period. And this is going to be a lightning flash through quite a few centuries of history. We begin with the conquest of Canaan, which is described in the last section of the Torah and the first few books of Nach, specifically Joshua and then Judges. And then we move from there rather rapidly into the monarchy, the establishment of the first Jewish king, known as King Saul, which then is handed over to his son-in-law, King David. In fact, that takes up most of the description of the book of Samuel, and then it's handed over to David's son, Solomon, Shlomo, and that goes into the book of Kings and so on. After the monarchy is established, then we have its dissolution into two states, two divided kingdoms, Judah in the south and Israel in the north. I'm going to show you a map of that shortly. Then in the late 8th century, a terrible tragedy strikes as the northern kingdom is conquered by the Assyrians, and the 10 northern tribes are taken away into captivity and lost forever. This is the source of the famous 10 lost tribes of Judaism. And it's interesting, if you follow the history of the idea of the 10 lost tribes, there are all kinds of peoples, including, for example, the British people, American Indians, African tribes who have claimed to be descended from the 10 lost tribes. Might be some interesting things actually coming out of DNA research right now. But moving on from there, the most important event afterwards is the 6th century destruction of all of Israel by the Babylonians, and then the carting away of a good chunk of the population to Babylon in particular. They are there for about 70 years before they are allowed to return and rebuild the temple. Most Jews stayed in Babylon, but quite a few returned to Israel and created a second temple. And there was a Jewish Renaissance. So if you have a look at the maps here, here's a map of the divided kingdoms of Judah and Israel. You can see that Judah is in the Judean desert and southward towards the Negev. The kingdom of Israel is further north in the region of today's Shomron, the Galil, and even extended across the Jordan River into contemporary Jordan. Here's a map of the Neo-Babylonian Empire, the period in which the Jews were carted off there. And they're leaving from places like Judah, you see towards the left, moving over into the Mesopotamian region. The word Mesopotamia means between the rivers. It refers to the Tigris and Euphrates rivers, not shown here, but they sort of go diagonally down from the center of the map into the Persian Gulf, what would be today contemporary Iraq, ending in Kuwait. And the Jews set up several cities or several villages, which later grow into cities along these two rivers, and this becomes the heartland of Judaism for the next few hundred years, as we shall discuss in later lectures. This is kind of an interesting little thing. This is a piece of pottery that was discovered in Israel around this time of the Renaissance of Jews after the return under Ezra in the 6th century. And it's written in the Old Hebrew script, and the text reads, belonging to Yehoyishma, daughter of Shamash Shar Usur. So the Yehoyishma is a Jewish name, meaning God will listen in Hebrew. And Shamash Shar Usur is a man's name that refers explicitly to a Babylonian god. So it's kind of an interesting document because it shows that the daughter who owned this signet had a Hebrew name with a clear reference to the Jewish god, but her father, who was not so from, had a Babylonian name. And I think this is a little bit like, if you can imagine, like a t-shirt or something, and you looked at the collar in the back and it said, this belongs to Yehudis, the daughter of Marvin, as kind of a comparison today, where a girl has a Hebrew name and her father has an English name. I myself, I go by my slave name, Henry, in public, I guess. but all of my kids have Hebrew names. So it's kind of a funny thing. And if you go back a couple generations in my family, then everyone has Hebrew names again. So there's kind of this cycle of Hebrew and then more assimilationist, then Hebrew and so on. But let's move on. Okay. So concluding with the first part of this lecture, the next big chapter is the introduction of Greek culture, known as Hellenism. Hellas is the Greek word for Greece, and it really starts with Alexander the Great. If you have a look at this map here, Alexander comes from Macedon, which is towards the top left of the map, and he embarks on this massive crusade in the 4th century before the Common Era that conquers the entire eastern half of the Mediterranean basin and then extends out through Mesopotamia and makes its way all the way over to Afghanistan and what will be today parts of Pakistan. And this area is suddenly included within one overarching culture, Greek culture, and this creates essentially a Hellenism that stretches over many boundaries that prior to this point had never experienced a significant contact with Greek culture. And it really makes a huge difference. In fact, the Jews loved it. The Jews just found Hellenism so fascinating. One may say that Western culture, meaning European culture and by extension American, North American culture, South American culture as well, really derives from the cultures that come from two cities, Athens, which is one of the most important Greek cities, and Jerusalem, of course. And this refers to the melding of Hellenistic culture or Greek culture with Jewish culture. The Greeks contributed philosophy, art, literature, science, a lot of the ways that we think about the world, the way that we understand beauty, for example, really are based on Greek norms. But on the other hand, the Jews contributed a lot of our religious knowledge, a lot of our morality came from the concept of Jewish monotheism, the idea of a personal deity, meaning a God that actually knows each of us personally and will communicate with us individually and that we can communicate with individually through prayer, God that worships a God that values justice and will punish the wicked and reward the one who does right, and so on. And of course, the extensive idea of life after death, which really flows from the idea of schar va'onesh, or punishment and reward. But the difficulty is, and was especially for Hellenistic Jews, where to draw the line. I mean, it's all fine and good to have Greek science, Greek literature, Greek art, things like that. But when you get to Greek mythology, Greek gods, things like that, where do you say stop here and no more culture, because then it affects our own culture? So in fact, this is one of the major fights that was battled by the Jews in the second and first centuries, particularly in the Hashmonaim revolt of the second century, where, as I'm sure you're familiar from your Hanukkah stories, that several Jews began to protest against other Jews who were so-called mityavnim, or self-Greekers, those who make themselves Greek, and they felt that they were tossing away too much that was essential to Jewish tradition in open slavish emulation of Greek norms, which got to the point of even desecrating the temple with idols and things like that. A national revolt ensued, led by the Maccabees, and surprisingly, the Jews were victorious, and they succeeded in establishing a Jewish kingdom for a brief period of time, separating from Alexander's reign and creating an independent state. Now, by the time we get to the year 0, the Hashmonaim had unfortunately declined, and ultimately the Romans began to take over the region. By the year 0, the Romans were firmly in power, and now we're moving into the second part of today's lecture, which really has to do with Jewish sectarianism. I'd like to take kind of a quick cross-section at Jewish opinion about how to deal with the Roman reality, and we'll place that into the larger historical context. So, the first group that we should look are the so-called Sadducees, or in Hebrew, the Tzedukim, who took their name from Tzadok, who was one of the early Kohanim. So-called because they were associated quite profoundly with the temple and its rituals. The Romans, having taken over political power, essentially gave the temple to those people who would bow to their wishes. And as a result, the Sadducees gained power in exchange for ultimately capitulation to the Roman demands. The Romans would demand things which went far beyond really what was acceptable under traditional Jewish practice, but the Sadducees felt that the Romans were, invincible, and the only way to really preserve Jewish practice would be to simply go along with what they were thinking. Similarly, the Sadducees were highly Hellenized. They rejected core elements of what had become Jewish standard thought, for example, the belief in the oral Torah, life after death, things like that. And they were excoriated by other groups of Jews, as we shall see. Here's a piece of art from another religious tradition, and there's a Sadducee here known as Caiaphas, and you can see that he's portrayed even by another religious tradition, not necessarily in a complimentary light. So the first group are the Sadducees. Then we move on to the Pharisees, and these are the so-called good guys. The term Pharisee in English derives from the Hebrew perushim, which means to separate, those who separate, lifrosh. And their strategy was to essentially separate from the political institutions of Jewish power. They believed in kind of a tactical retreat, meaning if they could not control the temple without giving in to Roman demands, it would be better if they retreated from the temple, if they abandoned the temple, but they retreated to a position where they could safely define the core elements of Judaism and ensure that their followers were towing the line. Things like tithes became very important. Attachment to scholars, study of the oral Torah, these things became prominent to the Perushim. They are essentially the main progenitors of what we would call today Rabbinic Judaism. The Pharisees were the rabbis, and most of the heroes that we have in the Jewish tradition derive from this group. The next group that's really important are the Zealots, and we're going to spend a lot more time talking about them next week when we look at the Roman-Jewish wars. But their strategy was one of attack, meaning they did not believe at all in capitulating to the Romans, like the Sadducees. They also did not believe in a tactical retreat, like the Pharisees. They believed that the only way to defend the Jewish polity would be to forcibly throw the Romans out of the country. An amazingly quixotic and fanciful kind of desire, given the overwhelming power of the Romans, but emboldened by the example of the Hashmonaim, the Hasmoneans, the Zealots felt that this was a viable alternative, and thus they were prepared to undertake it, even to the extent of fighting with other Jewish groups. We'll return to those groups. We'll return to the Zealots next week. Finally, you have the Essenes, which were one of several highly separatist Jewish groups whose strategy was radical retreat, meaning the end of time was near. The Messiah was about to arrive, by the way, a belief that cascaded through all of these Jewish groups in one way or another, and that the correct way to deal with the Roman threat was to totally distance themselves from everything and focus completely on spiritual activities. Many of these scenes practice rather bizarre antinomian behavior, not necessarily traditional in Jewish practice at all. They tended to live in caves like these in the Judean desert, where in 1952, a young Arab boy was looking for a lost sheep. He wandered into one of these caves and he found one of the most amazing treasure troves discovered in modern history, the so-called Dead Sea Scrolls. Called the Dead Sea because Qumran, where they were found, is very close to the Dead Sea. And if we look at those scrolls, like we go into one of these caves here, watch this really cool effect. Here we go into the caves. He found these clay pots and he opened them up and he brought them into Jerusalem, and they were found to have all these amazing scrolls, samples of the entire Hebrew Bible, and lots of other documents as well, which were collected by groups like the Essenes and sheltered away in these caves. So we know a lot about the tenor of Jewish life at the turn of the year zero through documents like the Dead Sea Scrolls, which are now housed, by the way, in an architecturally amazing shrine in Israel, in Jerusalem, called the Shrine of the Book. You walk into this amazingly shaped device, which is supposed to be evocative of the original containers in which they were discovered, and you find the various scrolls laid out for public viewing. So those are the major groups. Let's plot them on a Venn diagram very quickly so it's easy to remember. First of all, you have the Sadducees, whose goal was to capitulate. They said the only way that we can manage our relationship with the Romans is if we give in to them, and we essentially let them have what they want. They were opposed by the Zealots, who felt that we should be at war with the Romans. We should forcibly evict them from the land of Israel. And also at odds with the Essenes, who felt that, politics, nish for uns, not for us. We're going to go live in caves and separate completely from society. The sweet spot, which really evoked elements of all of these groups in one form or another, were the Pharisees, whose primary strategy was one of tactical retreat, meaning a temporary and well-defined retreat in order to be able to maintain a much more defensible ideological boundary with the outside society. And those are the progenitors of rabbinic Judaism today. Okay, so that's the second lecture. I hope you enjoyed it. And I look forward to speaking with you in person, virtually, and in the next lecture. Okay, today we're going to speak about the beginning of the diaspora, specifically the results of the Roman-Jewish wars of the 1st and 2nd centuries. What you're looking at right now is an amazing night photograph of Masada, where some of the rebels against Rome made their last stand. A rather amazing photograph. It's a rite of passage for many Israelis, and in fact many diaspora Jews, to climb Masada. I know I myself, when I was about 18 years old, I went with a kibbutz that I was staying on, and we climbed it by candlelight in the pre-dawn hours and stood on the top watching the sunrise over Moab. And for a long time, especially in my generation, the slogan was, "Masada will never fall again." So against this backdrop, let's have a look at the beginning of the diaspora and the disastrous Roman-Jewish wars. So to start with, we should think a little bit about our sources. I mean, how do we know about this period? First of all, we have some Jewish sources on it, primarily in the Midrash and the Talmud, documents which we'll discuss more extensively later on in the course. There are some difficulties with using these two texts, however. First of all, they're not intended as historical texts. And secondly, they're often composed decades or even centuries after the events that they describe. It's similar to the problem with using the Bible as a historical source. There's a lot of valuable material, particularly for the spiritual and philosophical approach to the debacle of the Roman-Jewish wars, but it can be problematic as a strictly historical source. Also problematic as a strictly historical source, but nevertheless much more fulfilling, is the work of Flavius Josephus, shown here. Not necessarily the way he looked, but it's kind of an interesting looking picture. I doubt he wore a turban quite like that, but nevertheless, let's go on. Josephus was a Jewish leader who was ultimately pressed into Roman service, and he worked directly for the Roman governors, and in fact was well acquainted with the Roman Emperor Vespasian, and especially his son Titus. We know quite a bit about him because he left a large corpus of literature, including a book called The Jewish War, which treats specifically the war of the 1st century, also an autobiography, and also a massive work called Jewish Antiquities, which was a much larger discussion of Judaism as a whole and its history. He wrote in both Aramaic, which was the lingua franca of the age, and he also wrote in Greek. And unfortunately, the Aramaic version, which may have shed different light on what he had to say to Jews, from a Jew to other Jews, is lost. We only have the Greek version, which was written for the victors, written for the Romans in particular. So we have many questions about really what his attitude was. Some historians will view him as a kind of a Jewish traitor for having gone over to the Roman side. Others will say that he was a victim of circumstance and he chose the most viable option possible in those times. We'll set that debate aside for another lecture, but nevertheless, he left an extremely detailed account, if slightly tendentious, that gives us a lot of information about the period in general. Looking at the political context, so we should recall that this is an era of increasing Jewish sectarianism. We spoke about it a little bit last week, but these divisions between Jews grew even sharper and more fractured during the period. We have not yet touched on the growth of early Jewish Christianity. That will be the topic of next week's lecture, but that was also an increasingly difficult element in the stew that was Judaism and the Jewish people at the turn of the first century. There's also a lot of messianic fervor circulating, something that really affects all of the movements, the Sadducees and the Pharisees, just as much as the Essenes and the early Jewish Christians. And in fact, one of the elements that was very important in the revolutionary movement was competition over which Jewish leader would in fact be the Messiah, the Redeemer of the Jews. Another element of the political context is the gradual and incremental extension of Roman rule over the province, an erosion of Jewish privileges, and an extension of Roman demands on the Jewish people. And sometimes these things descended to, tiny degrees of significance that were nevertheless extremely important to the population as a whole. For example, there was a question over whether or not a Roman leader could build a house that overlooked the temple courtyard itself, which presents in Jewish law some difficulties because it would have been physically higher than the temple itself, but it also afforded less privacy to the priests and the Levites who were performing the various sacrificial acts. So in retaliation for the building of this palace, the priesthood had a wall built that would extend up over the temple courtyard and prevent vision of what was happening actually in the temple courtyard. And there was considerable violence exerted over this one small construction. And this is just one example of the kind of increasing level of friction that was experienced by the Romans and the Jews at this time. The Zealots were perhaps the most active and corrosive element in the Jewish mix at this time. The Zealots were a loosely defined group of discontents, far more extensive than they had been in the Hellenistic period, and they were also known for their proclivity to violence, meaning they were ready to attack Romans and other Jews with the drop of a hat. Ironically, they had the support of the Idumeans, who were Jews who were forcibly converted several centuries earlier, many of whom were regarded as not Jewish by many of the Pharisaic elements of society, and they turned out to be the most powerful Jewish nationalists of them all, really being very, very aggressive in their defense of their conception of Jewish political autonomy. The massacres went on between the Zealots and the more moderate groups, sometimes in the hundreds and thousands, and they also massacred each other as they competed for the title of the Messiah, because this is something that was brewed about with really quite a bit of energy, the feeling that one of these leaders would ultimately emerge as the political and military redeemer of the Jewish people, and they competed for it in the streets with violence. To give you a sense of the way in which the Zealots dealt with other elements of the Jewish community, there's a very fascinating and famous passage in the Talmud in which the moderate Pharisaic Rabbi Yochanan ben Zakkai wanted to achieve a form of a compromise with the Romans who were besieging the region, and there was no way that the Zealots who were inside the fortifications would allow him to go out and speak with the Romans. So he faked his own death, and his students asked permission to carry his body out in a coffin for burial. He, meanwhile, was alive inside the coffin, and the Zealots, suspecting that something was amiss, they used iron poles and shot through the top of the coffin, hoping to make sure that Yochanan ben Zakkai was in fact dead. He amazingly survived this ordeal, and once he was outside of the limits of the fortifications, he was able to conduct his negotiations with the Romans. But this gives you a sense of the very difficult relationship between the more moderate Pharisees and the Zealots. So the first Roman-Jewish war was precipitated when Eleazar, who was previously a Sadducee, became a Zealot, and because he was in control of much of the temple ritual at the time, he prohibited the acceptance of sacrifices from foreigners. This was in the month of August in the year 66. And prior to this, non-Jews could easily bring sacrifices to the temple, which was, allowing them to participate in the overall cultic aspects of Jewish worship. And it was very customary that a certain number of sacrifices would be offered in honor of the Romans by Romans. So by rejecting these sacrifices, this was essentially a slap in the face to the Roman authorities, saying that they could no longer continue participating in the temple ritual. And so Agrippa, a Jewish representative of the Romans, sent troops out to force Eleazar to receive these sacrifices as he had previously. Eleazar counterattacked by burning down Agrippa's palace, and in an indication of the socioeconomic elements of this revolt, he also burned down the House of Records, which held all of the records of debts and especially mortgages, because there were many impoverished Jews who felt that they were being aggrieved economically, and by destroying those mortgages, that meant that they would have more freedom to pay their debts. Now, at the same time, a contender for the leadership of the Jewish people, a approved military commander named Menachem, someone who had already attacked successfully the Romans at Masada, entered Jerusalem, seeing that a rebellion was beginning. He immediately sought to vanquish his rival by murdering his father and his uncle, and Eleazar, in turn, managed to capture Menachem, tortured him until he was dead as well. So this is just an illustration of the kind of infighting that was going on between the Jews, and in fact, the story would get much worse. Eleazar behaved treacherously towards the Romans, promising, for example, that soldiers would be spared if they would surrender, and then breaking his word and slaughtering them. On occasion, some were spared if they were to undergo circumcision, but otherwise, Eleazar conducted himself really in a thoroughly dishonorable manner. But this was certain to invoke the ire of the Romans. So let's see how the Romans responded. It's not surprising, really. As the news of the revolt spread through the ancient world, there were violence directed at Jews everywhere else. In Crete, in Syria, wherever there was a significant Roman community or Greek community, there was violence against Jews, and the Jews were typically minorities in these regions and were largely hapless. Rome decided to counterattack by sending reinforcements down from Syria. They were not, however, quite successful. The Jewish guerrilla forces were able to harass them on the way and ultimately even stop them before they reached Jerusalem. And so for a very brief period of time, the Jews managed to hold off otherwise overwhelming Roman might and maintain their independence. But this was to be short-lived. The Emperor Nero appointed Vespasian. You can see their busts on the top here, and I like the picture of Flavius Josephus. These are probably much more accurate reproductions of what they look like. He appointed the general Vespasian to handle the Jewish revolt. And this was, by the way, the context in which Josephus came into Vespasian's circle. Josephus, surrounded by Vespasian's troops, designed a suicide pact with all of his fellow Jewish soldiers. By drawing short straws, he managed to somehow make sure that he was one of the last ones left to survive, and all the other Jews had killed themselves, at which point he turned himself over to Vespasian, and he was taken captive. Vespasian took a liking to this intelligent young Jewish man, and his son Titus befriended him, and this is how Josephus began his climb to authority. The Jews, meanwhile, were basically free to do what they wanted for about 3 years early on in the war, as Vespasian realized that they were destroying themselves quite effectively. And so he allowed these zealots to essentially expend their own energies, murdering each other, and he kept his forces quite safe, waiting for the time when he would be able to enter Jerusalem. He was also quite active in overall empire affairs, as he was ultimately appointed the emperor to succeed Nero, and he handed over the operation to his son Titus. Ultimately, Titus was able to enter Jerusalem, and in August of 70, he was able to destroy Jerusalem and especially the temple. The destruction of the temple is, of course, commemorated every year by Jews on the 9th of Av, Tisha B'Av, which is traditionally understood as the day of the destruction of both temples, as well as the fall of Beitar, which will be later on in the second revolt. At this point, the Romans took their revenge in a very significant manner. Titus slaughtered resistors left and right. Anyone over the age of 17 was captured and exiled, and many were simply set aside for the famous bread and circuses, the gladiatorial games that were so important to the Romans. 2,500 were killed for Titus's brother's birthday party alone, fed to lions and chained before armed gladiators and so on. Josephus's estimate is that about 1.1 million Jews were killed in this first Roman-Jewish war. Probably an exaggeration, but Tacitus, a Roman historian, gives us a more reasonable figure that says that the normal population of the city of Jerusalem was about 120,000 at the time, quite a large city. And because of the fighting in the countryside, it may have swollen to about 600,000. And so you can imagine that within this context, with a large refugee population living within the town, there will be incredible devastation. And there's no doubt whatsoever that the numbers were absolutely atrocious and the Jews suffered heavily. After Titus achieved his victory, which was a foregone conclusion because the Roman Empire was really so much more massive, the Romans were far more expert in their military skills. He went on to construct a whole series of ceremonial arches and coins and other elements that celebrated the defeat of the Jews. Let's have a look at this coin here. Which you can see on the right says Judea capta, Israel is captured, Israel is taken, and you can see this seated woman with her hand on her hands that represents the saddened Jerusalem, and the Roman authority looks on with some pleasure and authority. And on the left you see a figure of a Roman authority as well. Down here you see a large view of the Arch of Titus that stands in Rome, that celebrates the victory over the Jews. Here's a view from underneath. You get a sense of how powerful it is. And if you look on the right-hand side, see a very important element that's really quite famous in art history. This is a slightly different colored version of it that shows the Romans carrying the Jews off. And the spoils of war includes the menorah, although there's some dispute over that in Jewish sources. And generally, this is a depiction of the Jews' subjugation to the Romans at the end of the First Roman-Jewish War. The last stand, however, was at Masada, which was this massive rock formation just north of the Dead Sea. You can see it there in the upper left photograph. And Eleazar and his followers held out there for 3 years. They were able ultimately to withstand a very punishing Roman siege, but in the end they all succumbed to a mass suicide pact, something like the version that Josephus describes in his own life, in which they all took lots and decided to massacre each other, the Romans rescuing only a handful of survivors. Here's a beautiful view of the archaeological dig. You can see on the bottom there are some palaces there that were constructed by previous emperors, and on the top are the fortifications where the Jews made their last stand. You can see the forbidding landscape of the Judean hills in the background. Here's some of the structures that still remain. This is believed to be some kind of synagogue area. And here you can see there's some dwellings, some living quarters, and so on. And there's even some caves, which may have even had some weapons or fortifications, and what's believed to be a mikvah or a ritual bath, a very important element in the self-purification rituals of traditional Judaism, which may have been practiced to even greater degree by the zealots. It's especially fascinating because they would have a mikvah at the very top of Masada in this incredibly dry environment. It's actually the lowest point on the face of the earth, just next door at the Dead Sea. The devastation after the revolt was phenomenal. The Romans followed a scorched earth policy that destroyed much of the arable land in the region, which they seized anyways, and they declared it all part of the state. The Romans then resold or rented the land to its former owners or to the highest bidder. They destroyed half of the buildings in Jerusalem, and the population was reduced by at least 2/3. Finally, as the last insult, the so-called fiscus judaicus, the Jewish tax, which was previously imposed to support the temple. All Jews had to support the temple by paying this tax. It was remained in place. It was held in place even though the temple was destroyed. But instead, the funds were directed to the temple of Capitoline Jupiter, which was in Rome. In other words, the money that Jews used to celebrate their central religious structure and institution was now directed to the upkeep of pagan idol worship in Rome. The tax was also extended to include women and all age groups, which was something that was not part of the original Fiscus Judaicus. And this was really a very clear symbolic gesture that Judaism and the Jewish people were now completely under the control of the Romans. A few decades later, we have a short reprise of the Jewish-Roman War in the Second Jewish-Roman War, sometimes called the Bar Kokhba Revolt. Emperor Hadrian, who in other ways was often considered more of a liberal figure, he imposed several draconian bans which were directed at larger populations but were felt especially hard by the Jews, and there's no question that Hadrian was fully aware of the impact it would have on Jews. For example, his ban on circumcision affected the Phoenicians and Egyptians and others, but the Jews were the ones who were the most fervent about attaching themselves to this ancient ritual, and by banning circumcision, this was seen as direct attack on their national religion. Hadrian attempted to settle large numbers of Romans in Israel to dilute the remaining Jewish character of the region, and he in fact renamed Jerusalem Aila Capitolina, which is a reference to both Hadrian's family, he was one of the Aili, and also the previously mentioned temple of Zeus or of Jupiter in Rome. There's some debate over the chronology of these elements, whether or not these were the cause of the revolt, or the revolt was the cause of them, specifically the renaming of Jerusalem. But there's no doubt that the imposition of policies like this sparked a major revolt, which broke out in the year 132. Here you can see a coin that Hadrian minted at the time, and there's a reference here to Judea, but on the right, there are several references here on the woman with the begging bowl, or with the sacrificial bowl, and with the 3 children. No reference whatsoever to the Jewish character, more references really to the pagan character of the Roman imposition on Israel. So the Second Roman-Jewish War broke out in the year 132. The Jews had been preparing for it for more than a decade. Jewish workmen, for example, were known to prepare poor weapons for the Romans, and when they were given over as per their demands, the Romans found them unworthy and simply returned them. So the Jews were able to arm themselves to some degree and prevent the Romans from having an extensive amount of arms. They may have also prepared some subterranean tunnels that allowed them to hide out from the Romans, but ultimately there was no way that they could succeed in their attempt to throw off the massive Roman Empire. They were led by a ferocious and talented military leader, Shimon Bar Kosiba, known as Bar Kokhba, the son of a star. And his popularity was bolstered by the fact that none other than the older Rabbi Akiva, one of the leading Pharisaic figures of the period, actually believed that Bar Kokhba was in fact the Mashiach, the Messiah. Others disagreed. Rabbi Yochanan of the time said to Rabbi Akiva that grass will grow on your cheeks and the Messiah will not have come. But nevertheless, Akiva's support of Bar Kokhba certainly added to his authority and his popularity. The early rebels of this time managed to take Jerusalem early and construct more defenses and so on, but ultimately there was no way for them to succeed. Their last stand was at Beitar, which was destroyed in August of 135. It's believed that it occurred on the same day, Tisha B'Av, as the destruction of the two temples. This is in many ways known as, in a somewhat flippant way, National Jewish Bad Luck Day, where so many terrible things happened to the Jewish people throughout history, right up through the 20th century as well. Here is a coin from the period minted by the Bar Kokhba forces. They were fond of taking Roman coins and then simply melting them and printing their own designs on top of them. This not only was less expensive because the coins were already prepared, it also took Roman coins out of circulation. And finally, there was a certain level of satisfaction in the symbolic value of stamping out the Roman presence and in putting on a Jewish presence. There's frequently in Bar Kokhba's coins from the period lots of religious metaphors, symbols such as the lulav and so on. You can see on the left here a reference to the temple. So there's no question that the Bar Kokhba revolt was very closely tied to religious values of the era. When the revolution was put down, it was put down with great ferocity and violence. This is the period of the so-called Asara Ruge Malchus, the 10 martyrs of the state. 10 rabbis, including the famous Rabbi Akiva, were captured and were horribly tortured and murdered by Hadrian at the time. Rabbi Akiva's death, of course, along with several others, is memorialized in the Yom Kippur service as he is being flayed alive. He says to his students how all his life he had wanted to be able to fulfill the requisite commandment of the Shema, saying to love the Lord your God with all your soul, and he meant even by giving up the soul. Jews were banned from entering Jerusalem, and in fact even banned from being within eyeshot of Jerusalem. The entire Judean region was emptied of Jews. A major population shift occurred to the Galil region, the Galilee, where there was significant Jewish life continuing. And the exile, which was quite clear really in the first century, was now absolutely confirmed. But there's a famous story that's worth mentioning in conclusion here. At one point, Rabbi Akiva was walking through the ruins of the temple with his colleagues, and they saw a fox running through the ruins. The other rabbis began to cry, and Rabbi Akiva began to laugh. So the other rabbi said, "Rabbi, why are you laughing? This is terrible. Foxes are running loose through the temple." And Rabbi Akiva quoted a prophecy that says that this would in fact happen in order to bring about the redemption. And he says that since we know that Jerusalem is destroyed, we also know, therefore, that the redemption will one day come. Okay, thank you for listening to this lecture, and I look forward to speaking to you next week when we're talking about early Jewish Christianity. Hello, welcome to the fourth lecture in this series, Judaism and the Origins of Christianity. Let's go straight to the material and discuss this fascinating topic. So first of all, let's look at this background image, which is a reproduction of both sisters, a representation on the outside of a major cathedral in Strasbourg that shows church contrasted with synagogue. And this is obviously a medieval depiction. Actually, it's a modern reproduction of a medieval depiction, but it's a theme that is extremely important to this topic and will become even more important when we look at the medieval period. Basically, on the left, you see the ecclesia, the church, and she is always portrayed in the many hundreds of examples we have of this sort of theme as an upright, crowned figure. Her staff is unbroken. She's holding the chalice, the Holy Grail. Her gaze is steady, and her clothes are properly arranged, and so on. And she's looking with perhaps some disdain at the fallen synagogue. You see that her head is uncovered, representing, a loss of modesty. Her staff is broken, representing a loss of temporal power, a loss of physical power as a state. She is blindfolded, indicating that she's blinded to the truth of Christianity. And falling from her left hand are representations of the two tablets of the law, indicating that she's even losing hold of her own religion. Her whole posture is one of decline. She is falling. If you look at the original, which I don't have, unfortunately, to show you right now, but she's actually falling away from the rock. And the overall message that this couple portrays is that the synagogue has lost its authority and the church has replaced it. And we'll return to that topic in just a few minutes. And hopefully when we get to the medieval period of this course, we'll look at many more examples of ecclesia and synagoga, which have a lot of different variations and themes as well. But the idea is that according to the early Christians, really into the 2nd century of Christianity in particular, this idea becomes very prominent that God has abandoned the Jews and has transferred his favor onto the church. Okay, so let's have a look at the actual material of the course. First of all, what are our sources for this period? One of the most rich treasure troves of sources for the study of early Christianity is, of course, the corpus of early Christian literature, which includes the New Testament, the so-called addendum to the Hebrew scriptures, now called the Old Testament, which describe the life of Jesus and the life of his followers and their teachings and so on. In particular importance are the 4 first books known as the Gospels, which are purportedly written by people who knew Jesus personally. And this is not the place to get into more extensive literary criticism, but it's unlikely that the texts as we have them today were really written during Jesus' lifetime by his followers, although there may be some core elements which were faithfully handed down in oral tradition and then later transcribed. So these 4 Gospels have an incredibly important thing to say about Jesus within the context of early Judaism and early Christianity. They differ on some key details, and that's the basis for a large engine of scholarly research. Again, someplace that we're not going to go today. Nevertheless, the Gospels are perhaps our most important source for this period. We also have an extremely important resource in the Talmud, which records, again, many oral traditions that were written later. Like the Christian sources, the Talmud is somewhat deficient as a source because it's highly tendentious. I mean, the Christian sources obviously want to magnify the role, importance, and even divinity of Jesus, whereas the Talmud wishes to contract that authority and that respect. And we'll look towards the end of today's class at a couple of examples of that. So the Talmud also written much later than the Gospels. Many of the versions that we have today date from the 3rd through the 5th century, hundreds of years after the life of Jesus, although again they may be relating some authentic oral transmissions. We also have some interesting references, not necessarily directly to Christianity, but nevertheless to the zeitgeist, or the spirit of the time, by looking at the Dead Sea Scrolls that we discussed in an earlier chapter. Finally, some scattered and tantalizing references in Roman sources such as Josephus, which are beyond the scope of today's topic, but nevertheless we have in these 2 main sources, the early Christian documents, the early Jewish documents. At the very beginning, of course, the term Christian had not been coined, and the early Christians were all Jews, and so it's difficult to tease out what's Christian, what's Jewish at a certain level, but those are our major sources for the discussion that we'll have today. So let's go over his life story very briefly. I'm going to skip over the parts that you probably get by passing by monuments around December to his life. But basically, it seems that he was something of a rebellious Pharisee. There's no question that Jesus himself was deeply enmeshed in Pharisaic teachings. Most of his most significant discussions, theological disputes, are with Pharisees or concerning Pharisaic doctrines. So he definitely was part of that larger group of thinkers. He frequently quotes early Mishnaic figures, such as Hillel in particular, and his most let's say, acerbic comments are directed, at least in the versions of the Gospels that we have, towards Pharisees, not because he is furthest away from them, quite the opposite, it's because he is closest to them. For example, if you think of your own families, if you have siblings, you're more likely to reserve your most cutting and caustic remarks for your siblings, not because they're distant from you. You wouldn't say such things, for example, to someone you just met on a bus, but you say them to your sibling because you love your sibling and you can say what you think for good or for ill, and you know they will forgive you. So much of Jesus's dialogue with the rabbis should be understood within this context. They were having very heated, passionate disagreements over the nature of God, God's role for humanity, the requirements of one human being to another, but nevertheless, it was like really an inter-family or intra-family dispute, and not something that was much more distinct. His principal teachings really can be derived heavily from the teachings of Hillel, although there were some significant modifications. For example, Hillel's teaching of the so-called golden rule, as is known from Jesus' time, is placed in the negative. When asked in a famous passage in Tractate Shabbat, can you teach me the entire Torah standing on one foot? Hillel responds, that which is hateful unto you, do not do to your neighbor. That is the entire Torah. The rest is all commentary. And then he adds, go and study. Jesus puts it in the positive that you should do unto others as you would have them do unto you. If this were a theology or a philosophy class, we would engage in this discussion perhaps in a larger context, but right now that gives you an example of the relationship between Hillel and Jesus. In many cases, Jesus simply quotes Hillel directly, often without attribution in the Gospels, but Talmudic scholars can work through literary archaeology and find the Talmudic sources. His principal teachings were very populist. One of the criticisms that he had to endure was the fact that he reached out to all classes of society, and the dispossessed, the discarded, the sometimes ritually unfit, and he was really, as far as we can tell from our sources, an extremely popular preacher who was not afraid to take on authority. The relationship with other groups was caustic. He was not a fan of the Sadducees whatsoever, and his disruption of the activities at the temple was definitely seen as an open incitement to rebellion against the Romans, who were, of course, the primary patrons of the Sadducees. He also was not fond of the extreme violence associated with the Zealots. And in fact, the overall tenor of his teaching were much more pacifist. Ultimately, however, this comes down to the end of his life, which is an extremely important topic that will certainly return to in the medieval period, the passion of Jesus, which refers to his crucifixion and death, and according to the Christians, his resurrection 3 days later. The basic version of the story, just reading the Gospels without any further kind of layering of meaning, is that he was betrayed by his own disciples to the Romans. The Sadducees, in particular, the high priest, were interested in removing this irritant from their larger society. The Roman governor, Pontius Pilate, again from the Gospels, apparently quite enamored with Jesus as an individual and perhaps even believing in his messianic identity, offers to the Jews on the eve of Passover, immediately after, by the way, or actually maybe it was the second day of Passover, because they had the Last Supper, and that's supposed to be the Passover Seder. Not sure. Fact check the instructor here, send in a comment. But at any rate, Pontius Pilate offers the Jews, and we have no other historical basis for this custom, but he offers the assembled Jews in the courtyard of the temple the opportunity to have one prisoner released. He offers them a choice of Jesus, the one they call the Messiah, or Barabbas, a common thief. The assembled Jews from the version of the Gospels say, well, we want Barabbas, we don't want Jesus. Pontius Pilate essentially says, are you sure? This Jesus seems rather special, and so on. The Jews say no, and then the very famous passage recorded in the book of Matthew, which would reverberate with great significance down the centuries, the Jews assembled there say, his blood be upon us and upon our children. For scholars today, that's understood as being a kind of retro reference to the destruction of the temple that would happen several decades later. In other words, it was a prefigurement of the destruction of the temple. So those Jews who specifically, allegedly condemned Jesus would later bear fruit of their decision in seeing the temple destroyed. But throughout the ages, medieval commentators and particularly lay practitioners have understood this as a millennial acceptance by Jews for the responsibility of killing Jesus. Meaning, your average Jew in the 13th, 15th, 21st century somehow has the blood of Jesus on his hands because the Jews back then said, his blood be upon us and upon our children. This is probably a gross distortion of the original meaning of the author, but even more importantly, it's a gross distortion of Christian theology. Not something that I consider myself an expert in, but it's a pretty basic idea that Jesus died, Christian thought, for our sins. Therefore, everyone has a share in the guilt of the death of the one they call the Messiah. And so, therefore, to shunt all that blame onto the Jews seems very much against the basic tenor of Jesus' teachings. At any rate, from this point on, the Romans take over. The Romans are the ones who crucify him. He dies a horrible death, and his followers later claim that he was revived from the dead and will one day come again. That's your Christianity 101 for those of you who are taking this with only a Jewish background. Of course, in the medieval telling of this story, the Jews have a much larger role in it, actively torturing Jesus as he makes his way to the site of the crucifixion and so on. But that's not anywhere recorded in the Gospels, which are really quite terse and very clear on who's responsible for the death of Jesus. Amazingly, Christianity grows from this tiny sect of Jews with a tiny following in this tiny region of the Roman Empire. And within 300 years, it actually ends up being accepted as the official religion of the entire Roman Empire. Emperor Constantine, shown here in this bust, is the one who makes this official in the early 4th century. And it is one of the great success stories of a religious movement to see how Christianity moved from such a tiny little kernel of an idea to something that encompassed the entire civilized Western world at the time. It's also especially ironic because relations between the early Christians and Jews, and even more so Romans, were terrible. The Christians were persecuted bitterly by the Romans. They were a favored choice of victim for the gladiatorial games. And the relationship with Jews, which we will explore in a second, was also quite fractious. But the key element in the success of Christianity was essentially the movement from this intra-Jewish sect to a Gentile religion. Gentile, of course, meaning non-Jewish. Once Christianity could be exported, its key ideas, its fundamental concepts could be exported to a larger non-Jewish audience, and the specifics of Jewish practice that were found so difficult by many non-Jews, including, for example, circumcision, the dietary laws, the mandatory Sabbath laws, which is hard for me to understand because Shabbos is the best. But at any rate, these kinds of restrictions were seen as so negative by Gentiles. There's just no way that Judaism could sell on a really big scale. Although I hope towards the end of this unit, not today, but maybe a little later, to talk about the, well, let's just skip it because I like doing these things in one cut. I'll probably realize that. At any rate, once they could transport basic Jewish ideas through Jesus's teachings, like the idea of a personal God, the idea of life after death, the idea of prayer, the beautiful ethical instructions of love your neighbor as yourself, things like that. Once that could be exported to a Gentile audience without the ritual and customary restrictions of Judaism, then all of a sudden it could explode. And that's exactly what happened. At the same time, this transformation of Christianity from a tiny Jewish group to a larger Gentile movement had some repercussions, which we will now turn to. The way in which this really was through the activity of Paul of Tarsus, one of Jesus' primary exponents, Saint Paul, celebrated in the Christian Bible after the Gospels in particular. He wrote quite a few of the books of the Gospels. And he essentially took Christianity on the road throughout the Roman Empire, especially in Asia Minor, in Syria. He was just getting out there and discussing what Jesus stood for. He himself was locked in a conflict with other early followers of Jesus, many of whom felt that Jesus's movement was intended really for Jews. It was kind of like Judaism plus, that Jews were supposed to observe all of the ritual commandments of Judaism, plus believe in Jesus as the Messiah and adopt his ethical teachings on top of the onerous burden, the Ol Malchut Shemayim, the yoke of the kingdom of heaven, that represented the 613 commandments of Judaism. So Paul was the one who eventually defeated this opinion to say, no, Jesus' ministry really means something for the entire world, and followers of Jesus need not adopt more than a few key practices, such as, for example, baptism. But Paul had several challenges, one of which was, for example, what do you do with the Hebrew scriptures? The foundation of Judaism was in the Tanakh, and it was widely respected throughout the ancient world. Romans, Greeks, they respected the fact that Judaism clearly had antiquity. It was a religion of great age and importance, and they could point to this document that had withstood the test of time for centuries and centuries, and it testified to their validity. Now, one of the things that's really so important in the Bible, the Hebrew Bible, is this repeated emphasis of the chosenness of the Jewish people. A difficult theological concept that Jews will have to wrestle with all the way through their history, but it's very difficult to get away from passages such as the Am Segula, the treasured people, the Mamlechet Kohanim, the kingdom of priests, the B'ni Bechori Yisrael, my child, my firstborn Israel. It's very clear from the Hebrew scriptures that God has something special in mind for the Jews. It is not totally clear from those texts that God says they are somehow better. That is, again, not for a history lecture, more for a hashkafa or philosophy, theology lecture. But there's no question that Jews are chosen for something. So when Paul is going throughout the Mediterranean basin talking about Christianity, one of the key questions is, well, how does this relate to Judaism? The Jews are generally not accepting what you're saying. So what are you adding? What is different? So Paul essentially articulates a replacement theory, sometimes called the Pauline doctrine, in which he says that all of that is true. Everything in the Hebrew scriptures is absolutely valid. The problem is that the Jews didn't keep up their end of the bargain. Meaning, God makes all these promises to the Jews, he gives all kinds of value to the Jews, and they blow it. They worship idols, they transgress ethical teachings, and as a result, God, as it were, transfers his favor from the Jews to now the Gentiles who follow Jesus, aka Christianity. And this is a really important point that we saw in that overall image that I started the class with, Ecclesia et Synagoga, the church versus the synagogue, that expresses in non-literary terms, very, very important for an illiterate audience of peasants who need to be educated in the ideas of Christianity. It articulates the Pauline doctrine that, true, Judaism was really special at one point, but now Christianity is really special. And that way, they can go back and read the Old Testament and even read Jesus's life into it through so-called prefigurements, where there are lots of references, for example, in Isaiah, to a character that later could be applied to the life of Jesus. For Christians, of course, these are theological non-negotiables. For Jews, they represent a distortion of the meaning of the text. But again, this is a history class, so we're not going to do it. As Christianity develops further away from Judaism, and specifically as it becomes ethnically less Jewish and more Gentile, the nature of the Christian-Jewish dialogue changes as well. It used to be this internal argument, this family discussion over who's right and who's wrong, but it morphs into an us versus them kind of discussion, where the Jews are clearly the them, they are the outsiders, and this represents a greater rift between these two groups, Jews and Christians. Now, the Jews were not completely uninvolved with this dire process, and we see a very strong Jewish counter-reaction to this growing gentilization of Christianity. And at some point, probably in the late 1st century or early 2nd century, the Jews reach a rather strong decision to formally break with the teachings of Jesus. There was no such earlier discussion to do so, but as they saw the movement changing and adopting, a more lenient attitude towards the mitzvot, towards the commandments, then the rabbis decided it was time to make a clear distinction. Let me just make one small point that I think is very important here. Judaism, traditional Judaism is often called orthodox, which means one doctrine, one set of ideas. And that is a little bit of a distortion of what traditional Judaism is. The term, in fact, by the way, was coined by liberal Reform Jews in the 19th century, and it was a term of opprobrium, meant to make fun of Orthodox Jews, so to speak. But in reality, traditional Judaism is not so much orthodox, one doctrine, as it is orthopractic, one set of practices. There is this idea that there's only a handful of commandments which deal with how Jews should think. Obviously, there are many teachings and ethical exhortations to think in a certain way, but really, in terms of commandments, it's really where the rubber meets the road. How can you make a chicken kosher? Are these two people allowed to be married? Those are the kinds of decisions that occupy most Jewish discourse throughout their literature. Traditional Judaism is probably better thought of as orthopractic, meaning one practice. Even that is a bit of an exaggeration because you have, various takes on how to behave, Sephardic, Ashkenazic, Machmir, Mekil. We won't go into those. But Christianity was basically fine in the Jewish context until it began to challenge Jewish practice, to admit people to the fold who did not observe the traditional laws. And that's when Judaism and Christianity really began to split from the Jewish perspective. There's a fantastic incident with Rabbi Yoshua ben Parachia that I would really like to discuss, but I won't be able to keep this lecture under 30 minutes if I do so. So I'm going to skip ahead to number 2. And this is a passage that occurs that's described in the Tractate Brachot, where the rabbis decide to add a new blessing to the Shemona Esrei. They decide to add a new blessing to the central prayer of Judaism, which essentially draws that line in the sand by placing a blessing on the heretics. So to speak, the blessing here is euphemistic, it's really a curse. And the text of that blessing basically says, anybody who informs against us, and they're thinking here about informing to the Romans, for example, and even deeper thinking, and this is supported by some literary archaeological evidence, anyone who is really a Christian is outside of the fold. And this particular blessing, which would have to be read publicly by the prayer leader, was a way of identifying those Jews who were early Christians. By challenging a person to lead the prayers, obviously a male, to lead the prayers, the person had this difficult choice of either pronouncing this blessing, which would essentially bring down a curse upon himself, or he could omit the blessing, in which he would be exposed as a Christian and then be ejected from the synagogue. There are some scholars who believe that St. John, the author of one of the Gospels, was so expelled from his community. And this may be the reason why his gospel in particular tends to have especially vituperative language directed at Jews. Nevertheless, even though the separation between Jews and Christians really widened when you get into the 2nd century, Jews and Christians are still cross-fertilizing each other to a tremendous degree, so much so that many of the church fathers, such as St. John Chrysostom, have to specifically warn Christians, stay away from those Jews. We don't practice Jewish habits. We don't do these kinds of things. You don't have to be kosher to be Christian, etc., for several centuries. Many of those things are formalized in the Council of Nicaea, for example, which determined that the Christianity would not follow the Jewish calendar, that Easter, although associated historically with Passover, would no longer be so, which is why these holidays are really usually very close together in the Gregorian calendar we follow today, but they are on different dates. So one last point before I make my 30-minute mark. There's an extensive scholarly debate on the origins of anti-Semitism that reflects on this topic. By the way, the image here is another example of Ecclesia and Synagoga. I couldn't find a colorized version, but it's also very beautiful. You see the same motifs of the broken staff, the downcast gaze. You don't see the blindfold, you don't see the tablets dropping, but there will be some variation. The theme nevertheless repeats many times. So among scholars, there's a great debate as to when does anti-Semitism per se actually develop. One school of thought is that it goes way, way back, perhaps even to the biblical Esau. And you certainly see some support for this in the extensive references to non-Jews, extensive references to Jews, which are pretty much universally uncomplimentary in the Greek and Roman sources. But on the other hand, there is another argument to be made, which we will have to follow up with in a later lecture, that says that is something special about the relationship between this nascent Christian movement, separating itself from the mother religion of Judaism, that adds a dynamic of criticism that is much more caustic and ultimately long-lasting in its implications. So again, I'm running out of time. I want to keep these under 30 minutes. We'll have to return to this in a later lecture, but I hope you found this useful. Thank you very much for listening. Hello, everyone. Well, today we've got a great topic. We're going to look at the Talmud, a topic that really is fascinating for me. It's something that I spent a lot of time studying and something that I continue to get a lot of energy out of. It's an extremely important text in Judaism. It's been called the Constitution of Judaism because of its very centrality to Jewish life and thought. And so let's have a look at what exactly is involved with the Talmud. So what we're looking at right here is the frontispiece or the title page of a very famous edition of the Talmud that published by the widow and brothers Rom from Vilna. This is a typical title page from a so-called Vilna Shas. We'll explain exactly what that term means. As you can see from the bottom there, this one was published in 1881. The edition comes really from the 1860s, and it's one of the most important editions of Talmud that's ever been published. Moving along in the text of the Talmud. Oh, by the way, I kind of like including this because I always felt such a warm feeling when I looked at this particular page with the the portico, the gate going into the Talmud. It always felt so fascinating and exotic. And oh wow, okay, here we go. So to begin with, I'll tell you a very quick story about something that happened to me when I was studying in yeshiva, which is, of course, a center for adult study of the Torah. And I was studying in a place called Or Sameach in Jerusalem. And they had this problem where they had a lot of students who had come to the yeshiva, especially those who came from the collapsed Soviet Union, where there was a certain amount of trepidation. Perhaps the yeshiva would close. Perhaps something would go wrong with the yeshiva, and people would be left without anything to eat because the yeshiva did provide food for these often impoverished individuals. So, but the problem was, so a lot of these young men would go into the yeshiva, into the cafeteria, they would take their lunch portion, and then afterwards they would take a second portion, and they would take it up to the dormitory room. And the problem was that, this cost a lot of money for the yeshiva, and it also, attracted bugs and all kinds of things like that. So the yeshiva decided to make a new policy that they posted outside the yeshiva door, outside the cafeteria door. The policy read like this: the yeshiva provides food for one portion only. No student is permitted to stand in line for a second portion. Now, what the administration of the yeshiva had probably not counted on is the fact that these are young men who spend their entire day focusing on textual questions and on, analyzing possible readings of an ambiguous text. And so when I came out of lunch that particular day, I happened to glance back and I saw the sign, and I saw that someone had subtly altered it with just a few little emendations. And so it read like this: the yeshiva provides food for one portion only. No, student is permitted to stand in line for a second portion. So this is an illustration of the kind of skills that are developed through studying the Talmud. Very, very sensitive analysis of the text, of what is possible with the text, and really a phenomenal mental exercise and spiritual exercise that has been the primary intellectual occupation for the Jews of the diaspora for about 1,500 years. So I'm going to take a lot of stuff from a book I wrote a couple of years ago, a small book that is a brief and personal introduction to something they call the Sea of Talmud, that talks a little bit about my personal encounter with the Talmud. It has a lot of kind of like fun stories like that in it, I think, and a lot more material which really talks about what exactly is the Talmud. By the way, this photograph here, two things. First of all, it's not photoshopped. That is an actual photograph of me wearing a black suit going into the Atlantic Ocean. A friend of mine, Stephen Mills, took this great photo, and it was, I have to say, I had a lot of explaining to do when I got home because my wife was a little bit perturbed with what I had done. Luckily, however, the cleaners, and I thank them in the book, the dry cleaners did a good job with the suit. They cleaned it perfectly well. I was able to wear it again, of course. And the funniest part is that the sand got into the hem of the cuffs of the pants. They had to actually unsew all of the cuffs, get the sand out, clean it again. Second thing I should tell you is that I'm holding a Talmud volume there, but we were very careful that no Talmud volumes were harmed during this photo shoot at all. Of course, that would be disrespectful, and we took good care of the Talmud. At any rate, on my website, there is a short excerpt from this text that basically talks about what I'm going to say today. If you'd like to read the whole thing, well, of course, that would be great. So what exactly is the Talmud? First of all, it's an extended commentary on the Mishnah. I refer you back to the lecture where we talked about what the Mishnah was. We won't go over that again, but basically this is a long discussion of the text of the Mishnah. It goes off on tremendous tangents. Often the tangents are longer than the actual discussion of the Mishnah itself, and can really comprise any type of information. There's discussion of, biographies of great rabbis, or recipes, or analysis of anthropological or zoological phenomena, what kind of lessons we can get from the behavior of a cat, meteorological information. Really a tremendous gamut of information is contained within the Talmud. And that's why it's known as the wine of Torah. Let me show you a chart which explains why it is the wine of Torah. Let's jump ahead. Here it is. Basically, it's because while it is ostensibly a commentary on the Mishnah per se, it really includes two other elements of Jewish thought which are combined into this overarching massive document, the Talmud. First of all, the Mishnah, of course, is essentially about law, about Jewish practice, although there are a lot of Mishnayot to go into very different topics other than practice per se. But in order to understand that Mishnah, quite often the rabbis have to bring in midrash, which is essentially rabbinic commentary on the various biblical passages, and very creative kind of commentary, much like that sign that we saw outside the yeshiva in Jerusalem. And finally, the Talmud has a tremendous amount of mystical thought. The Kabbalah, a lot of the esoteric teachings of Judaism are brought into the Talmud in the context of the discussion of the Mishnah or one of the many fascinating tangents that the Talmud contains. This is kind of like a process of distillation, hence the term wine of Torah, because it is something that requires effort and processing in order to access it. Jumping ahead now, just to quickly review, we saw this in the Mishnah, but let's look at it again. The Talmud is often called Shas, which is an acronym for the Hebrew phrase Shisha Sidre, the 6 orders. And since those 6 orders apply to the Mishnah, they also apply to the Talmud, which is the commentary on that Mishnah. Some people sometimes confuse the Talmud with the Gemara. They are actually identical. Gemara, which is the Aramaic term meaning completion or learning, is related to the Hebrew cognate word Talmud, which comes from limud, learning. And both of these documents sit right on top of the Mishnah. So when you buy an edition of the Talmud, you automatically get the Mishnah contained within it. I'll show you a picture of that shortly. Actually, why not? Look, I have a copy of the Talmud right here with me. This is one volume of 20. This is the Babylonian Talmud. And well, this one's a little bit anomalous. Another one off the shelf. Here we go. Okay, here we go. I have one handy here. This is Tractate Shabbat. So to just give you a sense of how this looks. So Tractate Shabbat is one of the longer tractates, and it goes to not 314 pages. It actually goes to double that. Let's see, this is 157. No, that's right, 314 pages. It's double the folio size. Oh my gosh, I can get into so much detail here, but I better not. But when you look at the whole volume here, this is the Talmudic text itself, and this is a whole bunch of commentary, including various edited versions of the Talmud, like the Alphas at the back and so on. So of a typical volume that's this thick, about half of it is typically Talmudic pages, and the rest is commentary. And of course, there is commentary on the pages. I'm going to show you a chart of that in just a second on the Prezi. But at any rate, this is a 20-volume edition, the most standard edition, the Vilna Shas. Here you can see my favorite portico drawing as well. I really enjoy this. Oh my gosh, I just feel like going inside, you know what I mean? So back to the Prezi, though, the 6 orders of the Mishnah and the Talmud basically are listed here and their topics. And as I mentioned earlier, the Talmud goes off on a tremendous amount of tangents, so you can't simply think that everything dealing with marriage and divorce is in the order called Nashi. And marriage and divorce in Moed, in Ezekiel, and other orders as well. It's a very fluid and flexible, or maybe a better word to use would be it's a very fragile and delicate structure that keeps many disparate topics joined together, although in a non-linear fashion, something you expect to see in a more Greek-style textbook. At any rate, who wrote this text? Well, there's basically hundreds of authors involved. There are the original rabbis of the early period, the period of, let's say, Moses, Joshua, and the elders, as Pirkei Avot describes it, that will hand down teachings, and they are continued through the prophets and various scholars through a period known as the period of the Zugot, which are associated with the early Mishnah, and then the Tanaim, which are the Mishnah teachers proper, and then finally it reaches the Amoraim, or the speakers, who take all of these things and combine them into the Talmud. Another way to look at it is basically these are the transcripts of huge, massive discussions of rabbis in the various academies, both in the land of Israel and in Babylon, processing all of this material, trying to analyze the Mishnah by bringing in variant texts from the various Boraitot and Tosefta. You'll remember that from our lecture on the Mishnah. Comparing them and trying to refine exactly the truth of the material as a whole. Now, I mentioned there are 2 Talmuds, the Jerusalem Talmud and the Babylonian Talmud. The Jerusalem Talmud is actually a bit of a misnomer because it wasn't written particularly in Jerusalem. It's really written in the north, in the Galil region, the city of Tiberia region. But at any rate, this is an earlier version of the Talmud, which was written probably around the 4th or 5th century of the Common Era. The Babylonian Talmud, written 100 or 200 years later in the Mesopotamian region, where the Euphrates and the Tigris rivers come together. The Jerusalem Talmud is not nearly as popular as the Babylonian Talmud. The Babylonian is considered more authoritative, primarily because it could consider the Jerusalem in its own deliberations, although there are many sections which are in the Jerusalem that are omitted from the Babylonian Talmud, primarily because they are not as relevant to Babylonian life. In particular, for example, the agricultural law that was related to living in the land of Israel, the sabbatical law, things like that, whereas the Babylonian Talmud is especially expanded in the area of civil and criminal law, the order of Nezikin in particular. When people say they're studying the Talmud today, they're almost invariably studying the Babylonian Talmud, although there are many scholars, of course, who look to the Jerusalem Talmud for a tremendous wealth of information that's not present in the Babylonian. So the Talmud, as it's presented, is very fascinating. A lot of people like to look at the page of the Talmud itself, and in reality, the page of the Talmud is a page of history presented in a two-dimensional format. In many ways, it's similar to the internet, the World Wide Web specifically, because it has hypertexting. And it is possible that when you study the Talmud, you are really engaging in a massive conversation that covers millennia, literally millennia. You'll look at a text that goes back to the Mishnaic period, quoting a text from the Bible that's even earlier, that will be debated by two Talmudic rabbis, and then there will be people in the 10th century, let's say Rashi, discussing it, disputed by Tosafot in the 13th century, moving up through, let's say, Rabbi Akiva Eger in early modern Europe, and all the way up to the 20th century. It's really a fascinating, really 21st century, a fascinating document that offers so much on a single page. The page is divided into three basic areas. There is commentary on the text. That is basically a way to try and just get a sense of what does the text say. The Talmud is written in a highly arcane Aramaic idiom that not only is difficult because of the linguistic difference, where we no longer have Aramaic as a vernacular. It was, of course, the vernacular of the rabbis when they wrote the Talmud, but it's written in a highly coded and condensed version that is especially useful for oral retention, because, as I should not omit to mention, this is oral Torah. It was committed to writing only centuries after it was discussed. So in the oral format, it's really highly compressed, often with one word signifying an entire paragraph of meaning, and it takes many years to be able to learn to decode the text, which incidentally is presented entirely without punctuation. That makes it, even easier to figure out. Then there is a second level of discussion on the Talmudic page, so-called analysis, and that's especially something you see with Tosafot, where text will be compared. Tosafot will say something like, "Wait a minute, how could it say this on this page of the Talmud when 30 pages ago we saw something totally different?" Or even 30 pages later, we will see something different. The concept of time, of linear relationship of ideas is not truly present in the Talmud. It's one huge gestalt whole that you like to see, that you have to really approach at any shoreline, and eventually you will reach the other shore, but quite often you have to experiment with swimming in hot water or cold water, deep water, water filled with massive marine life and jellyfish, and sharks, and all kinds of things like that. Getting off topic. And the other thing that you'll find in the Talmud is often coded material. We'll talk more about this when we get later in this course, but codes basically are an attempt to kind of digest all this material and say, all right, let's organize this and say, what exactly is the bottom line? How are we supposed to behave? Is this chicken kosher or not? Can this couple be legally wed or not? And the codes, which often appear on the page or as cross-references to the codes that are printed elsewhere, will tell you that kind of information. What is the bottom line? The Talmud, like the Mishnah, often does not get to the bottom line, often does not produce a sentence that says, after discussing this for 10 pages, we have decided X. That does occur occasionally in the Talmud, but more often than not, it does not. And it is up to the student, guided by a teacher, a qualified teacher, to really understand, what did the Talmud just say after all? It's really not so simple. Here's a look at the Talmudic page. I showed you a copy in my own Talmud, but here's from Tractate Brachot. And really, we could spend a lot of time talking about all of the details, but just to give you a quick look, you'll see that the Mishnah occupies the top part of the central portion of the text. And that's, of course, the ancient document that comes from the 3rd century. Then following it is the Gemara, that's signified by a larger print, Gimel and Mem for Gemara or Talmud, which is a discussion of that Mishnah. Now, that section of the Gemara can and does go on for many, many pages before the Gemara then concludes and a new Mishnah is presented. On the right-hand side, it'll be on the left-hand side in other pages. It's always on the center of the binding, though, is the commentary of Rashi, which is essentially a really important commentary just to follow the line-by-line description of what's happening in the Talmud, sort of unpacking that really dense text for 11th century readers. Now, of course, we often need commentaries on Rashi to unpack it for 21st century readers. And then on the opposite side, we typically have Tosafot, which are the school. It's not just a single person, a school of rabbis who analyze the text, who try to break it down, criticize it, question it, turn it every which way, and try to get, wring every last little bit of truth out of it. Tosafot includes, among others, Rashi's own descendants. And then typically on the outside, sometimes squeezed on the inside, and even between the margins, you'll see cross references to other texts, such as the codes. And that's a typical page of Talmud. Okay, there's a lot more to say about how the Talmud was studied, the role of women in the study of Talmud, but I fear I'm running out of time right now, so I'm going to stop here, and I certainly encourage you to read more about this amazing document. Hello, everyone. Today we're going to discuss an entirely different topic. We're going to go into the early Islamic period, which is going to be extremely important for Jewish history because it's going to cover several centuries of Jewish activity under the Muslim rule. And really, it's a period of tremendous achievements, and on the other hand, one of tremendous potential that is perhaps not realized in the later medieval and early modern period. But we're going to go into that more in the next module of this course. For now, though, we're going to concentrate on the early Islamic period, which means basically from the 7th century through the 10th century, and then we're going to pick up a little bit more later on in the course. So to begin with, when we look at this period overall, perhaps the most misunderstood issue of the Jews in the Muslim period is whether or not it was a period of great persecution or a period that was really more like paradise. In fact, one of the problems we have as historians is that we are so influenced by 20th century perspectives and 21st century to a certain degree that we tend to read history through the lens of our current experience. And looking at current experience, Jews and Muslims get along rather poorly. This is especially because of the conflict over the Zionist experiment in Israel with the recreation of the Jewish state in the Middle East, which has in many ways soured relations between Jews and Muslims. If you take history 156, we'll spend a lot more time talking about the evolution of this conflict and how it affects contemporary Jewish and Muslim and as well Arab ideas, but for now we're going to concentrate on the early Muslim period. And when we try to look at Jews and the Muslim period, perhaps without the prejudices that we have because of the current conflict in the Middle East, we see that in fact it was actually rather good on the whole. Certainly there were periods of great persecution. Maimonides' picture here fled that persecution from one Muslim region, but then he ended up flourishing in another Muslim region, for example. And so overall, if we have to compare the status of Jews under Muslim countries, which basically is the northern coast of Africa and the Middle East, if you have to compare that to, and of course in a little bit further east than that, and you have to compare that to the Jews in Northern Europe. On the whole, many scholars feel that Jews did better in Muslim lands than they did in Christian lands. That's a topic that we will be more prepared to explore later on in this course. But let's go straight to the Muslim period and try to understand a little bit more about what exactly happened to the Jews. So first of all, the Muslim religion begins, of course, in the Arabian desert. If you see the large red area in the middle of your screen, Mecca and Medina are the most important regions. And when you look at the most important cities, when you look at the area as a whole, it's got a lot of different religious groups working in there. Of course, there are the pre-Muslim pagan Arabs. There are very significant Christian communities. And there are extremely significant Jewish communities. In fact, the very name Medina, later known or previously known as Yathrib, may have been a Jewish settlement to begin with. There's some significant cultural activities before Islam comes to the fore. Like, for example, this is some of the amazing architecture at Petra, which is just over the border from Israel in Jordan. Amazing sculptures of rock that were made into these massive buildings, the Nabatean culture, beyond our scope. But still, you get an idea that this is a very sophisticated environment as well, religiously, intellectually, and so on, with all kinds of currents coming from the Roman Empire, from Judaism and from Christianity, and of course, indigenous movements as well. Now, to the roots of the faith, we're not going to spend a lot of time talking about this. This is rather unusual depiction, by the way, that because Muslim tendencies do not view with favor the representation of human images, something that, of course, Jewish culture had for quite a bit of time as well. But on the right is Muhammad here, and on the left is the archangel Gabriel, borrowed from Jewish tradition, Gabriel, who was instructing Muhammad in the finer points of the Muslim faith. He was born in 570, more or less, as from a merchant family. He was rather impoverished. He ended up marrying a very wealthy woman, and later was in her employ as a caravan driver. And he was given to all kinds of, spiritual explorations. Very interested in Judaism, very interested in Christianity, and in fact, he linked the new faith to those earlier religions, seeing Islam as a fulfillment of really the teaching of Judaism and Christianity. And essentially these things are recorded in a book known as the Quran, related to the word Korah in Hebrew, meaning to read. Muhammad had difficulty convincing many Jews to follow his faith, although he had early hopes for them to join Islam once they saw how much of an advance it was over what he perceived to be the failings of Judaism. And he ended up moving to Medina from Mecca. At that point, he actually had tremendous successes. He was a negotiator of many peace treaties between the various warring tribal factions, which include Jewish tribes as well as Muslim tribes, or Arab tribes, I should say. And he gained quite a reputation, and then he eventually returned to Mecca in what was called the year zero. And when he returned to Mecca, he was already a very famous and very influential leader. He rededicated the Kaaba, which was the national shrine of Mecca, to a Muslim shrine. Unfortunately, he died shortly thereafter, leaving a succession crisis that took several generations to work out. And in fact, there are many divisions in Islam today as a result of that succession crisis. But Islam spread dramatically, incredibly fast. As you can see from this map here, starts out in the red area, which is really during Muhammad's own lifetime, and then dramatically expands through the entire Middle East, goes across the coast of North Africa, right up into Spain, and is stopped only at the Pyrenees Mountains. It then moves to the east as well, conquering all of Syria and what would be Iran and Iraq, and going all the way out to northern India and Afghanistan, and also makes its way across Turkey into Europe, finally stopped at Europe proper, a little bit further north. This map shows you a little bit earlier than its actual final conclusion, but it really made a phenomenal impact, encompassing the lower 2/3 of the Mediterranean basin and all of the Middle East, all the way out to northern. part of the reasons for this dramatic spread include the basically convert and die approach, where religions, indigenous religions, were given the choice of either converting to Islam or remaining in a basically pagan faith, and many chose wisely under those circumstances to become Muslims. But that's only part of the story. It's important to understand that Islam was a tremendously egalitarian religion, one that did not recognize color biases, and this was especially important when you get out to India, where there are a lot of populations there who are living in a rather rigid caste structure, and many of the lower castes saw Islam as a tremendous opportunity for social, political, and economic advancement, and so Islam really appealed to them as well. Also, Islam was remarkably tolerant of a wide variety of religious approaches, many of which were simply incorporated within Islam proper. For example, in northern Italy, India, where you have a lot of interesting various mystical movements, such as these people, the Sufis, or specifically here, the whirling dervishes, who practice their faith by turning in these circles for literally hours at a time. And in so doing, they enter into a rather amazing kind of religious ecstasy. Absolutely fascinating material. Islam was able to simply absorb Sufism directly into itself, making it a Muslim faith, incorporating those elements that were appropriate to Islam, and in other ways, really allowing many of the indigenous populations and the religious groups to remain within the fold of Islam. And these kinds of things all together, of course, the convert or die warlike aspect of Islam, but also the egalitarianism, the openness to other movements, all these things really made for a rapid expansion of Islam. What does Islam stand for? Just in brief, 5 basic pillars of Islam. The first is a very intense monotheism, the proclamation that there is no God but Allah and Muhammad is his prophet, something that was viewed with great favor by Jews. And this is to the exclusion, for example, of the Trinity in Christianity. So there's a lot of common ground between Jews and Muslims in that area. Prayer 5 times a day. Muhammad was impressed with the Jewish custom of prayer 3 times a day, facing Jerusalem. And initially he adopted that, but then later changed it to 5 times and facing Mecca. Specifically here, the Kaaba, which is the central shrine inside this big black building. And you can see the Muslims are all bowing down in prayer to Allah in this context. A month of fasting, the month of Ramadan, where fasts go from dawn to dusk. The Muslims also adopted a lunar calendar, which was different from the secular calendar used by Christians, first the Julian, then the Gregorian calendar, which basically is solar in nature with 365 odd days. And the Hebrew calendar, which is lunisolar, which means it's basically a lunar calendar, which has 354 days, but is corrected every few years on a 19-year cycle to allow the holiday of Passover to always fall in the springtime. So it's corrected with the leap month of Adar. The Muslims under Muhammad adopted a purely lunar calendar. So that means that every year there's about 11 days lost. And therefore the holiday of the month of Ramadan changes every year, and it's earlier and earlier. So it can be at any time during the given year. The Hajj, which is a once in a lifetime pilgrimage incumbent on every Muslim to go to Mecca. In fact, the word Mecca has entered the English language, meaning, center or place of attraction and so on. And finally, Zakat. You can see the relationship to the Hebrew word tzedakah, which means basically a mandatory charity that is incumbent upon all Muslims. So that's, in a nutshell, what is Islam? Obviously, lots more to say that we can't in this short lecture, but let's talk about how that affects the Jews. So perhaps the most important thing to realize is that Islam really thinks like Judaism in a lot of ways, especially when you contrast it with Christianity. there are so many elements of Islamic, vocabulary, just the way that Muslims think about the world around them, that fit with the way Jews think around them. Maybe not in the particulars, in fact, certainly not in the particulars, but in generalities, they have a common language, something that you don't have to the same degree with Christians. Christianity is a much more of a creed-based faith, brushing with very broad strokes here, that places tremendous emphasis on what a Christian believes, whereas Judaism and Islam spend a lot more energy thinking about what does a person do, behavior, praxis, rather than doctrine. So looking at a couple of these things, first of all, monotheism, huge, right? For Jews and for Muslims, the idea of there being only one God, extremely important. The idea of Jesus as the Son of God is deeply foreign to Judaism as it is to Islam. Secondly, the concept of an overarching code of conduct, which includes civil law, criminal law, ritual law, with no distinctions really between these things, that is embodied in Jewish halakha or Muslim sharia, which is similar translation, meaning the way or the path, the way that Muslims should behave. So obviously, Muslim Sharia is different from Jewish halakha, but the concept is very similar. And Muhammad was consciously thinking about Judaism as Sharia developed. Muslims and Jews have a series of dietary rules that are overlapping in some ways. They both don't eat pork, and of course, as I'm sure you've known, whereas Jews who keep kosher will not rely on halal standards. If they have no other choice, Muslims who keep halal will go to kosher stores to buy their kosher meat as a second best, which makes for some very interesting conversations in the aisles of kosher land and places like that. There were definitely elements of conflict in the early Muslim period. Muhammad did act with some severity towards several of the Jewish tribes who failed to convert to Islam. And a lot of scholars have looked at this period and tried to understand exactly what it means. There are some who see this as early Muslim anti-Semitism, and there's a lot of arguments to be made in favor of that. Other scholars at the same time have said that, well, Muhammad is a political leader, and he was working with these tribes all the time, and he definitely had reason to, favor one tribe over another. Sometimes an Arab tribe over a Christian tribe, or a Christian tribe over a Jewish tribe, or an Arab tribe over a Jewish tribe. And there were several occasions in which Jewish tribes suffered tremendously. I'm going to skip this difficult decision because a little bit too much detail for us today, but let us say that the early record is somewhat mixed in this regard. And it may have been just an example of realpolitik in which the Jews found themselves really on the wrong end of the political spectrum during that early period of Muhammad's rise to power. But definitely the elements that were included in this were the Jews' resistance to conversion to Islam and being part of the general factional relationship of Jews, Arabs, and Christians at this time. The bottom line in this early Muslim period is a document which purports to be a legal precedent set by an early Caliph Umar. Probably was written much later and was written in such a fashion that it was backdated, but nevertheless it sets the tone for Muslim-Jewish relations for really the rest of Muslim-Jewish history right up to the present day. The basic idea of this Pact of Umar was like this. According to the document itself, the Jews petitioned the Caliph, meaning the leader of the Muslim world, this is after Muhammad had passed away, of course. They petitioned him to say, okay, how are we supposed to behave? What is our responsibility in Muslim reality? What are our privileges? All these kinds of things. So the Caliph responds to the Jews in this document, laying out a whole series of privileges, responsibilities, rights, and disabilities that dictated really Jewish modus vivendi within Muslim lands. For example, Well, the basic idea is, by the way, this is very important, that the Jews were considered a protected people, or dhimmi, meaning both Christians and Jews in particular, because they had at one time received a revelation from God in the form of the Torah, and in the Christians in the form of the New Testament. Um, Muslims accepted the idea that they had received the communication with God, and therefore, by remaining true to their religion, they were therefore safe from any persecution. And in fact, they should not be forcibly proselytized. That's different from pagans who did not receive that same kind of treatment. They were expected to adopt a monotheistic faith. At any rate, since they were dhimmi, they were subject to certain privileges and certain disabilities. First of all, synagogues could exist in Muslim lands. They were to be protected. However, if they fell into disrepair, they were not to be renovated beyond their existing condition. Obviously, this was observed more in the breach than otherwise, and Jews frequently would simply bribe local officials to be able to expand synagogues, sometimes even build new synagogues. But the idea was, okay, fine, you have your synagogues, you can keep them, but we don't want them sprouting up everywhere. Jews were to be allowed to practice their faith, but not in public. In other words, like public Purim parades, or very, very loud prayers that could be heard in the street. Things like this should be minimized. Again, hard to understand how they would actually enforce these things, but nevertheless, this was the concept of the pact. There were certain things where Jews had to show external respect to Muslims. They had to dress differently. They had to wear their hair differently, believe it or not. These are also things, by the way, we'll see in Christian canon law at the same time. And there are a host of small symbolic discriminations. In many ways, this parallels something that would happen in the Christian world, known as the doctrine of witness, that we hope to discuss a little bit later in this course, which basically says that Jews were allowed to practice their religion for internal, in this case, Muslim reasons, in the Christian case, Christian reasons. They were not allowed to expand, but nevertheless, they were allowed to maintain the status quo. So this is something that really held for the next many centuries, as the concept that Jews were subject to the hospitality of the Muslims. They were guests within Muslim lands, and there was a code of conduct towards guests. But at the same time, the guests were not, so to speak, citizens, if we can use that term anachronistically. They did not have the full rights of Muslims, but they were nevertheless entitled to practice their religion. A couple other examples, they were not, for example, required to pay the zakat, the charity tax, which is something that Muslims would have to pay, but they would have to pay something called jizya, which was a poll tax just for their existing. And that poll tax was bigger than the zakat, but nevertheless, it was something that allowed Jews to exist. So that's basically the quick overview of Jews in the early Muslim period, and we will return to this in a later lecture. Thank you for watching. Hello, everybody. Well, today's topic is a little bit different than some of the other lectures I'm giving, because rather than approaching this in a kind of historical manner, moving from one point in time to another, perhaps looking at a specific individual or a movement, today I need to take a little bit more of a thematic perspective to discuss the phenomenon of women in Jewish history. And what I'd really like to address in this brief lecture is some of the challenges that we have in trying to understand the unique elements of women's history in the long, saga of the Jewish people, and give some sense of how these things have changed in the last 150 years in particular. And that'll be it for our topic today. So really the topic is women in Jewish history. I'm not going to speak a lot about individual women, but I'd like to speak a little bit more about the trends and themes in women's history. Okay, so we'll begin with the first thing that we note when we're looking at women's history in Judaism is, like, where are they? The majority of our sources for women's history are essentially written by men for men. Male readership, male authorship, the entire chain of transmission of materials on women and on their perspectives is unfortunately handled almost exclusively by men. Now, there are some distinct exceptions to this rule. For example, the memoirs of Glucke of Hameln. Here's a great picture. This is not actually Glucke herself. We don't have photographs from that time. This is a much later photograph of one of her later descendants, I believe it was 19th century, dressed in clothing that would have been appropriate for Glucke in the 17th century. But besides her memoirs, which are quite fascinating in themselves, we have very few examples of women actually writing for themselves, either for another woman's audience or, in the case of Glucke, of her memoirs on her own. The majority of the materials that we have to deal with are essentially written by men, and that presents a lot of historiographic problems, make it difficult for us to tease out what exactly is going on in women's history specifically. But, with that major caveat, we can identify a few larger phenomena that are common to most of Jewish history, Jewish women's history. First of all, Jewish women tend to be a silent majority with an exceptional minority. That is, women in general through Jewish history tend to take a very passive or at least hidden role in the unfolding of events. We occasionally hear in the sources like the Talmud of women in general wanting this or wanting that, or arguing for this or arguing for that, but very rarely do we have unique voices. And again, they're handled by men, so we don't know exactly how they would have phrased things themselves. Nevertheless, with that silent majority, we do have these exceptional minority figures that really go all the way through Jewish history. Specific individuals, women, who stand out against the crowd and often adopt leadership positions. For example, the matriarchs, that is the wives of Abraham, Isaac, Jacob, Miriam, the prophetess, the sister of Moses, Devorah, the judge. Most of these women, as I've just mentioned, I realize as I'm saying it, a lot of their authority derives from the men to whom they are related, either through marriage or through birth, but that's not always emphasized in the text. What is also common about many of these women, besides their intrinsic value, they are revered for their leadership and for their strength of character and so on, is that they often use power in a subversive manner, primarily because they do not hold, again, with some exceptions like Devorah, they do not hold conventional types of authority and positions of power. So if you look at Rivka, for example, who manages to, fool her husband into giving the blessing to Isaac rather than Esau, and Yitzchak rather than Esau, or Yael, of course, who uses her wiles to be able to kill Holofernes and things like that. There are women who use their positions of authority, and rather than forcing a situation, they will use some kind of deceit or trickery to get their way. This is a trend that we see quite often as a result of these strong women finding no other avenue to achieve their objectives. They are generally trapped within the male narrative. We can only hear of them through what the men provide for us. Of course, the Torah, understanding it as a divine document, that's also quite problematic. But their unique expression often comes through. This is especially true with one of my favorite biblical characters, not biblical, I'm sorry, Talmudic character, Bruria, the wife of Rabbi Meir, who was undoubtedly a phenomenal scholar in her own right. And she is exceptional, not only because she identifies one of the problems in women's history in Judaism is that women had very limited access to formal training in the traditional texts, in particular the Talmud. This is especially the case until the 19th century and the 20th century, that we'll speak about towards the end of this short lecture. But Bruria was able to go beyond that, and in fact, she appears many times as a unique, distinctive voice in the Talmud, teaching men, correcting men, often with a very acerbic wit. I'll give you one example of that. But I want to mention to you specifically in this context, there's a discussion in Tractate Sota, I believe, in which the rabbis debate what is the appropriate amount of learning that a woman should have. And it would take me far beyond the scope of our discussion here to discuss why it is that some feel that she should have more learning, the typical woman should have more learning of Torah, and others disagree and say, no, it's not a healthy thing for her to learn a lot of Torah. But the conclusion of that Talmudic passage is that it would be better for women not to learn extensively, specifically Talmud. This is considered to be something that would, change her fundamental character and expose her to wiles that the rabbis do not recommend, and so on. Now, this passage is significantly revised in the 20th century, and in fact, many women, even in the most orthodox of streams, have access to texts and traditions, even in the Talmud, that are far beyond anything that even their grandmothers and great-grandmothers ever had. But nevertheless, looking at the general scope of Jewish history, for the vast majority of Jewish history, women were formally excluded from learning Talmud. Druria, for example, hints at this when she is greeted by some men who are looking for directions. They say to her, "Excuse me, ma'am, can you please tell us the way to Lod?" And she answers them back, first of all, quoting a passage from the Mishnah, saying, "Fool, haven't you read what it says? Do not speak overmuch with women. You should simply say, which way, Lord?" Meaning, rather than the "excuse me, how are you?" and going on, she says, if you were to really be a Torah scholar, you would simply say, which way, Lord? Obviously, she is poking fun at not only her interlocutor, but also this implicit limitation on women's learning. This is an interesting photograph that I tried to look for the actual YouTube clip. I could not find it, but this is a passage, a little photograph from a film called Tevye der Milchaker, which was later adapted into Fiddler on the Roof. And you're probably familiar with the later 20th century version, but this is a 1930s Yiddish version. And in the scene, you have Tevye, who is a dairyman, who is trying with very little success to teach his son, who's something of a blockhead, the passages in the Bible. And meanwhile, his daughter, who was formerly excluded from learning, is looking on over his shoulder and is answering all of the questions correctly, which Tevye finds amusing, but he keeps on trying to move her away from the table where he's attempting desperately to learn with his son. And the whole message is that, here the girl is obviously more klug, more clever than her brother, but she is denied access to the text. And this is a theme that occurs throughout much of Jewish history. Now, another element that's very important in trying to understand the Grundlage, the foundations of, that was a very fancy word, I didn't have to use that, but the foundations of women's Jewish history is the relationships they have to the commandments, which are distinct from male relationship to the commandments. Specifically, looking at this chart here, you'll see that we can divide the commandments, that is the 613 commandments given in the Torah, we can divide them into 4 basic quadrants. Those that are defined by time or not defined by time, meaning those that must take place within a certain period of time, let's say the Sabbath or a holiday, something like that, or those that are, generally required. Then you can also, that's the up and down, the y-axis. Then on the x-axis, we have those commandments which are negative, meaning thou shalt not, do not do these things. And we have positive commandments, meaning these are things that you should go out and do. So let's give a few quick examples, and we'll see how women relate to this. So under the positive and not defined by time quadrant, we have, for example, honor your father and mother. This is something that you should do. You have to actually go out and do things for your parents. So it's a thou shalt, a positive commandment, but it's not defined by time. So long as your parents are alive, and in fact, after they've passed, you're still obligated to honor their memory. So men and women are equally obligated in this category of commandment. Then you have the negative commandment of do not steal, which is thou shalt not, obviously don't steal. And at the same time, it's not defined by time. There are no times when stealing is permitted. So therefore, men and women are also equally obligated in these commandments. Then thirdly, we have negatives that are defined by time, such as, for example, do not eat bread on Passover. Obviously, the holiday of Passover, leavened products are forbidden. It includes bread, beer, pasta, things like that. It reminds me of a joke. I'll tell you very quickly. I know I shouldn't in these short videos, but I can't help it. I was once talking to an Israeli consular official who told me that he was a member of a very left-wing socialist kibbutz. Hashomer HaTzair was the name of the movement. And this was a very anti-clerical, anti-religious kibbutz. And he said that this is like a communal farm in Israel. He said that, you know, when he was a child, they used to have everything on the table on Passover. Bread, beer, pasta, all forbidden foods were on the table on Passover. Now he says the young people, they just don't keep the traditions like they used to. Okay, so thou shalt not, and defined by time, like do not eat bread on Passover. Men and women are equally obligated. Now here we get to the important one. If you have positive commandments, which are also defined by time, for example, the commandment to shake the lulav on Sukkot. These are the 4 species. They're kind of like a long palm frond and a citrus fruit and some leaves of various types. And there is a commandment specifically to shake these things together on the holiday of Sukkot. So since it is positive, thou shalt, and defined by time, men are obligated, but women are exempted, which means women do not have to do these commandments. The observance is, for most communities, understood as optional. That is, should they so desire to do these commandments, they are welcome to do so. There are some exceptions to that as well, but in general, they're able to do these things, but they are not required to do these things. Now, there are exceptions to the rule as a whole, like, for example, lighting the Friday night candles, that's defined by time, that's positive, but it devolves upon women rather than men. Men may do so, especially if their wives are not able to, but it's primarily a woman's mitzvah first. Drinking the 4 cups of wine on Passover, also positive, but women are obligated. So there are some exceptions to these rules, but the general thing is that if it's a positive time-defined commandment, women are exempted. Now, what that means anthropologically or sociologically is that women are not tied specifically to the ritual calendar of daily observances, particularly those that require the gathering in synagogue. It's a separate issue altogether about whether or not women count in a minyan. We're not going to go into that. But what this means is that women have greater freedom, or viewed it a different way, greater responsibility when it comes to the activities in the home, in the private sphere, because they are not so easily interrupted. One cannot simply leave the baby with a dirty diaper and say it's time to go to synagogue in the morning, although husbands will do that. Women, because they're exempted, they're second priority, and they may stay home with the child. Some would say they have to stay home with the child while the husband must go to synagogue. But this means there's a huge bifurcation in women's daily life that reflects this divide as a result of the positive commandments defined by time. One can understand this bifurcation as a private versus public sphere bifurcation or split. Women are given higher priority in the home, and this is traditional throughout Judaism. And in fact, if you look at some of the most important things that go on in the home, specifically in the kitchen, in the bedroom, to a lesser degree perhaps in the dining room, women are basically in charge. Again, this is sociologically and anthropologically, but also halakhically. There are many areas in which women have much more leadership and authority than men, beyond the scope of this lecture, but nevertheless a pronounced phenomenon. In the public sphere, however, in the area of the marketplace, in the area of the synagogue, that is generally ceded to men. And since that is an area that garners much more attention, it stands to reason that there's a lot more status associated with it and so on. Nevertheless, there's a lot of emphasis in the Jewish tradition on the concept of all the glory of the princess is within. Kol kvuda bas melech pnima. It's a verse from the book of Psalms that says that there is value for those things that are hidden. Again, it would be far afield our topic to go into in great detail, but there's this concept of something called sniut, which means hiddenness, sometimes translated as modesty. And women are associated more with sniut than men in much of Jewish literature. Sniut is an emphasis to keep things more private, more hidden, kind of like the Torah, which is something that is highly valued, and it is kept under various coverings through the mantle and inside the ark and inside the synagogue and so on. So there is a valorization of the public sphere in Judaism, but especially as the value of traditional Judaism declines in the modern era, that valorization of the public sphere tends to be lost, and much more emphasis is placed on the public sphere than ever before. Now, a lot of this changes when you get to the 20th century for many reasons that are associated with larger changes like industrialization, increase in urbanization, and so on. But perhaps the most important change for the sake of women is the opening up of formal educational options. The most significant of which is undoubtedly the Beis Yaakov movement, which was pioneered by Sarah Schinnerer, which if you look on my website, you'll find I have a whole hour-long lecture on her specifically. But basically, she argued effectively in the early 20th century for the introduction of formal education for women. That is, regular classroom-type education, which was largely closed to women in a Jewish context past, let's say, fourth or fifth grade in most Jewish communities. And she said that women really need higher education in Jewish subjects. This was contrasted with the phenomenon that a lot of upper middle class Jewish women were simply not getting Jewish education whatsoever past fourth or fifth grade, and they were going on to secular university, and they were getting, in Eastern Europe, they were still getting a very strong education in things like French and in grammar and whatnot, but they were lagging behind tremendously in their Jewish studies. So
I think it's too late for I don't know. How are you? Dog yesterday, dog. Oh my! Yesterday, I was thinking some more questions. That motherfucker asked me. He fucking asked. He's like, dog, please, a poor man. Like I said, I never got to this point where I just didn't talk to him. Like it's just every um, I fell asleep doing asking questions. So it was at least a solid. The first hour I answered all kinds of stuff on Alistair Crowley, all kinds of stuff. Basically, thank you. Anyway, then he just kept asking me questions. Um, like I just I answered your question for an hour. All I've done today is answer. Yeah, and then kept asking me questions. But I almost want to tell you this. He had like a message because he kept saying, I just answer questions when I'm bored. And I'm like, okay, well, you have to understand that. So I'm gonna, all right, well, when I'm bored, I'm just gonna ask. You just have to ask. Anyway, um, I don't really know what to do yesterday. Exactly. 100%. He did not. I agree. You're right. But I started to answer this question, and I just saw Zoot left, and I saw you left, and I was like, oh man, I knew this was gonna happen. Like, we get into this, and I'm trying to tell him to download the thing, and he's like, that's okay, I'm just here for the conversation. I'm like, I know. Anyway, it was it, yeah. Well, I think like you're exactly right. That's what that was, and he just came out like, well, he asked me all these questions, and then he got to the point where he was, well, actually, um, he started using some language that I didn't know was out. However, I didn't want him to know I could hear him, so I just like this is what happened. He kept asking me questions, kept asking me questions, and kept asking me questions, and kept asking me questions. And I kept answering them, and I kept saying, "Okay, now this is the last one. Really, I just need to focus. I'm gonna like, try to upload the remainder of this video, and I'm gonna end it. So I really appreciate you. Any questions that you have, I've answered them. Just let me answer tomorrow. I've answered. I told him. I don't know. 100%. So he's like, yeah, no, I know. Okay. So I was thinking about these questions until bored. When you're telling somebody that, you're basically saying, like, I don't care about you. I just care about myself and my own entertainment. And so I said to him, I politely answered as many questions as I really wanted to. And I let him know that I really appreciate it. And I'm going to turn on this lecture. And he's like, oh, okay. And then he just continued to ask me. So I just started not listening. Like, it's pretty loud when people talk. A lot of people talk. Oh man, yeah, exactly. And so I was just playing that, and he's like, "Can you hear me?" And then somebody else came in here, and they're like, "I think you can hear us." And then like multiple people are asking me questions, and I'm like, guys, it's like 1 o'clock, and I literally like answered questions for like an hour today. Then I uploaded a video of me with the answering all the questions, and then I've just been answering other questions from other people. And all I want to do, all I want to do is just play bingo with my friends. And just like not have to. Here's the thing: when people ask me questions, I don't play golf as well. I don't play mini golf as well because I'm not fucking focused on it. I'm focused on whatever their answer is or whatever I'm trying to communicate. And so, anyway, like he asked me so many questions though. I've never gotten to the point where I'm just like I'm gonna be quiet here and just literally just watch. I mean, I can't remember like the kid and turned it down because it would just be quiet for like 15 seconds and he'd go like, what do you think of Aleister Crowley's association with the state of society? I answered the question 2 hours ago when I told you that it answered I was talking about Scotland. That's the section. Like so anyway, I don't think like I told, but it's like, dude, I told you that 2 hours ago. I didn't learn anything more. I've been right here the whole fucking time. I mean, I'm not an Aleister Crowley fucking biographer. I literally can tell you everything I know about it, and that's about every single person aren't a lot of people that I just have this super fucking in-depth knowledge on. Like even like George Washington. I could talk about George Washington for like a minute, and then you're done. Then after that, we're gonna have to like do some research together or like find specifics about it because there's like a lot of anyway. The amount of questions that I just kept getting was like by one person. It's like, oh, this is correct. And I got another interview. And, so anyway, but it would be cool. It's podcast. But usually podcast. I very much just want to play. I oh yeah, that's what it was. That's what it was. I called it. Wait. That's what it was. Yeah. 'Cause at least then, it's like we have something in common to talk about instead of it's like, up. I was thinking, what the hell was it? Oh, I know what it was. This is what well, normally I want to answer people's questions, but there are a couple things. I've been having to answer more questions recently, which is fine, but it's made me realize like not everybody asks me questions the same way. There are maybe 90% of people who come to ask questions. They just have they're curious about something, and I'll do my best to find the answer. Then I get another small segment that once asked me every question on earth. Literally once asked me every question on earth, but doesn't want to hear my answer. So I had a friend of mine who does this all the time, and he will pepper me for 3 or 4 hours at a time. And this is how they here. He came here at 4 in the morning 3 days ago, and he's like, "Hey, do you have time to talk?" I'm like, "Yeah." Then he came in when I was awake, and he peppered me for 2.5 hours, just question after question after question after question. And I even told him in the question, or in the questioning, I said, "You're not even listening to my responses. You're literally so excited to get answers that every time I provide one, you're thinking of your next question." And as I was telling him that, he really was thinking of the question, and I just had to yell, "Shut the fuck up! Listen to me and listen to what I'm saying. I'm answering your question, but you're not comprehending the answer. You're just already coming back with the next question." It's like, think about what I have to say. And then the other way, you can sit back with just asking questions without thinking of the answer. And the guy yesterday, last night, he was kind of doing the same thing. He was just like, um, yeah, just shows that you don't respect me for what I'm saying. If you do, then you wouldn't just talk and talk. And I understand some people, but if you're gonna take time out of my day to ask about me, but I understand people get excited, and then there's another one. So there's that kind, and then it's just like an exciting question. That's fine. And then there's another kind which I don't get very much, but where I will get someone who wants to get into an argument. Why are you right? Why aren't you arguing with money? Why don't you like do you defend yeah, do you defend the kids of children? Do you defend the death of innocence? Like, these are kinds of questions and I'll find it. Well, it goes to the perverted question. Because it's the same kind of question. We still future life. There isn't a correct answer to that. Because if you say, no, I don't still live my life, but you say yes, then you still make your life. So I agree with that. No, no, no. It's like a cross examination. Only answer. Okay. Yes or no? Do you still beat your wife? Right. But it's already left the impression of her. Because now you want to give it to me. It's an unfair question. That question is something that makes me recognize that all like, there's no perfect question. Basically, any question anywhere can be manipulated. And that's it seems like that's just bad to answer any question. That was my right. Then I give people this doesn't have as much of who I was me. Fortunately, I recognize that 100% of my I haven't gotcha moment. And I'm on camera. And so I'm gonna avoid any kind of gotcha moment that I that so and so people who want to do that but the big ones are like, you know, how do you defend XYZ? And I'm like, who do you like? This country or this country? I get that one all the time. And see, here's the thing, you don't see it, but I get asked on the fucking wars, I get asked directly on country X versus country Y half of the time. And just every single day, like 600 all that shit, all that shit, all that shit. And so I just said world peace because it's not going to get me anywhere if I choose a side. And it's not just like I don't just get these questions in here. I get them in my DMs all the time. I get worse in my DMs because uh, people just, you know, like I'm open to when I answer people's questions and they want to talk to me again, they can. But this, look at this shit that is just like, I don't say it's just why would you ever do this to something? This asshole, this sends me this shit every fucking day. Just and I don't block him because I I just I don't really have a big fuck when I go out there. It could be it's a good business. Jews are good. Like, who the fuck writes that? What is that? Like, that like, this guy, this, well, I mean, I'm not a pussy, and so sticks and stones like break my bones, but words will never hurt me. You can say whatever the fuck you want to me, but me, I don't give a shit. So why don't you don't put your hands on me and say what the fuck you want? Because once we start legislating what we can and can't say, then I feel that we've got a slippery slope. I am but a black position. Like, he doesn't just write and shit, he says what he thinks. It's like, here's someone. Can I ask why you sit in Discord, you stupid greedy, long-nosed Jew? Shut up, Jew. We'll kill the Jew. These are all different people. This guy's saying you're a fucking mean, like, big nose Jew. A lot of people. Right. Yeah, I mean, I don't usually. But, the way that I respond is spamming them back with all my shit. So, this is exactly. It's like it sticks out of my head. It's like, it's, I do, you know, honestly, if somebody writes me a question, it's so much easier. I can answer it on my phone. And also, the chances that they're going to ask me 50 subsequent follow-up questions is just not like it is in the OM to like just like, oh, it's somebody who I can just, oh, here it is. Here it is. He says, can I ask why you sit in Discord? Really love notes to you. Like, really stupid, really don't push you. He said, hey, you have a fucking life, why did you ever kill yourself? Then he sends this, like, terrible, like a flashing out. See, it's flashing. Yeah, exactly. Flashing. So, then this shit. So, like, my inbox, expect, and then he writes, kill the Jews. So, there he is. Dude, you motherfucker, dude, you talk too much in that fucking Twitter space. I was gonna plug the coin, I was gonna fucking plug my interview, but no, you and Jahan get to fucking jerking each other off. Literally 30 minutes of you guys blabbing later. I fucking leave. I was up, ready to talk. And, but I will say, I will say that what you have to say is pretty good. So, dude, how do you like? We're approaching about that time. Do you like that? I know you plugged it. You plugged it. Kangaroo coin. Oh, it's kangaroo. I thought it was kangaroo coin. It's kangaroo. It's not kangaroo coin. All right, are you ready to get your buckets kicked? Your ass kicked? I think. I think. I think. I think. I think it'd be pretty good. Do you, I mean, do you want to play? Jimmy, do you want to play? Guys, do you want to play? All right, just one now. I agree with both of us. Because we're personalities of both. Right, sir? Did you get my invite? Yeah, dude, I would agree with you. Basically, anybody who's a little bit of a personality in Web3 could ever coin a very successful. It's good. Yeah, it's not perfect, but it's good.
It's good. And Jay-Z is next. That's what I'm saying. It might be a few years away, might be a few months. But Jay-Z is next.
All right, here to hear first. Right, sir? I think it was better that you called it that way.
But there was probably years before they got up to Jay-Z because there are a lot of people rejecting Jay-Z. He might say the country first. And then you could possibly get
This is an interesting shot. This is an interesting fucking shot. Maybe that's the best strategy is just going crazy.
the best strategy is one is just make this money.
Look at that. That was kind of way too hard. Giving him a free shot. Yeah. Oh, I'm really fortunate he went in the water. Zoo takes everything out.
This is the worst one.
I'm pretty much sure. In the Halloween one? Ooh. That was a good one. Right, I'll take it. This is a difficult shot. I think that's healthy. Oh, I thought he was going to do it. Oh, that's a great shot. It hit my ball. That's perfect. Ooh, that was nice. That was really nice. Yeah. It's just awful. Just absolute dog shit. Just absolute dog shit. Just absolute positive dog shit. I mean, dude, you're so bad at this.
I would get it. Wait.
Dog shit. That's the shot. Oh, I was gonna say if that didn't go in, that was a good one.
I would feel it.
Two for two. I didn't come up with that. Short. This is our chance to put Riser away. What a great shot. What a great shot. Now he I really think that you have to hit it off the back wall and also hit it. Oh, finally. Dude's fuck. Dude's fuck. Dude's fuck. Dude, it's going right in the water. Oh! Oh! Oh, that was such a good punt. Watch now, Zoot gets it in after his absolute dog shit. His first shot. Dog, what the fuck? Oh, wow. I have to make this. I can't make it.
I'm not terrible. I hate it.
There's so much shit I need to get. That was right. That's perfect. Fuck him up. Hit his ball. Why would you do that? Take out that fucking tree. This would be such a huge comeback. Oh, he helped us so much. He helped me so much. That was nice. I like him. I'll take that for You guys don't even. You guys don't know what Mel's hole is. It's this thing I listen to. It's about a hole that is a never-ending hole. A hole that just keeps going down and down into the earth. And you can throw whatever you want down it, and it never would fill up. It would never. Um, all this weird stuff would come out of it, like allegedly, like there's like a UFO portal. They have these. Um, like, like there's a story about a guy who took his dog, threw it in the hole. A dead dog. There's already a dead dog, and he threw it in the hole to bury it, and the dog came back to life. All kinds of weird shit about this story. Anyway, I would be really reluctant about it. It's a really, it's like one of these huge urban legends. But there have been stories about these other holes that have been found, especially on native lands. Like one of the reasons why natives would pick a certain land is because some of the paranormal shit that would happen to them. But there's like these stories about these holes that are basically portals into the earth. Anyway, what else about this fucking thing was weird? Oh, so how deep was the hole? It was over 80,000 feet deep, which is like 16 miles. It's really, really deep. Great question. He did it with fishing lure. So he would just take like a fishing line. The guy was originally no, it wasn't 80,000 kilometers, 80,000 feet. So it was 5,200 feet in a mile. So approximately like it's going to be something like 60 miles. And that's well, no, I'm not saying it was. It's like I know the fucking answers to a lot of things. What came first, the chicken and egg, all that kind of shit. But like, there's some kind of things, UFOs and alien shit. Anyway, this is one that is just a weird fucking story, and it actually involves Australia in a big way. So basically, the guy who finds this hole, no waters, it's on his land. He talks about like when he bought it, everybody for generations has been throwing all their garbage in it. There's a guy who pull up a pickup truck every single day with tires and just throw everything in this hole. And it just be it, no, it was a use case of the whole town. Everybody in town would throw their garbage down in this hole, and um, that was just that's why it's such an interesting. That's the thing. It's all for it. There isn't even a picture of the hole. Now, if you're like, what do you keep in mind? This story took place in the 90s. Now, that doesn't mean they don't want other people to find it. No, that's not what happened. The U.S. government took over the land. And if you're like, okay, so what's the story of the U.S. government? Basically, yeah, it's a weird way. So, Mel calls the largest overnight talk radio station in the Western Hemisphere, so it's supposed to be. He tells this story about this hole, this like never-ending hole. It doesn't have a bottom. Everybody throws their garbage in it. It has some weird paranormal shit. Anyway, the government comes out to his house one day and says that there's a plane crash on his land, even though there was no sign of a plane crash. And they said that they were taking over his real estate, and they were going to lease it from him. And so they ended up leasing it from him for $200,000 a month. So that's what $200,000 a month is something like $2.4 million a year. And so he took that money and moved to Australia, all places, and started making. we'll lease it for $200,000. So they end up leasing it for $200,000 a month, and then he moves to Australia and starts wombat rescue. I know it sounds so fucking strange. He spends so much money on these wombats that he goes broke, spending $200,000 a month on these wombats. So then he moves back to the United States, and it's this weird story where he gets beat up pretty badly in San Francisco, and he ends up like, no, it was nothing like that. It was I forget exactly why. I usually fall asleep in these stories, but basically he then takes it back to his land in Washington State, and the government basically said that's not your land anymore. And so, what evidence of this is that this is real? And then, like, Mel disappears. Like, no one ever hears from him. So, this story is really interesting because it takes place over the course of a few years. So, you can call it like another thing about it. Before Google Maps, they had like satellite map imagery, and Microsoft had one, but it wasn't like Google Maps. It wasn't nearly as good. It would just take like pictures of satellite images and kind of put them together. And so in the area where Mel owned this land, the government had left out that part of the land. So there was something weird going on. It's not, and Mel couldn't have control, meaning he's just like a little old man from like upstate Washington who's like a farmer kind of a guy. Or he wasn't a farmer. He was a deep sea fisherman. That's how he had access to such amount of line. So he lived near like Washington State. He'd go deep sea fishing in the Pacific Northwest. And so he had a lot of familiarity with line and like deep sea line and like really heavy fishing things. And that well, the host of the show inquires of the audience, and they take a look at the imagery that is on from space. And this was like in the late 90s. You can see, I've seen pictures of what people see. It's just like a map that it would look like anything you would see on Google Earth, but with like big black squares sticking out, and you don't know what the fuck is. And they do this now with Google Earth imagery, but they just blur it and make it look like the surrounding terrain. But back then, they did not have that kind of technology. They did, but it would take too long, so they just straight up cut it out. So that's why tells you exactly what. Exactly right. Exactly right. So just exactly. So exactly. So then at the end of this story, this I believe this native tribe, this Native American tribe, indigenous people tribe, contacted Mel to go visit their pool. Then they had a pool in like northern Nevada that is like connected to their people, and that it was like a never-ending hole. Anyway, there's like the hollow earth theory and all of that. This does not go into that. This does not go into flat earth. This is just like an old man story in the 1990s that is just like an urban legend in America. And I mean, I got my finger on the pulse of everything paranormal on this earth. And I know basically like most things, what was a hoax and what was not, but this one I do not know. And like I don't know if there are homes that exist that go into the earth for miles. And it was not that. It was truthfully what it sounded like is that it was somehow a portal for aliens to get to the center, like a almost like a sewer hole that just like a manhole cover that they would just fly into. Now, if you think though that like hey, these guys have the power to travel interdimensionally, don't you think they could turn on some kind of like switch and make their chip like invisible or like impenetrable to the ground around them. Yeah, all that stuff could be true. I don't know, but I do know that like some weird shit happened with this bull, and that perhaps there could be some truth to this. There are only a couple of questions that I have still in my life. Like I know that it's a real. Is there a God? God is only true. That what happens when you die? That's a complicated one, but generally not. As I understand, most people who have had near-death experiences, if you do right before you end up becoming brain dead, there is a memory somehow that you go through every moment of your life like a movie, exactly, and it's very quick. And then I've also heard like you don't want to go towards the light. If you go towards the light, you die. So you want to actually stay in the light. And then go to the light. That's not what I mean. As I understand, the person like you die. If you stay away, you move away. And then there's something called Rothschild, which was a story in West Virginia, and there was a bridge collapse. Basically, there was a food creature that was seen in an area of our country, and it was like flying. It was like someone flying around in a in like a suit that had wings, and they could fly around without making friends. And they had like bright red eyes, and it turned out that it's quite pleasant when they were doing a lot of essentially. Just keep in mind when you say infinity, all kinds of crazy scenarios then occur. And you have to understand, like when you say infinity, you mean absolutely everything that could happen must happen. And that opens it up to a lot of different. That's why I don't say infinity. Generally, I say the end of the universe, which is a set time. It's approximately 50 years, 50 billion years. I did think what you had to say in that finish was good. I was just frustrated that I wasn't able to. And that was just my own stubbornness. And I also didn't want to just come and be a huge shitter and just be like, what the fuck is this? You guys were already talking like pretty high level stuff. I would consider it quite goofy, to be honest with you. I don't know if guys are got that. And proto PFP. I like how it's like you show your allegiance to. Yeah, I went back to the proto PFP. I hope everybody noticed that. And then you plugged your coin. That was pretty brilliant too. I heard you. I know it was cool. And you guys were okay. You said it.
So,
A riser and members of this cult. Yeah.
you should
Can we call ourselves kangaroony loonies? Excellent. I love it. I'm in. What do we call ourselves in Harry Potter? Don't we call ourselves Frodos? But that doesn't really make sense to me. We're not Frodos. That's a different thing. Where Harry Potter are about hate posers, I guess. That's not nearly as cool as kangaroony loonies. That's a good name.
Okay, that's true.
So let's be careful. Let's be careful with the terms that we're using. The solar system really only encompasses our sun and 8 planets. So you're really talking to the universe. I get it. I do it all the time. You're really talking to the universe. Exactly. Okay, so you're asking, well, to my knowledge, the universe is expanding. It's going to continue expanding until a certain point when then it begins contracting and then will end up in the big crunch. It started with the Big Bang, then there's the Big Crunch. There are a bunch of different names, but the Big Crunch is still pretty low now. Okay, so you have asked a question as well about the universe expansion. And it is expanding. It's expanding, as I understand it, the speed of light very, very fast. It can't go any faster than that. And the physical mass is only between like 5 and 10% of actually everything that encompasses the universe. Most of the universe consists of dark matter and dark energy and not visible matter. Okay, so with that being said, 90% of everything that is in the universe is not visible, and that is expanding as well. So let's just, like, in 1 second, I think you have a question with this. If the universe is expanding, into what is it expanding? Because it's everything. So what's it expanding into? Does that make sense? Is that a question you have? Okay, so let's if the universe is constantly expanding, into what is it expanding? Because doesn't the universe consist of everything? Please explain this to me like I'm 5 and be both. Okay, so it says, here's a simple explanation. The universe, it's everything you see, like stars, planets, and galaxies, expanding. Imagine blowing up a balloon, it gets bigger, the dots representing galaxies, move away Does not pop. It never pops. It never pops. Then what it does is like when you blow up a balloon and you let out all the air and it cracks. That's what it does. But with the multiverse theory, not only could that be true, but it must be true.
Obviously, I don't. This character there, it's like
That's all that could be. And then they could be in the investigation until you get to one fucking alpha subcondition that is not necessary, but they just blow up all the Let's ask this one. Answering in the same way, explain to me, like, five, what happened before the Big Bang and what happened after the Big Bang. What is this? Explain it as best as possible. And if you don't know, then just say, I don't know. This is what we think. So before the Big Bang, nothing. We think there was nothing about space, time, and matter. Some scientists believe that everything was created to a super tiny point that had hardly nothing. Then, about 13.8 billion years ago, it suddenly exploded in what we call the Big Bang Theory. What's a big crunch? If the universe keeps expanding and stop and let certain shrink back to small, it could collapse back into a small quantum that counts to the Big Bang. What comes next? We're not sure. Some think it could lead to another Big Bang, or it might just be another period of time. So we don't really know for sure what was before the Big Bang or the Big Crunch, but that's what some scientists. That's what I think. Yeah. Oh, definitely.
Again,
But in answer to your question, other Big Bang. Yeah. But it produces a certain way. And people like the Big Bang Theory as something that taught the Western years. Many people say that when I was when I was a kid, about 50% of people, I would say, got on board with the Big Bang Theory. 50% were this, it's a kind of clouded in religiosity and thinking they just want to wake up. Now it's like 90%. Like 90% of the people in there believe that it's a big evolution, kind of Big Bang, like the same thing. But there is still a group of people who do not. And then there's a group of people that analogize it. So, for instance, I'm going to say that the globe is 5,785 years old, but the first 7 days of that could have been creation, and each day could be analogous to a billion or 2 billion, or however people want to make it work in their own heads. That's absolutely. I mean, think about. I'm sure you guys have seen these things. Ant farms. Okay. So imagine you gave your child an ant farm under. That's essentially the balloon. The entire world that's self-contained, and all those ants in there are thinking to themselves, "What is it that we're doing here?" When really they were a gift at a birthday party. And in the same way that kid at a birthday party could himself be in that balloon that you described as a gift at an alien birthday. And then that alien civilization could yet be another species. That's exactly right. And that's why the band Alien Ant Farm chose their name. You've never heard of the song? You've never heard of the band Ant Farm? They sing one of the best covers of Michael Jackson's Smooth Criminal from like 2005. If you heard it, I bet you know it. No, 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 no. They're like kind of like um,
Hey, Rabbi,
yo,
with mine, I know what it's like, right?
yes sir.
Okay. And they're drinking to the point, right, where we just slow it down our perception of time. Because I imagine if you had years in the example, you could have changed the state of time of like, I imagine that we would have traveled there. And I don't think you travel around years, but we don't know something. Something that feels like 100,000 years. You know, like you might live in like a medieval world after that. You know, if you know, another universe that's like to the samurai world. Is that possible?
Yeah,
Is that because
yeah. There's some kind of way to be able to time travel to the easiest way to time travel. The easiest way to time travel is to travel at a very fast speed. Now, I'm not a physicist, and I wouldn't trust somebody who just like, yeah, I know all of this. Unless they were truthfully one of the pillars in their field. So let's ask ChatGPT this question. I've heard the theory that if you travel at very high speeds, as an example, in an interstellar scenario, basically traveling near the speed of light can allow people to essentially stop aging. So that if you travel away from Earth at a very high speed, when you came back to Earth, the people on Earth would have aged, but you would not if you were traveling at a very high speed. Could you please clarify this and explain to me like a five piece bullet points? So it says traveling fast in a spaceship. Imagine you have a super fast spaceship that can go near the speed of light. Time slows down. When you go really fast, time for you inside the spaceship moves slower than time for people on Earth. I don't really understand that. But going away, if you travel away from Earth in your spaceship for a long time, you don't age much. Coming back, when you return to Earth, a lot of time has passed for everyone else. They've aged more than you have. Example, your friend, if you leave for a trip from your spaceship for what feels like just a few years for you, maybe 50 years to pass to go down. You stay young. So when you come back, you look and feel young, but your friends are older. So yes, if you travel really fast, you could come back and find that you age less than anyone else. But that doesn't make sense. So can you please explain how I would have aged less if I'm gone for 5 years? Whether I'm traveling at a really fast pace or not, isn't it that I'm going to age 5 years older, just like the people on Earth? That part doesn't make sense. Please explain. Sure, let's break it down. How time works when you travel fast. Due time versus first time. When you travel at speed close to the speed of light, time for you moves slower compared to people on Earth. Do you know what it's called?
I don't know. What's it called?
Jedi.
Jedi?
Jedi. Yeah.
Star Wars?
If you look at published reports, every year Jedi grows faster than just about any other religion. Every year. I know it's funny, but basically what I'm telling you is in 100 and 200 years, people will not give a flying fuck about the Bible, but they will care very, very deeply about the Star Wars compilation and Star Trek. That would become religious.
I think a long time ago, but I can't see that like it was a long time ago.
Right, right. And so, keep in mind the reason why the Bible is at all, was it all, had any type of authority is because the previous generation gave it authority, and the previous generation before that, and the previous generation before that. So there was all of this. Well, we have to do it because the people before us did it. But now we're at an age where communication is so much easier that, yeah, people can get into the Bible, but it just doesn't have enough content for them. But and to keep them nourished. 1,000 years ago, the Bible might be able to keep you more entertained, but in today's day, it absolutely does not. But you know what does? Star Wars movies, Star Wars characters, Star Wars merchandise. And so when I tell you that that is a religion and it's a serious one, and don't make fun of it because it will be seen as very serious in the future, it's essentially what you're describing. It's an online internet. It was an internet meme, like, hey, we'll be Jedi. And then all of a sudden it's
I'm also a fan of Star Wars. Willingness to learn, especially if they have just types. Star Wars pretty valuable in tradition Star Wars. It has just types. One of the most valuable process in the world, if not more, but culture records for everyone. So,
here. That's true. The nostalgia be huge. And one other thing, Zoot, exactly what you're saying, but it goes to Klaus Schwab. You will own nothing, and you will be happy when you have VHS. Have it, and you. It's basically one of the last things you can own. You know what I'm saying?
also,
Exactly. Yes. Any kind of art, absolutely. 64, NES, Super NES, Atari, all of that stuff. Anything that you can own, because the goal is in the future to make everybody stream everything. You won't own it. If you can't pay your monthly bill, you're done. So that's why it's so important that this stuff remains archived, because you'll be able to play as much as you want if you own it. Very good. I just got a message from street representative Corey, O-U-R-I. I don't know what he wants, but I can tell. I'm doing I'll do a podcast tonight, 10 p.m. California time. I don't know too much more about the podcast, but the way that I got invited to it, I just went in my Telegram and just went down everybody I've ever sent a message to. So I sent you a message. Elle, I knew you would probably reprise her. I knew you probably would have seen it. I know you did. She was here with me, but nevertheless, I just sent it to you. Frankly, I didn't remember that was your account. If it was somebody else's account, because I have had some different people with that. Anyway, and then I just basically forced every single person in the entire office on a 10 email who chats in there to watch it. And because I do shout out the coin so much, they don't consider it spam. Like, I'm helping the coin. So I've gotten more people to watch it. In 24 hours or so, I got like 150 people to watch it. Which obviously isn't great numbers, but it's good for me.
Actually, what a shout out.
But, and I thought that was a smart idea because people can clip those and then send it to their friends or whatever. And it seems like it was a good idea because, like, Ori, one of the guys was shouting out, and he contacted me. So had I not shouted him out, I think he would contact me.
That could be it.
You heard him when
You will have the next year.
I hope so. I'm going to make, if that's true, I'm going to make it very good for you. I'm going to make it very good for life. They make it very good for Yoshi. I'm going to make it very good for them. They're going to have their own dog mansions. It's going to be amazing. They're going to have their own yacht parties on their dog yacht parties. I hope so. I keep telling myself that. I said that last year and I said it the year before, but I'm really growing in momentum. So that's good. And I mean, you just heard the way that guy came into the interview. He's like, well, a lot of people like you, which is not true. I mean, something, but he's like, well, at least they know about you. Like, that's the thing. I was thinking about this. If this ends up working out, my strategy of sacrificing one platform to be able to spam it so that everybody knows about me on that platform will be seen as one of the smartest social media strategies in marketing. Like, that would be the thing. That would be the thing that separates me from any other streamer because it's like the first time in global history where the person doesn't have to, even though they're not famous yet, they're famous enough that everybody knows them. It's a weird statement. Bryce, you can say something? I know. Well, I know he did a challenge to anybody who wrote out Hurricane, whatever his most recent one was. The one that started the family. Milton, what is it? That one. He would pay streamers $10,000 if they wrote it out, and they did. And he paid them today, like yesterday. Well, you can get sued for anything. You can get sued. It's a if you bribe someone with money and just pay all the money for a lawsuit to be able to take them to court and look if you lose, then cash, over a $10,000 cash prize. Like it's not even like worth it. So good idea. Maybe like, hey, if you write it out in the script, I'll give you $10,000 or whatever. Obliged. And I mean, he could very easily say that you're doing this at your own risk, and so that even makes his case even stronger. But he's not forcing anybody to do it. He said, if you do it, I'll pay you. I'm not forcing anybody to do it. I'm not bribing anybody to do it. It's in your best interest to leave. Get out of here.
Right after hurricane down Turkey and
You know anything about these guys? They get negative attention week one and positive attention. And negative attention. Positive. That's just how it goes. I will. Yeah, well, I was just going to say that at least when it seems, I don't know, when Aiden Mouse makes these little promises that, okay, so at least in this one case, I do not be paid. But I've heard of them not paying in other situations. But yeah, he's doing what he can to bring attention and that. Let's look at what the points at right now. We should be really fucking close to an all-time high. We're at 32 cents.
I think wait till next week. I don't think he's going to do anything too crazy. I'm going to make a note next week. Justin Bieber will come out with a new album that will be really well received emotionally and critically. That's what I'll say.
I can see that. I like
That would be it would be one of the most iconic albums in the world. And I'll tell you what, everyone wants to know what Justin Bieber has to say after the Q Diddy stuff. It's going to be a very interesting album that's going to be very revolutionary. It's going to mark a permanent time.
Alrighty, boys. Most of the time.
Yes, that's it.
Yeah, I gotta do it. We're gonna go buy it. We're hitting all-time highs. We're gonna cut it off.
Yeah. December's going to be good for everyone. That's what I'm saying.
What is it called? You watched once? You watched once of Rothschild? I probably could just do this with any big celebrity, but I'll be a rainmaker for any coin ever. Like, I'll be the guy to go to you. Like, hey, you want to promote this coin? Hey, the rabbi's on board. But if we can make Harry Potter, Obama Sonic Pig really successful, we literally can make it. Well, there's no one who's going to stay. There's no one who's There's no one who's going to stay. There's no one who's going to stay loyal to a single main. It's stupid. Why wouldn't you diversify? It's almost like you're a music producer and you're a hit maker. Like one band comes in, you can make them a star because you made it big with your first fucking. If your first band is the Beatles, then basically any band that comes up to you after that, you're going to be able to have success with because you have the reputation that, hey, this is the guy who actually was there with the start of the Beatles. In the same way, Harry Potter Obama Sonic Penny could be worth $1 million a coin, and eventually somebody's going to be like, hey, I want you to do the same thing with my coin that you did with Harry Potter Obama Sonic Penny. Okay, well, all I have to do is fucking stream it, and it can do the same thing. If you stream it for long enough, it'll bring enough attention to it.
Yeah. That real high.
Things in the future will be everywhere in the world. No, trust me. You don't think that I'm in the street out in the sunshine and be able to drive fast cars? All I do all day is look at little punk kids, 19-year-old kids, driving Lamborghinis and McLarens and fucking them up. Just say to myself, it's going to be you, just a little older. Just wait a little bit of time. But yeah, it's fucking. Um, and you can end this when you just see turn around money like crazy, and you know that somebody knew what you were doing, do that to you. And so I just tell myself I just be patient, and once it goes viral, then I can go to a Lamborghini dealership and say I want every color. I can do that. So, but yeah, that's how I put it. What do you say to it? But they sit on monkey and check people that they. That's as big a flex as you have. Come on. We informed yesterday. He doesn't disclose that to people, but just you, the special person he got on monkey. Come on. If he disclosed it to you, he's disclosing it to at least 2 and 5 people he meets on monkey. 40% of people he's meeting on monkey show no shit. Okay. All right, I know. Can I tell you my last bit of Vegas? This is so funny. Okay, so some of these. This is new. This is the capital of Newfoundland. What's the capital of Newfoundland? That's another territory. Or isn't it a province? Yeah. Anyway, St. John. Okay. Shout out to that place. All right. So a lot of times in these discords, if you want to join the discord, that's fine. But if you want to stream in the discord, you have to either pay money, which I can't do, or you have to do a bunch of interaction. You have to talk a lot, or you have to like be in the VC. It depends what they want it to be. So if they want me to be in a VC, that's fine. I'll go in a VC and I'll just put a device in there, and it'll gain experience. And if it's in there for some of these, they have it in there for like 10 days straight, 24/7 for 10 days straight. So one of those, and I just keep my device open for 10 days. But some of them want you to chat. Now, I don't have the time or the, I guess I do have the time, but I don't have the patience to chat with all these fucking people like as much as you're supposed to chat. I'm telling you, Riser, I did it in ISO speed the other day, and it was 8 hours straight of me chatting and spamming gifts, and I was like, this is too much work. So I then developed a couple of robots on the phone that would spam emojis. Because when you type an emoji, it doesn't really convey that much information, so you could do it in a repetitive fashion and kind of get away with it. So at first I would just spam you with that. Essentially, I think we got 2 out of 3. I did the smiley face. I did a heart instead of the prayer emoji that I did, which I think is funny. Like people think it's the prayer emoji, but if you really look at it with a different set of eyes, it's people high fiving. So it's really funny when you see people who die on Facebook and it's like thoughts and prayers, and it's all these fucking like prayer hands, but it really could be a bunch of people high fiving. Hey. Yeah, no, they would. They would, but what if it was just like you see it looks like people from I know. It doesn't work. But could that happen? Did you high five someone? Yeah, you can high five people with the same hand as theirs. Anyway, so it's just another thing, right? So if you ever see that, anyway, yeah, you're gonna have to move closer to St. John's for me to do shit anymore. But what I can tell you is that when you have to do a lot of interaction on Discord, this is such a high IQ move. Okay, so if I spam emojis, they just right away will mute you and they'll be like, look, you're spamming, you can't do this. And like literally, if you type to the people, you get sick of talking to them. Like it's like total strangers. Like, hi, how is everyone's day? Yeah, I can't talk to you for 4 fucking days like this, and that's how much experience I need of like constant 24/7 talking. So I can't know what the fuck it's hardest thing ever when it comes to this. All right. So keep in mind, if you just spam emojis, they get mad. And it's too much work to just do it manually. So what did I do? And let me say this too. What if you don't spam emojis? What if you just put one emoji every 10 minutes? That's what I was doing. And still people are so bored that they'll see that you spammed it and they'll be like, you spam this every 10 minutes. Okay, so what did I do? What is my hierarchy? This is so fun. Instead of just spamming emojis, which I do, I spam like a smiley face and a heart, sometimes 100%, usually like just smiley face and a heart. But other stuff, okay, if I spam that and I follow it with an intermittent sending positive vibes to everyone, nobody gets in my way. Why? Because then you're the asshole who's like, dude, you want me to stop sending positive vibes to everybody? Like if somebody just posted in a chat every 10 minutes, sending positive vibes to everyone, that's a nice thing to do. Okay, it makes a positive thing, it's not necessarily negative. And no one has gotten in my way for saying it. In fact, people, I can't tell you, it's an overwhelming amount of people who interact with that and say, thank you so much, you made my day. Hey, can you please like think about me? I got this big event coming up. Like just because it says positive vibes. I'm telling you how many people I'll check my phone right now. And I can almost guarantee somebody has interacted with that in the middle of the night, sending positive vibes. And oh yeah, so here's this person. They said love you more. So I said sending positive vibes to everyone, and he said, "Love you, Lord." Like I was fucking talking to you. This is a fucking vibe, but and so what I can do is then Discord tells me that they chatted with me, and so I can just look at my notifications and be, oh, thank you so much. So they think I'm sitting there like typing it because they interact with me and I interact with them. But isn't that fucking smart? Sending positive vibes. It is like because nobody's gonna be like you don't send it because if you do, then you can ask. Isn't that smart? Yeah, yeah. That's a good idea. That's a good idea. Yeah. Just, that's really true. The thing is, you have to keep the messages simple because the bot isn't that complicated. It isn't that smart. I guess I could, but you saying that, like what you said is a good idea. I can come up with a bunch of things, but people will say you're just say they do. They do. They say you're just sending the same message. But if you say sending positive vibes, you're embracing the same message. Yeah, I'm saying the same message. I'm sending you positive vibes. Why are you negative against that? And then they look like an asshole. Basically, anything that allows me to get experience, I don't care what it's sending. But I was kind of between a rock and a hard place because I wasn't going to chat with the people because it is exhausting. And if you know how much you would have to chat, it's literally like 24/7 chatting with people. I mean, it's a long time. So I mean, it's a lot of work. So instead, I oh, dude, Discord has more features than any other platform on anything. When it comes to bots, like that kind of shit. Well, here's what they do. It's smart. They say if you want to stream, pay $3 a month. And you can stream as much as you want, or maybe it's just $3 one time payment. But even $3, I don't have to just be given away to Discord. So I have to, or they say, or you have to do a level 40 in our chat. And it's like, oh, okay. So when you start typing, they'd be like, you'll get to level 1 within like 5 minutes. You're like, oh, this is easy. But the thing is, it's like exponential. So level 2 is twice as hard as level 1. Level 3 is twice as hard as level 2. And level 4 is twice as hard as level 3. And level 5 is twice as hard as level 4. So when you get into like level 7, it's exhausting because it's so many. You have to, and then when you, some of these want you to get to level 40, and that's when it just takes all day, 24/7 of leaving the device on. And the reason why they do this is because they want donations, but also they don't want random ass people coming in and causing destruction. You're gonna get streaming privileges. You're gonna have to, and I see why. But oh my, I cannot tell you, like, it's just sending positive vibes is so fucking brilliant because I was caught before. I don't have the patience to just fucking sit here and type to all these people. And they're on to me. They see that I'm just spamming emojis. They're like, stop. They literally say, stop spamming emojis. But if I put in there sending positive vibes and then a heart emoji and a smiley face emoji, and that's something that kind of makes sense. And then it's a positive thing for the chat, and then the moderators don't get too mad. And here's the other thing: I have turned down these things from posting. Like they post once every 10 minutes because I don't want to make the moderators mad. If I post once every 5 minutes, oh well, sure, I'm going twice as fast, but that just means it's going to make the moderators twice as upset. That's great. And it's going to make them upset with me twice as quick. So once every 10 minutes, it's kind of just this random thing, sending positive vibes. I throw in a heart emoji. I throw in a smiley face emoji. That it's sending positive vibes. And that's all like within 30 minutes or so. And these were dude, the nuke was positive vibes. That's right, dog. That's right. Shout out to my nuke. All right. With that, my friend, I don't have any more tricks on this. That's all my secrets for you. But I hope you like that. Oh, one last thing. I know I talked to you about this, but I'm really proud of this. This guy, Ori, he's one of my favorite streamers. Why do I like him? He streams a lot. And I like people who stream a lot because I just get to know them. And he's very approachable. I say approachable, contactable. Like if you type in his chat, he'll talk right back to you. And so I got to know him, and he wasn't mean to me, even though I spam him all the time. So anyway, I sent him a friend request a long time ago, and even though when I would spam him, he would be like, "Oh, I love Rabbi, get a shout out," or whatever. He wouldn't accept my friend request. Just like I get it. Why a lot of people don't accept my requests. Their jobs basically are tied to Kick, and if they get to be seen as somebody who is friends with an enemy of Kick, they can get into trouble. That's right. That's right. I'm the captain now. Exactly. But he accepted my friend request, which is cool, and he messaged me. So I don't know what he wants to do, what he has to say or whatever, but that's cool. I mean, it's just the more and more people within my network, the better. I think I'm going to be. And it's exciting. I can tell you. That's a really good question. I don't know. That's a really good question. How does that? How does that work? He does. He does. That's an excellent question. How I even got into it. I think that I saw he wasn't streaming on Kicker. I'd never seen any of his streams, but I got to know his face because he has very big eyes. Have you ever noticed his eyes? They like pop out of his head almost, and so I think that's what made me like notice him. And then he was able to do like a forward flip, which kind of made me notice him as like a creator. But it wasn't like to this day. It's kind of surprising to me that I'm in his Discord because I'm not. I don't do YouTube. So I would say this is what happened. I was looking for people's Discord. Yeah, and at one point, a couple weeks ago, I think I just was going into like big streamers Discords. Whether it was like Mr. Beast has a Discord, but nobody chats in it, and it's like too corporate. And some of these guys have like too corporate Discords. But I chose Speeds. I saw that it had the ability to stream. So I would just go in there and leave my device on, but without the camera on because I hadn't earned enough points for the camera. Then what happened is I just forgot about it. Like, who cares about ISO speed? I don't even know who's going to fucking do this. So then I was streaming in here, and somebody came in here, and it was actually when Caspian C brought in a whole lot of people from one of his Discord friends. He brought in like 5 or 6 people at once. And at the same time, one of the people who saw me in Hydro Speed just randomly came to me. So I started asking people how to find out about me. And one of these guys was like, I saw you in Hydro Speed Discord. And I saw you in Eden Ross's Discord. And I'm like, what the hell's going on here? This guy's in a bunch of things. So I started getting here. And I was like, oh, okay. So once this person told me that they had seen me or like heard about me or saw me and I chose Discord, it told me that this was probably a good idea for me to work at whatever it took to get streaming privileges and then to be able to stream in there. So I've been streaming in there now for like a week. I'm the #1 streamer of all time in the history of Russian streamers. You don't get anything for it, but I think that's pretty cool. Like, I'm the #1 streamer in the history of Hayden Ross's Discord. I'm the #1 streamer in the history of Russian Street, and probably some others. I'm sure I'm pretty proud of the wrong side of it. But to answer your question, I don't exactly know. It's not complicated. I don't exactly know how it happened, but it did. And what's really interesting, they're the giddy. What's the word? There's a word. No, no. I'll let me finish it in 10 seconds. They're very finicky in there. They don't like me, but yet when I don't stream in there, they kind of come fit. They like that I stream in there because they say I keep the BC active. So with that, you have a wonderful night. Thank you for stopping in, and come back tomorrow night for the podcast. Okay? Take care, man. Peace. I really love your friendship. Take care, Riser. Shout out to Riser, everybody.
Sarah Schneer really recognized this lacuna, and by enlisting the support of some very important rabbis like the Ger Rabbi, the Chofetz Chaim, she was able to argue for the opening of these schools, which were incredibly popular, exploded throughout Eastern Europe, and had a major ripple effect on Jewish women's education as a whole. With education came a lot more power and significant changes, even in the area of women studying Talmud, as you can see in this image here. Again, beyond the scope of our discussion here, but women's history, specifically with regarding education, has changed dramatically in the last 150 years. It's also changed in terms of a fairly strong critique, which is pioneered by Jewish women, often in rebellion against the Jewish tradition. Perhaps the most significant is shown here, Betty Friedan, who wrote a devastating critique of the what could be called traditional Jewish feminism, although she was couching it within really, the general cultural milieu of 1950s America. She basically argued that the valorization of women and the relegation of women to the private sphere was something that undermined their authority and ultimately their power. And her thought really opened up a much broader movement, which affected women of all religious backgrounds and secular women as well, of course, and has transformed women in the last 6 decades since that book first appeared. Returning to Judaism, where we see perhaps the most significant impact of this on a denominational level, is the gradual acceptance of the idea of women acting as rabbis. Certainly in the liberal denominations, you have there's some debate over the first Reconstructionist woman serving as a congregational rabbi, but certainly in the Reform movement, it begins in 1972, the conservative movement in the 1980s, and in the first decade of the 21st century, there's a lot of heated debate ongoing as I'm recording this video over the role of even Orthodox women in the rabbinate. Again, beyond the scope of our topic today, but fascinating and tumultuous changes throughout the Jewish world, really tectonic level changes that as a result of greater access to education for Jewish women. So taking all these things together, at this point, even though this is a history course, and I've sort of stepped back to look at a thematic topic, this brings us to reflections on future history. There's no question that women have had a phenomenal impact on Jewish history since the beginning, but that tended to be an impact that was expressed through the collective voice of an often anonymous mass of individuals with certain key personalities standing out, people like Sarah or Devorah or Gloria and so on. And then in the modern era, of course, people like Sarah Schneer and so on. But as we see in the last, really, in my lifetime, Jewish women have been getting more and more authority, more and more power, and they are beginning to leverage a lot of those added strengths towards shaping Jewish future in a much more powerful way than they ever have in history. So we're living in very exciting times, and thank you very much for watching this brief thematic introduction to women in Jewish history. Take care. Okay, today's topic is really bizarre. It's one of the most unusual chapters in this long history of the Jewish people. It's the story of the massive 8th century conversion of entire kingdom, Khazaria, to Judaism. Wow. So why did they become Jewish? What happened to them? It's a really amazing story. If you look at this first slide here, you see the green area is roughly the range of Khazarian influence. It's a massive region in the area of what would be called, let's say, Ukraine, a good chunk of Russia, the Caucasus Mountain regions, Georgia, Azerbaijan, places like that. And this region was Jewish for about 500 years. Wow, how did that happen? And so that's what we're going to talk about today. Let's look at it in a little more detail. So first of all, perhaps you have come across the story of the Khazars through this book, the Sefer HaKuzari, written by the great Spanish Jewish poet Yehuda Halevi. This is a 12th century work that is quite a bit later than the actual conversion of the Khazars, which is dated to the year 740. But it essentially tells the story of why this King Bulan of Khazaria converted to Judaism. Now, what's really important to understand about this, though, is that Rabbi Yehuda Halevi was not trying to write a history book. This is a work of Jewish philosophy. If you want, it's a work of comparative religion. It's not intended to be an accurate historical account of the conversion. The story goes like this, as presented in the Kuzari, but basically, it's in brief, it really is what happened. This King Bulan, a pagan living in his capital of Itil, which is on the northern part of the Caspian Sea, he wonders about, what is religious verity, and he decides he's going to hear from all of the great monotheistic faiths. He feels like it's time for himself and his people to move on from paganism, and clearly monotheism is a burgeoning trend, and therefore he says, okay, let's find out about, what's going on with the monotheistic faiths. He calls for a debate between the three great Western faiths, that is Christianity, Judaism, and Islam. And he has all of the figures discuss the historical elements of their faith, and ultimately, after he hears all of them, he decides that Judaism makes the most sense, and he converts himself, and his entire nation follows him into Judaism. That's the basic story as presented in the Kuzari. Now, why Rabbi Yehuda Halevi wrote it, and he could only write it really within the very special environment of Spain, which had large Muslim and Christian populations, was to give Jews an opportunity to defend their faith against the arguments of the other two great monotheistic faiths. And by couching it within a historical fact, the conversion of the Khazars to Judaism, he was able to present this rather challenging theological debate within a historical format, but really his main goal was to present the truth of Judaism vis-a-vis its competitors for people's allegiance. So we can't look at the Kuzari as a historical document. It is a work of phenomenal Jewish philosophy, but nevertheless, the basic story is really the core of what happened. But let's go into a little more detail. So here's a map of the entire region. That you can see that the the city of Ital, right there on the north of the Kaspisches Meer, which is the Caspian Sea. This happens to be a German document. And they really extend quite far. If you can see up towards the top left, you see Kiev, which, according to the great Ukrainianist Omelian Pritsak of Harvard, the late Ukrainianist, he believes that Kiev was actually a Jewish outpost of the Khazars, which is fascinating to think that, the central city of the entire Eastern European civilizations of Ukraine, Belarus, and Russia, what's called the mother of all Russian cities, so to speak, was actually a Jewish trading post to begin with. But nevertheless, you see it goes all the way from Ukraine, right across much of the Don region of Russia, and well into Central Asia. So what exactly happened? We know a little bit more from a 10th century document that was written also in Spain, or it comes to us from Spain. This is a beautiful view of the Alhambra, a very important Spanish palace that many believe was actually constructed by Jewish figures at the time. We'll talk more about that in a later class. The great Jewish diplomat Chastai ibn Shabrut, conducted sort of a survey of major Jewish communities throughout the world, and he sent a request out to Khazaria, and he received 2 responses from a King Joseph, who in fact told the whole story of how Khazaria became Jewish in the year 740, and in fact, this is really the basis for Yehuda Levi's story. There are a lot of additional details there, but the kernel of the story is, this King Bulat had this 3-way dialogue with Jews, Muslims, and Christians, and in fact ultimately decided to become Jewish. So we have multiple sources that point to the same story of the original conversion of the Khazars. But really, one more really important fact. Here's we have some evidence from the Cairo Geniza, which is quite fascinating. The Cairo Geniza is a topic that I wish we could have a lot more time to talk about, but basically this is one of the most important sources for Jews in the medieval period in the Muslim world, and in fact it's a really important source for Muslim history as well. According to traditional Jewish law, any document that has one of the 7 names of God that have special holiness may not be destroyed. You can't just throw away, for example, a Torah scroll, or a prayer book, or anything like that cannot be thrown away. And so the halacha is then and now that these things are stored in a special storage area called a geniza, which is basically a storeroom or a treasure house, someplace where you put things that are important. And then from time to time, they're taken out and they are buried in a Jewish cemetery. It happened that in the town of Fostat, not far from Cairo, there was this ancient or this very old synagogue built in the 9th century that they had this custom there that anything written in Hebrew, regardless of whether or not it had sanctity, was stored in the attic, which is shown here in this kind of artistic representation of it in the Ben Ezra synagogue there, where they stuffed away all these documents, not only holy documents, including autographs of Maimonides himself and all kinds of other really famous works, but they included marriage contracts, ketubot, business contracts, doodles, shopping lists, like, honey, would you please pick up some baba ganoush on the way home from the shuk? All these kinds of documents were stored in the Cairo Geniza. And then at some point, probably in the 12th or 13th century, it was sealed up, and it remained sealed until the 19th century when it was opened up, and people found about 250,000 documents related to about 500 years of Mediterranean history. This compares, by the way, with about 100,000 documents for all of Arabic history. So it's a phenomenal treasure trove of information. Now, we're going to go and talk specifically about what does the Cairo Geniza say about the Khazars, because, of course, it overlaps with that period. And one of the most fascinating documents is this one here, the Kievan letter, which, it has some pieces are missing. It's difficult to make out certain letters, but many scholars, including the previously mentioned Omelian Pritsak and Norman Gold, who wrote a book on this document, argue that it comes from Khazarian Jews from Kiev, probably in the 11th century. And essentially, it is a document that is called a teudah in modern Hebrew, or a certificate. The document says, the bearer of this document is a fine, upstanding man, and he needs your support. So please, give him, be generous with him. And essentially, we still have these documents today. If you live, for example, in any Jewish community, and you live in a single family dwelling on the street, you will get, charity collectors knocking on your door and presenting you with letters, something like this. Usually they're laminated and usually have signatures from the people of the community that say, this person deserves your support. He has 17 children. He has to marry them off. He does this. He supports the yeshiva. He does whatever it is. And so this is essentially, 1,000 years ago, they were doing exactly the same thing with these kinds of documents. What's interesting when you analyze this particular document, though, is you look in the bottom left there, you see something written in Turkic runes, not written in Hebrew, but written in Turkic, which was the language of the Khazars, and it is translated as the phrase, "I have read it." Now, Golb and Pritzak argued that what this means is that this document was obviously written by a professional scribe who knew Hebrew and who put together the document, and then the officials of Kiev would sign it, indicating, yes, they approve, the contents are true, including officials who could not even sign their name in Hebrew. When it says, "I have read it," it means probably someone read it and translated it to him in Turkic, which indicates a low level of Jewish literacy. If the heads of the community cannot even manage a basic Hebrew letter, what was the content of their Judaism? And so that opens up all kinds of questions about the Khazars' conversion, which we'll turn to right now. So what were the prime reasons for it? Probably the most basic reason for the Khazar conversion was the fact that they had geopolitical questions to deal with. We saw this map earlier when we looked at the spread of Islam. I've added this kind of yellow region that says Khazar influence. But when you look at this, you see, okay, Islam is rushing up into the Khazarian region from the south. Islam is an up-and-coming faith. It's expanding with tremendous rapidity. And the Khazars, who are pagans, are saying, oh my gosh, we could easily be swallowed up in the in the Muslim expansiveness. At the same time, not really shown here in this map, but I kind of like the colors of it, Christianity is spreading from the west. Christianity has already taken over much of the northern bank of the Mediterranean Sea, and it is steadily making its way into what would later be Ukraine, Belarus, Poland, Russia, and so on. And so the argument is that King Hulan realized, wait a second, if we succumb to Muslim pressures, then we will lose our religious identity, and along with that, we will lose a considerable amount of our political independence. Furthermore, we'll be a borderland region, and we will end up being on the front lines with the spread of Christianity. Similarly, if we were to elect to become Christians, then ultimately we would fall within their geopolitical orbit, and then we would become a borderland to the Muslims, and we would potentially have a political and military dispute with them as well. But Hulan realized that, in fact, both the Christians and the Muslims regarded Jews as a sort of privileged, protected people, the Muslims through the Pact of Umar, the Christians through the doctrine of witness, and therefore he said, wait a second, what if we take a moderate approach and we become Jews? Then Muslims will have to, respect our political integrity, at least to some degree, Christians as well, and we can retain our identity within the context of the spread of these other two great monotheistic faiths. That seems to be what he decided, and in fact, the Khazars did maintain their independence as a Jewish nation for about 500 years as a result. Still, we have lots of other questions like wow, they became Jewish? I mean, what happened? Why did they become Jewish besides the geopolitical? How Jewish were they? How come we don't hear anything more about them? I mean, these are all really big questions. So let's look at those right now. So there's evidence from medieval travelers that, in fact, the level of their Jewish commitment was fairly thin. Travelers like Benjamin of Tudela, Ptachia of Regensburg, talk about the Khazars, and they don't seem to have a lot to say about them. It doesn't seem to really excite their attention that there is this huge Khazar kingdom. Not to mention the Gaonic responsa that has survived from Babylon, which is not so far from Khazaria. We don't have too much reference to the Khazars. They don't seem to be really on the radar of the rest of the Jewish world, so much so that we really only hear about them in the 10th century with Chasdai ibn Shaput. There's some significant question that maybe they didn't practice very basic rituals like circumcision, and that's like one of the most fundamental Jewish rituals. As Jews become assimilated, it's one of the very last rituals to go. Perhaps they were Karaites. Perhaps they practiced a form of Jewish expression that denied the validity of the oral Torah. That's also a possibility. It's kind of lost in the dark. And it's very difficult for us to determine this from the archaeological record. If you see, for example, this coin from early Khazaria, it looks like a Jewish symbol, but the fact is the Star of David wasn't a Jewish symbol for many, many hundreds of years later. So it's hard to really understand what kind of Judaism they practiced, but the bottom line is they probably were not practicing full rabbinic Judaism as other peoples were. Many scholars feel that perhaps the reality of the Khazar environment was such that only the top layer of society, the royalty, for example, converted to Judaism, and the rest of the population just maintained a nominal kind of attachment to Judaism. All these things are possible as we understand the degree of conversion of the Khazars. Now, what happened to them? So this is kind of an interesting topic that many scholars look at today. Perhaps the most significant argument that really stirs the pot over the Khazars is expressed in this book by the famous author Arthur Kessler, called The 13th Tribe, in which he argues, along with several other scholars, that the Khazars, when they disappeared, they essentially formed the ethnic basis for Eastern European Jewry, known as Ashkenazic Jewry. Most scholars dispute this theory, and in fact, they impute less than ideal motivation to those who advance this proposition. But just in brief, why would you argue that the Khazars became Ashkenazi Jewry? Well, because you've got this massive population, and where do they go? I mean, what happens to them? That's the central argument, really, is where do all these Khazars go? We know that they're there. They're there until the 13th century, and then all of a sudden they disappear. The problem is there's very little evidence to indicate that the Khazars had any impact on Eastern European Jewry culturally, so it's hard to see any Khazar influence on these people. And at the same time, there's lots of evidence to indicate that Rhineland Jewish civilization, which is the heartland of Ashkenazi Jewry, the word Ashkenazi is associated with the northern German region of Speyer, Worms, and Mainz. There you see lots of evidence, like, for example, linguistic evidence. Why is it that we have no appreciable impact of Turkish or Turkic language on the language of the Jews of Eastern Europe, who spoke overwhelmingly Yiddish as their mother tongue? Yiddish is basically medieval German, so they carried the language with them from medieval Germany into Eastern Europe and Poland and Russia, Ukraine, places like that. And there's a lot of Slavic influence, Russian language and Polish language, Ukrainian language, Belarusian, but very little Turkic. One of the great scholars of the Yiddish language, Max Weinreich, does argue that there may be a few key terms, like, for example, the very popular Yiddish term daven, which means to pray. That does not have a clear Hebraic root, nor Aramaic, nor German. It may be related to a Ukrainian term, a Slavic term, but it's also possible it comes from a Turkic root. So it's not saying that the influence of the Khazars is completely missing, but there's so little and such tangential evidence that people argue that it's simply not real. More likely, the preponderance of scholarly opinion is that the Khazars had such a thin attachment to Judaism to begin with that in the 13th century, they simply abandoned Judaism altogether and assimilated to various indigenous faiths, presumably Christianity eventually, and so on. Now, so what are the perhaps inappropriate scholarly motivations of people who want to argue for this? Some say that the reason why people produce this particular argument is because it undermines the Jewish claim to antiquity through the Middle East in particular. In other words, if Ashkenazic Jewry are really descended primarily from the Khazars, that means they are not ethnically related to the ancient Hebrews of Israel, Abraham, Isaac, Jacob, and so on. And this would mean that they have less legitimacy, as the argument goes, to the land of Israel, and so on. That's perhaps the political motivation for this kind of argument, which is incidentally very much favored by white supremacists and other groups. Not well supported by the scholarship, but nevertheless, one can see why they would want to argue this particular point. That being said, looking at the Jewish people as a whole, if you want to try and look at genetic background, it's clear that Jews are completely mixed in with whatever peoples they live with. If you look at the Jews of India, they look like the non-Jews of India. If you look at the Jews of Poland, they look like the non-Jews of Poland. The Jews of Ethiopia look like the non-Jews of Ethiopia, and so on. So it's really a specious argument. Judaism does not define itself by genetic origins. It is fundamentally a people who is defined by the Torah and faith. Nevertheless, let's go on past this. So what about the Khazar legacy? So besides the possible intrusion of the love for Chinese food that affects the Jewish people, let's put this picture here, it's very difficult to determine the specifics of how the Khazars made a larger impact on Judaism. However, it's very clear that they are well integrated into the medieval non-Jewish environment of the time. We have multiple data points that argue that, in fact, the Khazars existed. Many other peoples are aware of them. We have them in Arabic historians, for example. But perhaps the most interesting legacy of the Khazars is in Russian culture. The very important early document that describes the birth of Russia as a culture is called the Povest Vremenia Khiat, or the Chronicle of Bygone Years. And in the central story of the Povest is the transformation of pagan Russia into a Christian community. And amazingly, although this document is written many centuries after the Khazar conversion, it's almost identical to the Khazar story. The king Vladimir, in the year 988, holds a debate among four practitioners of various faiths. In this case, he's having Jews from Khazaria, explicitly mentioned Jews from Khazaria, discuss Judaism. A Muslim discusses Islam, and two forms of Christianity are represented, both Western Christianity, later called Roman Catholicism, and Eastern Christianity, the Orthodox Christian interpretation. They all debate, and Volodymyr actually comes very close to converting to Judaism. Can you imagine what would Russian history be like if, in fact, he adopted Judaism? But at the last minute, he says to the Jews of Khazaria, he says, "Okay, let's wrap it up. I want to become Jewish. Where do I sign up? But before we do, just tell me, where's your homeland?" And the Khazars say, "Oh, sadly, Israel was our homeland, but it was taken away from us because of our many sins." And Volodymyr says, "What? You guys live in exile? Forget it. I don't want that to happen to me." And so therefore, he turns away from Judaism. He also comes very close to Islam, but in a rather humorous moment, he sort of says to the Muslim, he says, "Okay, great. Islam, that's the way to go. Sign me up. Let's first drink a l'chaim." And the Muslim says, "Wait a second, you have to realize that in Islam, we don't drink alcohol." And he says, "What? Are you kidding? We Russians love our little cups, which means, shot glasses. There's no way we're becoming Islamic, and as a result, he turns away from Islam. Then the debate comes down to the Roman Christian, the Roman Catholic Christian, and Orthodox. He ultimately, of course, chooses the Orthodox, and in 988 there is a mass baptism in the Dnieper River, and ultimately Kiev and later its successor civilizations in Belarus, Ukraine, and Russia become Orthodox Christians. So that's perhaps the most interesting legacy of the Khazars in the non-Jewish world. Okay, a fascinating and unusual chapter in Jewish history, but it's time to move on. Thank you for listening. Hello, everyone. Welcome to another essential lecture in Jewish history. Today, we're going to focus on a very important aspect of Jewish intellectual history. We're going to look at the period known as the period of the Rishonim, or the first ones. It's an extremely important aspect of understanding how Jewish intellectual history develops and how really the massive corpus of rabbinic literature works by understanding what exactly was this period of the Rishonim. So let's go straight to the present. Here we go. Here's a basic fundamental idea that is deeply ingrained in the Jewish psyche and is very much a relevant aspect of contemporary Jewish hermeneutics, particularly within the traditional Orthodox way of looking at the universe. Specifically, there is this idea known as the Yeridas Hadoros, or decline of the generations. There is this concept that from the moment that God gave the Torah to the Jews on Mount Sinai, it's been all downhill. As my father used to say all the time, Henry, it just gets worse. So the idea is that on Sinai, the Jews reached a spiritual peak and their sensitivity to the divine message was at its highest. And as the Talmud says, the Midrash actually, at Sinai, even the lowest household servants saw things that even the great prophet Ezekiel did not see. But ever since then, we have been slowly losing that ability to be sensitive to the divine message. We have been losing our level of spiritual ability to understand the meaning of these classical texts and so on, and we have been struggling to try and tread water all the way along. That does not mean that our intellectual skills have diminished, and in fact, this is not time to go off on a great digression here, but when it comes to halakhic decisions, that is, decisions referring to Jewish law, one must follow contemporary opinions, even though the earlier opinions, have this weight of being from earlier generation. That said, it's not exactly a steady slope downward. It's kind of like stepped plateaus. And the Jewish religious and intellectual tradition generally recognizes several key periods of Jewish spiritual decline, and they correspond to, let's say, the following four periods that I've outlined on this slide. There is a period known as the period of the Amoraim, or the speakers. This refers to the era in which the Talmud was written, roughly the 3rd through the 6th centuries, give or take 100 years. Following the period of the Amoraim are the Geonim, which is a difficult term to translate. It's based on the word pride, so I've given the definition here of prides, but really it means like glorious ones or great ones, that kind of thing. You may have heard the term the Gaon of Vilna or the Vilna Gaon. That's the correct usage of the term. It's a title for Rabbi Eliyahu of Vilnius, but that term is used anachronistically. Meaning he was so great, he was like one of the Gaonim, even though he lived, over a century later, or almost a century later. No, actually, over a century. Then we have the period that we'll talk about today. That is of the Rishonim, the first ones. The word Rishon in Hebrew means first, and that spans roughly 900 to 1500. Although there's some, kind of pedantic dispute over exactly when that period begins and when it ends. And then finally, the period of the Acharonim, the later ones, which goes up to roughly the year 1900. and it has not yet been determined what do we call contemporary 20th or 21st century thinkers, but that's kind of like the nature of Jewish history. The arc of Jewish history, as they say, is long, and these things will be decided over time. So let's focus in on point number 3, the period of the Rishonim. The names, if you've had any familiarity with the Jewish religious tradition, you'll certainly recognize them. There are perhaps a few dozen, maybe 100 at most, authors who correspond to this title of Rishonim. But to choose 3 of the most famous, there are, of course, Rashi, Rabbi Shlomo Yitzhaki, who lived in the 11th century. Here is an extremely accurate picture of Rashi. I'm just kidding. We have no idea if this is accurate, but it's a representation that's often used in an iconic form. And I'll speak in the next slide a little bit about what was the kind of work that Rashi did. Secondly, the incomparable Maimonides, known by the acronym of his name, Rabbi Moshe ben Maimon. He lived in the following century, the 12th century. Here is another equally accurate rendition. I really like this one, especially kind of like the view at the background. We have no idea if the Rambam looked like this, but nevertheless, this is sort of like the iconic image that you'll see all over Israel and things like that. And finally, not a single individual, rather a school of Rishonim known as Tosafot, which means literally additions, and that's referring to their contribution as additional to the work of Rashi. So if we look, for example, here at a page of Talmud, this is a great page which is taken off the web, it's colorized here. Let's walk through it very quickly and we'll see where they fit in. So the sort of coral color number 1 in the center is the Mishnah. This is the first page of Tractate Brachot, and we spoke about the Mishnah in an earlier essential lecture. Then directly below it in the center of the page, number 2 in yellow, that is the Gemara or Talmud per se. That is the commentary on the Mishnah. And then the blue on the right, number 3, that is the commentary of Rashi. And if you look closely, you'll see that in this particular printing, this looks like a Talmud edition, some passages are bolded and some are not bolded. They are written in the characteristic italic font that has been associated with Rashi ever since. It's known as Rashi script, although it was just a common font used, typescript and hand script written in the medieval period. Anyways, sorry for that digression. You'll see that the some passages are bolded and others are not in bold, regular font. This gives you an indication as to what Rashi is doing. The bolded passages are quotations from number 1 and number 2 from the Mishnah and Talmud, and then his comment follows in regular font. So Rashi is kind of providing this incredible service, walking the reader through the text, phrase by phrase, with pithy little comments that in a very, very economical use of words express what the text is meaning. So Rashi is an incredible aid to understanding the Talmud. He also wrote an incredible commentary on the Chumash, or the first 5 books of the Torah, as well as the entire Tanakh, actually, that really helps a reader walk through the difficult language on a very, very basic level. And Rashi is, of course, essential to the curriculum in modern Jewish schools. Then number 4 on the outside, that's actually, they blocked out a lot of different things here, but the actual column that the number 4 appears in, which you can see is sort of like C-shaped, and it wraps around the top and the bottom a little bit, that's actually Tosafot. These are additions to Rashi. Now, if you look carefully, you'll see that the amount of bolded text is much less than in Rashi, because Tosafot is performing an entirely different function. Tosafot is analyzing the Talmud itself, raising objections, comparing passages elsewhere in the Talmud to the spot on this page and so on, and really taking an entirely different approach to Talmud than Rashi, the predecessor. Tosafot represents, several dozen scholars that lived through roughly the 12th through the 14th centuries, and their ideas are kind of codified in the page here. Now, the other materials around the outside are various other commentators that go all the way from the 10th century up to, it looks like about the 18th century is represented here, and they perform various functions You'll see my lecture on the Talmud if you're curious about this in greater detail. Right, let's go on. So those are three very basic famous Rishonim. There are dozens more. Now, what exactly did the Rishonim do? What is characteristic of this period in Jewish intellectual history? Well, the first thing I've already alluded to in the previous slide, some of the Rishonim were incredible explainers. They took texts, often ancient texts like the Torah and the Mishnah, and they basically rendered them in more readily understandable Hebrew. Many of those texts are written not in Hebrew. They're written in Aramaic, for example. The Talmud is written in Aramaic. So there was a lot of confusion about the language itself. But more significantly, unpacking the arcane and coded nature of many of these texts, synthesizing the oral and the written tradition. That's especially something that Rashi did tremendously. And generally making the text, which at this point may have been over 1,000 years old, accessible to medieval readers. Nowadays, of course, the decline of generation is certainly true. Many of us require an English translation to access the Rishonim, who are helping us access the original text. But that's essentially what they're doing. If you want a contemporary example, Rashi was, so to speak, the art scroll of his day. That is a phenomenal compliment to art scroll, right? Rashi was the mediator that made a lot of those ancient texts accessible to medieval readers. Secondly, very importantly, the Rishonim engaged in codification. And this is a larger topic. Basically, Jewish law, or halakha, is spread out throughout a massive amount of literature. It's throughout this huge Talmud. There are passages that are derived from the Tanakh, and of course from the Torah itself, and the commentaries of the Gaonim. There are correspondence known as Teshuvot and so on. And a lot of this material, is just too much for most people to keep in their heads. So therefore, a lot of the Rishonim, most famously perhaps Maimonides, brought all this together and said, look, we're going to reorganize this, and we are going to sit out, give it chapter headings, give it subject headings, so that you can look up in these massive compendiums of Jewish law exactly the law that you want to determine. You don't have to go back through the entire Talmud, which at this point, remember, had not been indexed in any reasonable fashion. The Rishonim did a lot of that really basic legwork of codifying all of that material. Maimonides, as I mentioned, is probably one of the most important codifiers of the era. He wrote a book called the Mishneh Torah, 14 volumes of Jewish law. And you have other commentaries which culminate in this work, the Shulchan Aruch, or the Set Table. This is written at the very end of the period of Rishonim. Some would even consider the author, Rabbi Yosef Karo, an early Acharon. But basically, this is the authoritative code upon which all later codes have been built. So that's the second major activity of the Rishonim. First is basically they were explainers. Second major issue was they were codifiers of various commandments. And the final area that you find the commentators working on is they are analyzers. For example, one of the areas in which the Rishonim expressed themselves was in the area of Minyan HaMitzvot, the counting of the commandments. The Talmud has a passage that says there are 613 commandments, Taryag Mitzvot. That's a lot more than the Big Ten, right? The Judaism has a huge amount of commandments. And, like thou shalt feel guilty. I'm joking, I should say that. What am I saying? So they have all these commandments, but nowhere in the Talmud or in any other text were they ever actually listed. And so many of the commentators in the Rishonim period began to say, okay, well, let's get them all down. What are those 613 commandments? And so Maimonides and others compiled these lists. There were some disputes over this is not actually a commandment, this is actually a suggestion, things like that. But basically, one of the major activities is counting the mitzvah. And in particular, this book, here's a Hebrew English edition, published in the 20th century by Feldheim, the Sefer Achino, an amazing work that's written by a later Rishon, probably one Rabbi Aaron of Barcelona, who lived in the 15th century. This is a great book. if you want a general introduction to traditional Judaism. Basically, what he did was he anonymously wrote this book as a bar mitzvah present. I mean, oh my gosh. When I was growing up, bar mitzvah presents were fountain pens. My sons generally got things like iPods. But back then in the 15th century, this was Taka, an amazing birthday present. It's basically, it goes through every parsha of the Torah, the 5 books of Moses as they're divided over the weeks of the year. And in each of those parshiot, the author lists the commandments, adding up to 613, describes how they are performed, a little bit of historical background, and then really interestingly, he talks about why we have this commandment. This is an area of activity that most of the Rishonim shy away from, at least in print. They don't talk about, the commandments are there. God says do it, that's all there is to it. But the chinuch was very interested in giving over to his son, as a bar mitzvah present, some inkling as to why these commandments exist. And it's really fascinating reading, especially when you get to the arcane, strange commandments, like, for example, you shall not mix linen and wool together, things like that. Fascinating reading, and definitely very worthwhile. Another philosophical activity that's extremely important is that of Maimonides. Again, we're mentioning him over and over again because he is such a towering figure in medieval Jewish history. This is a picture, an illuminated manuscript of his Mora Nebuchim, his Guide for the Perplexed, in which the artist has depicted here Maimonides seated on the right, wearing tefillin, instructing his students in philosophy. And this is something that only a few of the Rishonim really engaged in, an area which is known in contemporary Hebrew as machshava, as thought, which basically expands on this idea of the why. Why did God create the world the way it's created? Why do we have these obligations? How does it all work, and so on? And the Mora Nebuchim, or the Guide to Perplexed, is one of these great philosophical works, for which, of course, Maimonides was heavily criticized by other Jews, and in fact, his book was even burned in the 13th century. Not a particularly high point in Jewish intellectual history. Now, that's basically a quick overview of the Rishonim. We understand them a little better, especially when we contrast them with the later period, the Acharonim. The Rishonim have a pride of place, again, going back to that concept of Yeridat Hadorot, the decline of the generations, because they come earlier than the Acharonim, and their activity, particularly in codification, explaining the text, and so on, give them a huge pride of place in the traditional yeshiva curriculum even today. Acharonim, picking up afterwards, generally spend a lot of energy trying to explain the Rishonim, synthesizing their work, and in some cases, adapting their ideas, which are expressed in theory, to novel situations that occur in the contemporary period. Changes in social norms, changes in economic realities, changes in technology in particular, are very much the activity of the Acharonim, trying to understand, for example, what does electricity mean when it comes to Shabbat? Can one use distance communication to fulfill a mitzvah like hearing the shofar? All kinds of interesting things like this. That's more the domain of the Acharonim, and particularly the later contemporary thinkers, 21st and 20th century as well. So that's a quick overview of who the Rishonim are and what they engage in, and it's an especially fascinating part of Jewish intellectual history. Thanks very much for watching. Okay, so today we're going to talk about a subject that's of extreme importance in understanding the survival of the Jewish people. Obviously, we like to think there are a lot of supernatural forces involved, and one supernatural force in particular. But if we analyze the survival of the Jewish people, we can see that despite its apparently miraculous longevity, the Jewish people did put in place a lot of really significant sociological, maybe even anthropological mechanisms that supported their survival throughout a very difficult diaspora filled with persecution and, on the other hand, threats of assimilation. And much of that success was due to the fact that they worked out a rather excellent communal structure known as the it's an organization that really helped the Jews survive. And in fact, it persists to the present day, not so much in the traditional sense of the term, but at the very least in the organization of synagogues. They adopt, by and large, the exact same structure of the Kehillah as was used in really the ancient period through the medieval up until the early modern period. So let's have a look at the Prezi and see exactly how that worked. Okay, so here we go. Here's our Prezi. And up. Okay. This, by the way, is a rather amazing image. This is of the Volpa Synagogue in Poland. I chose it just because I wanted to have some kind of communal facility that we could look at. You can see the really interesting Oriental-style pagoda-like architecture that was common for many of these wooden synagogues in Eastern Europe. Many of these synagogues, I'm not sure if the Volpa Synagogue was included in them, were made entirely without nails, entirely just with natural wood. The reason being Kabbalistic in nature, that nails, being metal, somehow defile the structure, and so they made it completely out of wood using tongue and groove techniques, really phenomenal works of art. Maybe we'll have a chance to talk about them in a later class. But at any rate, let's go to our topic today, which is really Jewish communal structure. So the passage in Pirkei Avot really says it all. If there is no flour, there is no Torah, and if there is no Torah, there is no flour. Meaning, you have to have work in order to engage in spiritual activity, and you have to have spiritual activity in able to continue working. We need both of these things together. And in many ways, the way that the Kehillah was structured was essential to Jewish survival. The Kehillah supported Jewish survival, and with ongoing Jewish survival, there was a perpetuation of the Kehillah structure. This would come crashing to a halt in the 19th century, and in many ways the Jewish world has suffered tremendously as a result of the Kehillah, still trying to figure out exactly how to define its existence after the loss of this institution that lasted close to 2 millennia. But nevertheless, let's concentrate on the ancient and medieval periods today. The Kehillah survived and was so successful at keeping the Jews intact because there was a tremendous amount of coercion involved in the system. In other words, you had to belong to the Kehillah, and once you belonged to the Kehillah, you had to follow the rules. It's very important that we understand that up until the late 18th century, really, the French Revolution, there was no such thing as a secular Jewish identity. You either belong to the Jewish community or you belong to another religious community, the Christian or the Muslim community, for example, depending on which culture we're looking at. There was no such thing as saying, I just feel like opting out. I don't feel like belonging to the Jewish community. Now, it's true, as I may have mentioned to you before, the current, inheritors, excuse me, of the Kehillah structure would be an institution like, let's say, the United Jewish Appeal or the Federation Movement. And once you get on their mailing list, the only way to get off is through the FBI Witness Protection Program. But that's not true of the ancient period. In the ancient period, the only way to exist was within a corporate structure like the Kehillah, or moving out to a different estate, let's say in a feudal system like the Christian peasants or the burghers and so on. On the other hand, if the Kehillah is overly coercive, if there is no freedom and no dissemination of power, then the Jewish community would simply dissipate of its own accord, as people would voluntarily elect to leave the community and join the other communities they had to compete with. There was no middle ground. You were either in or out. And we should remember that the Kehillah, even though it exercised this coercive power to keep the Jews intact, we should view the fact that they did so within the context of an often hostile minority. Tiny Jewish minority living within an overall hostile environment can spell disaster, but the Kehillah was an important mechanism for keeping them alive. This is exemplified in the late 19th century work of Shalom Aleichem, the great Yiddish writer, who wrote, as you can see in this picture here, Tevye der Milchiker, Tevye the Dairyman, popularized in English as Fiddler on the Roof. The idea being that Jews are like violinists perched on the very top of a peaked roof, and they're trying to eke out the tune of their lives. They're trying to play music, all the while balancing precariously on the rooftop. And that was the nature of Jewish life, trying to figure out exactly how to maintain a Jewish existence within a hostile environment, and the Kehillah was one of the most profound balancing factors. Now, if you actually log in and see the Prezi, you can watch this little video of Tevye where he talks about tradition and things like that. It's really great to watch it, but actually maybe we should watch it because it's fun. No, we're going to go on. Just go and log into the Prezi and you'll be able to watch the whole thing properly. We're going to go past this. Okay, sad but true. Okay, so here's the Kehillah, and I've broken it up into several main parts so you can understand the most significant elements of the Kehillah. The first element of the Kehillah, first section, was the so-called Tuvei Ha'ir, or the good people of the city. This was typically an association of 5 men. Women were not seated on the Tuvei Ha'ir. This is a very androcentric institution. It's also a plutocratic institution, meaning it is dominated by wealthy individuals. The members of the Tuvei Ha'ir were expected, in exchange for the great honor of receiving these leadership positions, they were also expected to essentially write checks to the Jewish community. And so it was kind of give and take. Wealth gave privilege, but at the same time meant responsibility. And quite often, the Tuvei Ha'ir would have to underwrite a lot of the very important work that the Kehillah would do, as we shall see later. The Kehillah would, the Tuvei Ha'ir, would appoint one member who was known as the Parnas, or the president. The word Parnas and president are most likely related, but the Hebrew term Parnas means the one who provides. The Parnes means to feed, to provide, that kind of thing. And that was a very accurate term because the Tuvei Ha'ir were required to give of their own wealth to keep the society moving. There were periodic elections. People would move in and off of the Tuvei Ha'ir, but this was a standard feature of every Kehillah. Now, the Tuvei Ha'ir was balanced by the Beit Din, typically comprised of 3 rabbis. The Beit Din were given the task of ensuring that everything that happened within the Kehillah, including the actions of the Tuvei Ha'ir, were entirely within the bounds of Jewish law, of halakha. And this meant that sometimes the Tuvei Ha'ir and the Beit Din would come into conflict, especially because the salaries of the Beit Din were actually paid for by the taxes collected by the Tuvei Ha'ir and often supplemented by the Tuvei Ha'ir's own resources. So if the Beit Din were to be overly strict and demanding of the Tuvei Ha'ir, chances are the Beit Din, or at least part of the members, would simply be fired and they would lose their position. On the other hand, if the Tuvei Ha'ir did not behave in accordance with halakha, as clearly stipulated by the Beit Din, then the large masses, the Jewish population as a whole, would lose their confidence in the Tuvei Ha'ir and exert the kind of soft pressure that would ultimately cause Tuvei Ha'ir members to step out of those leadership roles. So the Beit Din and the Tuvei Ha'ir had kind of like a dynamic relationship of opposition and pressure that kept the whole thing basically running according to Talmudic law and with a fair degree of equity. The Beit Din would also, of course, be adjudicating all kinds of internal disputes as they occurred in the Kehillah, and was an essential aspect of making sure that there was consistency and integrity in all of the legal affairs of the Kehillah. Both the Tu B'Ya'ir and the Beit Din employed people called Gabayim. The word legabot in Hebrew means to collect or to enforce. And I kind of like the term enforcer myself. Now, you may have heard this term, the Gabbai, from synagogue membership, because there's always someone in a synagogue called the Gabbai, whose job it is to basically make sure that everything runs properly during the services, that the correct people are called up to the Torah for the readings in the correct order and things like that, which doesn't sound like such a, it's an important task to running the community, but it doesn't sound like such a forceful task with a tremendous amount of authority. The traditional Gabbayim, however, were extremely powerful because they were given the task of carrying out the will of the Tu B'Ya'ir and or the Beit Din. In the case of the Tu B'Ya'ir, the most important thing the Gabbayim would do was they would collect the taxes. They would have the responsibility of going out and making sure that every member of the Kehillah paid the required amount as assessed by the Tu B'Ya'ir. And so this is a rather coercive system. It's not like an income tax system where you fill out your forms and you have appeals and things like that. But the Tu B'Ya'ir would basically have a look at your wealth and say, okay, you have 3 cows this year, so we think you should pay this amount of money, and you would have to surrender it. And if you didn't like it, the Gabbayim would come. And if you didn't like that either, well, then you could run into the Gabbayim of the Beit Din, which could impose even further sanctions. They could impose fines. They could impose social ostracism, meaning, like, for example, you would lose synagogue privileges, or there would be a proclamation saying people couldn't do business with you for a period of time. Or most seriously, you could lose burial privileges, and we'll talk about that in the next slide. The Gabbayim had a tremendous amount of authority because they were acting on the decrees of the Beit Din and or of the Tu B'Ya'ir. And they had a tremendous amount of impact on society. Again, though, the coercive nature of the Kehillah, although it may rankle modern sensibilities, was essential to keeping the Kehillah functioning. They had to have standards and consistency and make sure that Jews complied. Well, I should also mention that corporal punishment was not at all unknown. That, for example, let's say a person refused to appear before the Beit Din when summoned on a repeated basis, let's say, then that person could actually receive lashes for failing to comply with the Beit Din's demands. Now, the majority of the work of the Kehillah, the actual functioning of the Kehillah, was done by the Chevrot, and these were dominated by women. The Tu B'Ya'ir, the Beit Din, the Gabbayim, all male, but the Chevrot, predominantly female. The word Chevra in Hebrew means association or a group of friends, and basically we could translate this term as committees. There were a whole host of committees that were dedicated to serving all the needs of the Kehillah. Things like taking care of orphans, taking care of widows, taking care of poor brides, taking care of travelers, study associations, you name it. Anything that the Kehillah wanted to organize, they would create one of these free-form committees, again, dominated by women, who would then use some of the resources that were given to them by the Tu B'Ya'ir to make sure that they could carry out their work. So let's say, for example, very common, you have the Hachnasat Kala, the providing for poor brides. There'd be a certain number of brides in the Kehillah that did not have sufficient means to set up their first home. And so there would be a Chevra, Hachnasat Kala Chevra, that would go to the Tu B'Ya'ir, and they would say, all right, we have so many brides this year, we need so much money, and the Tu B'Ya'ir would have to disperse those funds. Ideally, from taxes collected from the large tax base of the Kehillah as a whole, but more often than not, they would have to actually come out with some of the money from their own pockets. So the Chevra would be responsible for carrying out this function within society, and they would rely on the Tu B'Ya'ir to provide them with things. We should also understand that compared to surrounding Muslim or Christian societies, the Jewish level of social service, the social safety net, as it were, was massive. There was very little comparison. The Jews were really very, very self-sufficient as a community, creating all of the various institutions they needed to care for those who are downtrodden within society. The Gabayim, if we can go back for a second, remember these guys, one of their functions was collecting, for example, for the weekly poor relief. As described, for example, in Maimonides' Mishnah Torah, there will be several different funds, one for people who had, not even 2 meals worth of food to their name, one for people who had like 3 days worth of food, and another, let's say, for people who needed food for the Sabbath, or especially for, Passover. That's the Gabayim would go out and they would collect all of this money door to door, and then the Chevras would be in charge of dispersing it as appropriate. Now, these are kind of the form. Oh, I forgot to mention, the most important Chevra of all was the so-called Chevra Kadisha, the holy Chevra. Chevra Kadisha, there was a male and a female Chevra, were associated specifically with Jewish. Kadisha was populated only by the most respected, typically older members of the community for Kabbalistic reasons, which we won't get into right now. And the Chevra Kadisha had tremendous authority. If they were so commanded by the Beit Din, or in some cases the Tuvayir, the Chevra Kadisha could withhold funeral services from a recalcitrant member of the community. And this was taken very seriously by the communities. The thought of not having a Jewish burial struck fear into the hearts of Kehillah members, and typically even a warning that the Chevra Kadisha would refuse to bury a Jewish member of the Kehillah was sufficient to get them to comply with the standards of the Kehillah as a whole. Now, of all these groups, we should remember that there were a few alternative loci of power, meaning places where you could exercise power. There were a few kind of like disruptive power structures that were tolerated within the Kehillah for special occasions. One of my favorites, for example, is that if a woman felt that she was not being treated well by the Beit Din or the Tuvayir, and she felt that her case was not being considered adequately for whatever reason it would be, she could actually go into the synagogue on the Sabbath morning during the Torah reading. She could invade the men's section and go right up and stand on the bima with the Torah open and refuse to allow the service to continue. Of course, it requires a separation of men and women during traditional services until her case was heard. And this was a huge public embarrassment for the Tuvayir or the Beit Din if they had not been handling her case properly. And it was kind of a threat that many people could use, women could use in particular, to exert their will despite the lack of obvious power. The occasions in which this would typically be exercised is, let's say, for example, if a woman was separated from her husband and her husband refused to grant her the requisite get or bill of divorce. The way Jewish law is structured, ultimately divorce only happens when the husband grants the wife a bill of divorce. In a situation that is extremely dire in the 20th and 21st centuries as divorce rate increased, and that's maybe for something we'll talk about at the end of this course. But it's not an unknown phenomenon throughout Jewish history. Now, if a woman felt that, she was being pressured unfairly, let's say, to have her parents pay off her husband's debts before he would give the get, and they didn't have enough money or things like that, then one of the ways that she could retaliate is simply by going to the synagogue and stopping the services, publicly shaming both her ex-husband, who was actually still married to her but separated, and the holders of real power, the Tuvayir and the Beit Din, into acting more forcefully. And of course, as mentioned, they could use corporal punishment to make sure that the husband gives her the get. So that's kind of like the main structures of the Jewish communal structure. To jump ahead to the 16th and 17th century, all the way really through the 18th century, one of the most fascinating elements of the entire system is when a whole bunch of these kehillas, essentially Jewish municipalities, got together and decided to unite, and they formed something known as the Council of Lands, sometimes called the Council of Four Lands, in which they brought all of the Kehilas together into essentially a government within a government, a state within a state that existed in the medieval and early modern Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth. They would have meetings twice a year in the market city of Lublin and discuss all kinds of issues that were important to the entire region, including, for example, husbands who run out on their wives without giving a get and they move from one city to another. Well, the Kehila system allowed for a level of standardization so that people could not escape their due. They were also quite involved with copyright law. They instituted the so-called Haskama, because this was coming out around the time that printing was popularized. The Haskama that is today called an approbation at the front of a typical traditional religious book will usually say, some rabbi will write a letter saying this book is kosher and it will not pollute your mind if you read it, things like that. But back then, the Haskama was designed mainly to enforce copyright, telling readers of the book that they are not allowed to republish this book on their own until a certain point in time has arrived and things like that. They also, kind of interesting, they engaged heavily in sumptuary legislation, which essentially are laws limiting consumption. How so? One of the things that went on in the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth was that Jews would make celebrations, simchas, for a circumcision or for a wedding, a bar mitzvah, and there was a significant amount of one-upmanship, where if let's say Reuven made a bar mitzvah and he would serve 3 kinds of gefilte fish, then when Shimon had to make his bar mitzvah, he would serve at least 4 kinds of gefilte fish, and then when Levi wanted to make his, even though he had very little money, he couldn't certainly offer less than 4 kinds because his friend Shimon did that. And costs skyrocketed, and simchas just ballooned out of control. And so the Council of Land said, okay, from now on, only 2 kinds of gefilte fish at a bar mitzvah. You cannot invite more than 300 people to a wedding. They kept on making these laws over and over again, which indicates that people simply weren't paying attention. That despite the highfalutin nature of this really huge agglomeration, gathering, let's say, Kehilot, they still were not paying attention when it came to things like how we're going to run our own simchas. So it's kind of a funny thing. Maybe we'll return to it when we get to the modern period. At any rate, that's the entire story for now of the structure of the Kehila. We should bear in mind that it was very coercive, that the Tu B'Yair would assess your taxes and you would have to pay it. You would have tax collectors, the Gabayim, coming. Of course, it was a progressive tax where if you made less money, you had to pay less to the funds and so on. But the Tu B'Yair, with the Beit Din in particular, really helped keep the Jewish people in line and behaving with one basic Talmudic standard of law, which was incredibly important at keeping the Jewish community well-structured and keeping its vitality intact. When we get to the 18th century, we'll see that the destruction of the Kehila, which came with the French Revolution of 1789 and in Russia with a formal decree in 1844, for example, this structure ended. And although Jews now had much more freedom in terms of defining their own identities, often secular identities, in contravention to traditional Jewish law and practice, nevertheless, that also opened up the very dangerous avenues to assimilation as Jews simply melted off the sides of the core population. So that's basically it, a quick overview of Jewish communal structure. I hope you found it interesting, and I look forward to talking with you in the next lecture. Hello, everybody. Well, today's topic is going to be the golden age of Spanish Jewry, a very important, fascinating, and unusual period in medieval Jewish history. What I'd like to do in this brief lecture is to give you a quick sense of why Spain is different from most of Jewish history, either in North Africa, the Middle East, or in Europe. And then look specifically at what's different about Spanish Jewry specifically. And that'll wrap it up for today. It's not going to be a very long lecture, although if we look in detail at many of the specific individuals that I'll mention that way in passing, there's a lot more to say. So first of all, it's important to understand that Spain has a triangular culture. There are three main populations, actually more than three, but three big ones that we're going to be concerned with, specifically Christians, Muslims, and Jews. This is very different from what you'll find in Europe, in which you basically have Christians and a small Jewish population, or in North Africa, where you'll have Muslims and a small Jewish population. And the same basically holds true for the Middle East, where you'll have Muslims and a small population of Jews. There are also small Christian populations. I don't want to overgeneralize this, but this is especially the most important thing about Spanish Jewish history, is that the Jews were in a situation where they, although they were never in the majority, the fact that power was divided between three major populations rather than power concentrated in one major population meant that Jews had a lot more leverage that they could use for their own advantage, which in many cases they actually did, and rose to tremendous heights in Spanish Jewish culture. Let's have a look at a quick history of Spain. So first of all, when we enter into the first millennium of the Common Era, Spain is dominated by the Visigoths, who are Christians, not necessarily Catholics. They had a flirtation with Arian Christianity, which is a slightly different theological variant of it. And Jews were definitely present in Spain from, let's say, the second millennium on. We have archaeological evidence of their existence there, but things generally deteriorated over the first 7 centuries of the Common Era as the Visigothic kingdom became, surprisingly, more and more anti-Semitic. And in fact, many of the strongest decrees leveled against Jews, forced baptism, and so on, really come out of the Visigothic era, when life for Jews in Spain was rather uncomfortable, and increasingly so by the time you get to the early 8th century. At that point, in the year 711, which is an easy year to remember, the Muslims begin to cross into Spain from the south. You'll recall from a previous lecture that Islam spreads rapidly through the 7th century. It goes all the way across the coast of North Africa really quickly, and then in the early 8th century, it makes its way into Spain. For the Jews, who had been suffering tremendously under the Visigothic rule, the advent of the Muslims was actually viewed with a considerable amount of favor, and there's a lot of evidence to suggest that Jews actively encourage the Muslim events. So the Muslims essentially take over all of the Iberian Peninsula, which is today Spain and Portugal. They take over the entire region within very short order, and all of a sudden, Spain becomes Islamicized. And there is the beginning of what we will call the golden age of Spanish Jewry. We'll return to that. However, this is fairly short-lived within the scope of larger history, because the Christians begin to reconquer the Iberian Peninsula. This is a period known as the Reconquista, the reconquest, and gradually they push themselves downward, driving out the Muslims, including the fairly aggressive Almohad Muslims who were responsible for driving Maimonides out of Spain, for example, around this time period. But over the next few centuries, from basically the 9th century to the 15th century, Spain gradually becomes Christian once again as the Muslims are driven out. Now that's Muslim power is driven out. Muslim people, of course, still remain behind in Spain, and so you have this triangular culture perpetrated throughout the entire period, where you have Jews, Christians, and Muslims. There are also other populations like Berbers, but we're really going to focus on those three main nationalities or ethnicities present in Spain. Of course, it ends badly for the Jews. In 1492, the Jews are expelled from Spain. 5 years later, they are expelled from Portugal, and as you can see in this map, they end up moving all over Europe. They go throughout the Mediterranean, all the way out to Israel and to Greece and places like that. Many of them go up north to Holland, Netherlands, and a significant number go all the way over to the west. They go to the New World. That'll be obviously the subject of later lectures. But that's, in a nutshell, the very quick history of the Jews in Spain. You'll recall, first it was Visigothic, and it was very difficult for Jews. Then in 711, the Muslims come in, and it gets much better for Jews, the beginning of the Spanish Golden Age. And then within a couple of centuries, the Christians start pushing their way downward, and the Golden Age continues for a little bit, but certainly by 1200 it's over, and by 1492 the Jews are actually expelled from an all-Christian Spain, and shortly thereafter from an all-Christian Portugal. But let us turn then to what do we mean by this Golden Age of Spanish Jewry. Basically, this is a period where Jews were so well integrated into culture and had such phenomenal access to the highest corridors of power, and participated very actively in really creating the dominant cultural motifs of the era, that it was a period of great flourishing of Jewish expression. And you have a series of figures of Jews who are truly unique in that they exemplify both political and sometimes military power, along with really phenomenal Jewish learning at the same time. This is something that was totally unique that we don't have really ever since that in Western history. You will have obviously Jews who are, let's say, incredibly well adapted Jews to the general society. You have Jews who rise to high power, but they tend to be Jews who have largely left their Jewish backgrounds behind, like let's say Benjamin Disraeli, Prime Minister of England in the 19th century, who recognized his Jewish background, but ultimately was a baptized Christian. And on the other hand, you'll have Jews who are, phenomenal expressions of Jewish culture, Rashi and Tosafot, and we can go on, but they have very little access to political power over a larger geographic area. The Spanish Golden Age is one in which Jews had both positions simultaneously, where you had Jews who were really tremendous scholars of traditional Talmudic wisdom, for example, and at the same time they also had political, military, and general cultural power. That's something that really is special about the Spanish Golden Age. The kinds of figures that are exemplified by this period are, of course, the greatest of them is Maimonides, shown here in this statue in Cordoba. A little bit of an exception to the rule because he was driven out of Spain at a young age. He really made his career in Tunisia and to a much larger degree in Egypt. But if we look at figures like Kastai ibn Shaprut, very important Jewish philanthropist and scholar who ended up becoming a major Spanish diplomat. After him, the great Shmuel Hanakid, or Samuel ibn Agrela, who was a Talmudic scholar who wrote an important commentary in the Talmud called the Mavo, and at the same time he was the military leader of Cordoba. I mean, for over a decade he ran the military of Cordoba and was essentially the Grand Vizier of the country as well. People like Yehuda Halevi, who were composing poetry in Arabic and in Hebrew. A tremendous number of figures like this were really at the top of their game in so many different fields that they're truly Renaissance men who exemplify excellence in both the secular and the Jewish realm of thought and activity. This may be why, this really is the reason why in the 19th century, when there was a renaissance of Jewish expression, particularly in Europe, Germany especially, and then of course feeding into Zionism, the Spanish Golden Age was viewed as an age of tremendous emulation, a period that Jews should really try to strive for again, achieving both secular power and Jewish power simultaneously, which would represent kind of a return to this ideal. It may have been exaggerated to some degree, but that we'll explore, of course, in History 156 when we look at the modern period. But that's basically the essence of what is the Spanish Golden Age. It ends badly. Of course, the Golden Age is really over for a couple hundred years by the time you get to Isabella and Ferdinand's decree to banish the Jews from the Iberian Peninsula. And there's a long period of tremendous anguish known as the Inquisition, which resulted in the public burning of many Jews and resulted in the underground activity of many Jews who chose to practice their Judaism in secret while pretending to be believing Christians in public. And these are things that we will have to discuss towards the end of this course. But at any rate, in this very brief lecture, you've got an idea now of what was the golden age of Spanish Jewry, and I look forward to speaking to you more in the next lecture. Hello, everyone, and welcome to another essential lecture in Jewish history. Today, we're going to look at Jews in the medieval economy. To start with, much of our thinking about Jews in the economy is colored, unfortunately, by the image of Shylock. This is a character devised by William Shakespeare of a medieval Jewish moneylender in Venice. The title of the play is The Merchant of Venice. And Shylock is angered by the fact that his daughter has decided to marry a non-Jew. And in the context of the play, what Shylock does is he proposes the extremely harsh punishment to his debtor of exacting a pound of flesh for a loan that he failed to repay. The story ends up well for everyone except for Shylock, of course, but the idea of Shakespeare's play really resonated very deeply in the Western imagination and kind of codified an image of the Jew as this avaricious, greedy, unscrupulous individual who was deeply involved with his money and will stop at nothing to get at it. So to a certain degree, this is a grossly unfair and highly anti-Semitic portrayal of Jews. Although I will highly recommend Shakespeare's play, I think that it's not at all a monochromatic or mono-dimensional representation of Jews. Even the money-lending Jew Shylock comes off quite sympathetic in certain passages. But let's try and understand what are the roots of this anti-Semitic image and understand the role that the Jews played in the economy and how that affected their relationship with people around them. This is primarily true, by the way. We're speaking today about Jews in the medieval Christian economy. Within the Muslim world, things are slightly different. We're not going to treat that today. Okay, so first of all, in order to appreciate any sense of the Jews in the medieval economy, one must understand that Jews are a deeply and fundamentally urban people. Not since the Jews left the land of Israel in the first century when in the Roman exile, and until really their return in the late 19th century with the advent of the Zionist movement, have Jews been agrarian to any significant degree. For example, here is a Yiddish, looks like a film script that shows the Jewish farmer, and I think it actually means the Jewish farmer. I mean, this is him. His name is Shloimi. That guy behind him there isn't even a farmer. He's just helping him out. The idea is that there's so few Jewish farmers anywhere. Even Tevye, the rural dweller of the shtetl in Fiddler on the Roof, was a dairyman himself. He wasn't even a worker of the land per se. And this is basically a truism for much of Jewish history for reasons that I hope to explore in the next 15 minutes or so. But Jews basically avoided the agrarian experience after having left their homeland in Israel in the first century. They congregated in urban areas, either small urban areas like villages or increasingly in large cities. And this has a tremendous impact on what kind of professions Jews would choose and what kind of economic impact they would have in society. Here's a picture of typically Jewish urban environment. And Jews are a very gregarious people. They have to live within walking distance of a synagogue to form a minyan, a mikveh for the family purity laws, within distance of a Chinese restaurant for sure. I haven't had lunch yet. So these are the kinds of things that really make Jews want to live in an urban environment. And don't forget, it's also quite a bit safer for Jews to live in an urban environment, to live closer together, in many cases behind ghetto walls that were actually preferred and selected by the Jews themselves in many cases, because this did not so much prevent the Jews from leaving the ghetto as it prevented from marauders from getting into the ghetto. If you find this a very difficult concept to grasp, all you have to do is come down here to South Florida and drive around Boca Raton, and you'll see all these massive installations of Jews in things called gated communities, which are essentially, modern self-imposed ghettos, because they're kind of keeping hoi polloi out and protecting the civilization within. So Jews are a fundamentally very urban population. Ironically, this means that they come into close contact with another highly urbanized element of the medieval population, and that is the clergy. Jews, because they were increasingly living in larger towns and in cities, this is where the cathedrals were built. These were where peasants would gather for their church services, and so Jews and Catholic clergy were regularly brushing elbows in the urban environment, which had an unusual kind of spin-off effect in their relationship. And we'll talk about that more in the next lecture. But that's the first point. Jews are highly urbanized. Take away the ancient period when Jews lived in their land, take away the modern Israeli period where they live in their land once again, and in the 2,000 years in between, they're really a very urbanized people. Now, in that urban environment, it's important to realize that medieval society was structured quite differently from modern society. In modern society, we are citizens, and the government deals with us as individuals. We all have a label called a social security number, for example, in the States, or social insurance number in Canada. And the government wants to know exactly our individual taxes, and we have to pay on an individual basis to the society, and we're judged individually and tried individually, and so on and so forth. This is not at all the case in the much more primitive medieval environment, in which people were grouped within communities, or more properly, corporations. This is sometimes called the feudal nature of society, in which people basically kind of were coalesced, forcibly so often, within certain segments of society that correspond loosely to economic activities. We look a little bit closer at this very simple drawing that shows serfs and peasants, the largest group of the population, who are occupying the bottom of this triangle. Above them are knights and vassals, who are engaged in various military affairs and so on and so forth. Above them, you have the nobles and the church. And then finally, you have the very top, the king. This is a fairly simplistic drawing, but this is the basic idea of feudal society. Now, the question that remains is, where do Jews fit within this? They're certainly not the king. They're not the church. Are they nobles? Hardly. They're certainly not knights either. And are they serfs? No, they're not agrarian. They're living in an urban environment. So what exactly are they? So early on in the medieval period, Jews took on this status known as servi camerae, which is Latin for serfs or servants of the chamber, meaning the royal chamber. And this was a really important thing that had a tremendous impact on protecting the Jews and allowing them to survive much of the medieval period. Specifically, it has to do with the Abramson rule of history, which is money. It's really all about money. See, now, in all of those other groups, for the most part, were not generating cash income. Money, as we understand it today, in terms of currency, which of course back then was precious coins and metals, was not in large supply. People were dealing with a lot of barter, a lot of service exchange, things like that. And so you didn't have a lot of cash in society. But the Jews were going to be very prominently figured in commercial activities. And the Jews were the ones who were actually accumulating money, as we understand it today, in terms of cash. So the king realized this, and he took advantage of it by taking the Jews directly under his own economic supervision and taxing them directly without any intervening reporting relationships. For example, the knights did not tax the Jews, the church did not tax the Jews, only the king taxed the Jews. And this meant that there was a symbiotic relationship where the king had a vested interest in the economic well-being and the physical survival of the Jews in his kingdom. Because the more they survived, the more they flourished, the more tax income he could derive from them. This often put the king at odds with the clergy, and there was a secular and religious conflict over what role the Jews played in society. But this fact that they were servi camerei was extremely influential in protecting the Jews throughout most of the medieval world. Now, in that regard, how were Jews making money? The most important single piece of legislation that affected Jewish activity was the so-called Law of Gratian. Gratian was a church official from the 12th century who codified a practice into official canon law that allowed Jews to act as petty moneylenders. More important, not only were they allowed to act as moneylenders, they had a guaranteed monopoly on charging money on interest. Specifically, it's based on this idea that Jews and Christians, and actually Muslims to a different degree, have in common that it is forbidden to lend or borrow on interest from one's fellow. The verse in Deuteronomy says that you may charge interest to a stranger, you may not charge interest to your fellow. Which means, as the Jews interpret it, Jews may not borrow money and pay interest on it from another Jew. Jews may not pay interest to another Jew at all. And I've tried calling up the various credit cards that I have in my wallet to see if the CEO is Jewish, but I haven't had too much success with that. At any rate, Christians, under Gratian in particular, interpreted this verse exactly the same way. To your brother, you must lend money without charging interest. To a stranger, you may charge interest. And so therefore, what that meant was that Christians couldn't borrow money from each other and pay interest, but they could borrow money from a Jew. And let's understand how important money lending is in society. That's the only way that you are going to get any kind of commerce happening. That's the only way you're going to have any kind of advancement to the economy. Let's say, for example, it's an agrarian economy and people are farming and they invest in their seed. They put their seed in the ground and then they've got to wait. Until they can harvest it. And since the harvest is going to be months down the road, therefore, they have to get some way to get through this difficult period. They borrow money at interest, and then they'll pay it back at harvesting. So the Jewish activity as moneylenders was extremely important for preserving and advancing the medieval economy. Here's an interesting image showing a Jewish medieval moneylender. You see him on the right there. He's wearing, so obviously this is designed by a Christian artist because you can see at the very bottom of his robe, he's got some Hebrew letters there, or that's actually pseudo-Hebrew because the artist doesn't know how to make it in this woodcut. And on the left is a Christian moneylender, a borrower. You can see that he's clean shaven. That's one of the marks of Christians in this period, and his money bag, which is on his belt, is empty. You can see kind of like the artist's rendition of empty pockets there, and he doesn't have any pants. I mean, come on, he can't even afford a pair of pants. No, I'm just joking. He's wearing hose. But anyway, he's got his hand out saying, "I need money," and the Jew is sitting there with a big bag of money, and he's counting out and so on. And he even has on his desk a primitive calculator known as an abacus to help him calculate the rates of interest and so on. Now, why would Jews want to go into money lending? Because one would think, it's not such a nice profession, maybe. Why would you want to go into this? So here's the advantages. It's pretty clear. First of all, it's profitable. You can make a lot of money from money lending. But we should understand that the interest rates that were charged in the medieval period could approach 50% interest. That's huge. That's more like the department store credit cards. Huge amount of interest. And very commonly, 30% interest rate. Secondly, as we mentioned before, it is urban. It allows Jews to remain in their, traditional living quarters among other Jews and so on, assembling minyanim and things like that. Thirdly, it's intellectual labor, and perhaps another way to put that is not physical labor. Imagine the life of a farmer digging in the ground from dusk till dawn, and backbreaking labor, and any weather and all kinds of stuff like that. This is much easier work. You work with your brain instead of your back, so definitely much more attractive. It's portable because from time to time Jews would be exiled, expelled from their homeland or from their place of residence. We'll talk about why that is in a moment. And so, when you have money, It's very easy to carry it from one place to another. You can bury it, come back and get it. It's not like real estate where, it's stuck. And if you're exiled, that's it. You've lost it. So it's a very significant form of portable wealth. And finally, this kind of job, it's very easy. You can almost do banker's hours, let's say 10 till 3. And the rest of the time you have for Talmudic study and things like that. So money lending definitely has a lot of advantages. The disadvantages, though, are also significant. First of all, there's always the risk of non-payment. Now, it's true that when you have recalcitrant customers who will not pay you back, because the Jews were Servi Kamerai, they could call on a king to enforce the arrangements and coerce recalcitrant debtors to pay. But that's a very difficult thing to do. You've got to involve you've got to pull a lot of weight to do it. Secondly, even though this is an essential function in society, it's bound to promote some popular resentment. For example, credit cards. Everybody loves credit cards. When you get an application in the mail, it feels like free money, right? You don't have to do anything about it. But when you start getting those bills, and the bills just don't go away every time you make those minimum payments, you feel a little bit differently about it. So there's going to be a certain amount of popular resentment building up against the Jews. When you get to the lecture on the Eastern European Center, you'll see how that really could result in sometimes catastrophic violence. In some occasions, this meant there were popular uprising, of which there were several, for example, in the 17th century, that devastated Jewish communities. And sometimes you would have a situation like in the 13th century where the Jews would be lending money to powerful lords. And when the debt got simply too high, the Lord said, you know what, it's better to cut our losses. Let's just kick the Jews out. It'd be easier to just wipe our debts clean, not have any more Jews. Then, as for example, what happened in France in the 13th century, the Jews were actually expelled 3 times, which meant that, they were invited back 4 times. Because what would happen is they would be expelled because the debt load would get too high, and the people say, we really need that credit function again. They bring the Jews back, start money lending again, and then they say, this debt is low, get them out of them, and so on. It's like a friend of mine that davens at my shul who was kicked out of yeshiva 3 times. And I said to him, yeah, but that means you were accepted twice, at least. Okay, I stopped. Anyways, so the money lending was certainly the backbone. It was the primary, pillar of the Jewish economy for much of the medieval period and many of the countries in which they lived. But that was by no means the only way that Jews, supported themselves in this economy. For example, Jews were highly active in a whole range of trades. Remember, if the vast majority of the population, we're talking about over 95% of the population is farmers, they generally don't have a lot of time or leisure to develop specialized crafts. And so as a result, these urbanized Jews began to, socially stratify their activities into highly specialized activities like the needle trades, in which Jews excelled later on in history. Also silversmithy, making gold objects, anything from simple spoons and knives and things like that. And you can tell, by the way, by the kind of surnames that Jews often have, like Schneider, which means tailor, or Zilber, silver for silversmith, all kinds of things like that. They're also involved in music and the arts. This, by the way, is in the center there in the white jacket is my good friend Aaron Kula, who leads an amazing modern klezmer troupe called the Klezmer Company Orchestra. I'll try and play some music of his under the background when I edit this video. And because Jews have the potential to get together and rehearse, unlike peasants who are living far and spread apart in their farms and things like that, it meant that Jews were able to develop in the arts quite significantly, and many of these medieval musicians were in fact Jewish, certainly in 19th century Eastern Europe. And another interesting aspect of Jewish activity was tavern sweeping. As you can see in this depiction showing Jewish tavern keepers and President Bushnet with looks like Polish, perhaps Ukrainian clientele. Jews could set up these way stations for peasants to either come in and get a drink or for travelers to actually enjoy a hotel meal. It's also related to the distribution and production of alcohol. which Jews often had a monopoly on, especially in Eastern Europe, something called profanatsia. And this is also a profession that continued over the modern. And finally, you should understand that many Jews were, again, we're talking about Jews who were urbanized, literate, which made them highly distinct from the rest of the population, and so they were able to engage in real professions as well, such as, for example, medicine. Jews certainly were involved in medicine from the very early medieval period and excelled in the field. Maimonides is a great example, and continues to once through to the modern period as well. So that's just an overview of many of the types of occupations that Jews were engaged in. They all really hinge on the fact that Jews were urbanized. And I think that sense of their dwelling arrangements has a lot of, it's really a key idea to understand much of what happens in medieval Jewish history. Okay, thank you very much for watching. Hello, everyone. Welcome to another essential lecture in Jewish history. Today's lecture is remarkably unpleasant and a lot of nasty stuff. We're going to talk about medieval anti-Semitism. A warning straight up, a lot of the images that I will need to use to illustrate the nature of medieval anti-Semitism are quite graphic and kind of painful to look at. So if you are under the age of 18, this might not be the right video for you to look at. There we go, fair warning. Okay, so the first thing we need to say about anti-Semitism is that it's bad. Second thing is that it can be broken down into 4 basic periods. One of the really unusual aspects of anti-Semitism as a human ideology is that it really adapts to the nature of the society in which it is finding its host. It adapts to its host like a virus, really. And you'll see that, anti-Semitism can find fertile soil in places where there are hardly any Jews, like Japan, for example, where there is a lot of fascination with the protocols of the other design. We'll talk about that later. And it'll be radically different in nature than, let's say, the anti-Semitism of 12th century Germany. Very different kind of phenomenon. There are 4 basic periods. We're going to focus on the third, but let's quickly run through those 4 basic periods in which anti-Semitism shifted its ideology. The first period is known as that of ancient xenophobia. The xenophobia refers to the fear of strangers. And this is kind of like the period in which Jews suffered a certain amount of distress at the hands of Greeks and Romans and other ancient peoples. And a lot of literatures from this period have negative things to say about Jews. However, most of those statements really are in the category of normal cultural conflict between human societies that differ one from another. And it's not unlike the way, let's say, Chinese people may have an antipathy to Vietnamese, or Scandinavians of various stripes might dislike one another. It's normal for people not to like each other to a certain degree and to say nasty things about each other behind their backs and in print. And so, to a large degree, much of the antipathy directed against Jews in the ancient period was related to misunderstandings in the basic Jewish practice. For example, the maintenance of a separate diet through kosher laws, circumcision rituals, and so on. Let's look at one image here just to give you a sense of this. This is, of course, the famous Arch of Titus, or Titus, that commemorated for the Romans the destruction of Judea and the temple and so on. And there's a very famous bas-relief. If you zoom in here and you have a look, on the inside there's actually this image that depicts Romans carrying the Jews off into slavery. And of course there's the menorah there, famously depicted the spoils being taken from Jerusalem. Now, many people misunderstand this as a piece of anti-Semitic iconography. Nothing could be further from the truth. It's certainly, a piece of war monumental architecture. It commemorates a Roman victory over the Jews, no matter how brutal it was, and how much the Jews disliked it, and how much the Romans may have reveled in their victory. But these kinds of war memorials are very typical for the ancient, medieval, and one might even say the modern world. There's nothing distinctly anti-Semitic about this, other than the fact that the Jews happen to be the victims in this particular image. So in other words, ancient xenophobia is mainly a normal kind of conflict between Jews and non-Jews, just like many human societies have conflicts. Now, anti-Semitism gets a special character, which is something that's specifically for Jews when we get to the early Christian period. And now we're talking about basically the late 1st century up until, let's say, the 9th century of the Common Era. And this is a little different, and I would like to spend more time with this, but I've already given a lecture on this where you can sit back and see that. The basic idea, though, is that now, since Christianity is kind of like a daughter religion to Judaism, it's kind of like a breakaway minion that went viral and became a massively successful religion. There's a certain amount of tension that comes not from the normal intercourse or fissure between two peoples, but rather the kind of birth pangs of a new religion out of the old. And there will be tensions between the mother and the daughter, so to speak, of those two religions. So early Christian anti-Judaism is basically represented as a kind of a theological dispute, a dispute between a rabbi and a priest over what is the correct way to worship God. It certainly does not have the same kind of violent character that will appear in the Middle Ages, although there are exceptions to that rule. There are some really nasty things stated by St. John Chrysostom, for example, and others. But if you look at these images here, in the center you have a classic rendition of this way of thinking. None of these images date from the earliest periods, but they are, most of them are come hundreds of years later, but they really illustrate these attitudes. We don't have much artwork depicting earlier. These are the Ecclesia et Synagoga sculptures or paintings or stained glass windows, which represent the church versus the synagogue. On the left is always the church, and she has an upright staff. She's crowned. She's a straight posture, and so on. And on the right is representation of the synagogue, falling away from rock in an act of posture of decline, a broken staff, sometimes holding the tablets of the law upside down, meaning she's losing even her Judaism. And of course, she's usually blindfolded, meaning she can't perceive the truth of Christianity. So this is kind of like more specifically directed at Jews. It wouldn't make sense if this was, let's say, Japanese and Koreans. It has to be Christians and Jews specifically. And it repeats itself literally hundreds of times throughout Europe. Here's another example, a little bit more crude. You can see the crown falling off the head of the synagogue. This one here, a little more interesting, I think, but the blindfold is really very clearly depicted there. And she's holding the tablets of the law upright. And here's a really nasty one, 14th century German stained glass window. And on the left, you see a church doing really well, the upright staff, riding a tetramorph, a mythic beast, and a hand comes down from heaven and crowns the church, indicating pretty obvious signal of divine approval. But on the right, synagogue not doing so well, riding some kind of donkey or mule, obviously not with the same connotations of Jesus riding a donkey, holding onto the severed ram's head, which refers to the sacrificial law. The crown is being knocked off the head, the blindfold, the broken staff, and in case you missed the point here, there is a sword descending from heaven into the top of the skull of synagogue. Once again, a very clear signal of divine disapproval. So this is kind of like a little more violent representation of it. It overlaps with the medieval period because it comes from the 14th century, but the notion is that it's still essentially a theological dispute at its core. Things change a lot in the medieval period, and we're going to talk a lot more about this, so I'm going to skip past it. And just to catch you up with where we are right now, modern anti-Semitism, which really dates from the 19th century onward. That's why, by the way, the term anti-Semitism was coined. In the 19th century, the term that was au courant in Germany was Judenfeinde or Judenhass, which meant Jew hatred. It was kind of like a rude term, a vulgar term. So Wilhelm Marr, a writer in the 1880s, coined this term anti-Semitismus, which means I'm not a Jew hater. I hate the Semitic philosophy, by which he means obviously Jewish philosophy, whatever that is. And that's where we get the term anti-Semitism. It's more appropriately spelled without a hyphen because there is no such thing as Semitism that one can be anti. At any rate, here's a couple of representations of modern anti-Semitic thought, which basically comprises two main themes, none of which is religious. One of the big shifts with the modern period is that religion is kind of shunted aside. It's no longer relevant to the same degree it was in the medieval or the early Christian era. And now anti-Semitism is a secular phenomenon and also a much more dangerous phenomenon. As anti-Semitism leaves behind its religious roots, the violent correlation is inescapable. Anyways, here we go. This is a Nazi representation of the Jewish peril, and you can see the idea here of the Jew as a kind of an ugly tarantula creature, and you can see the disfigured physiognomy, which is typical of racist representations of Jews. They always have a heavy nose and the jowls and things like that. And the tarantula with its web reaching all over the globe is indicative of the theory of conspiracy theories, right? Here's an interesting example from Saudi Arabia with an octopus. Again, the tentacles reaching out everywhere, controlling media finance, stuff like that. Here's a 1977 British edition. And you can see once again the snake image, right? Because the snake reaches out over everything and encompasses the globe. In case the heavy nose and jowls and yarmulke were not enough to tip you off, the snake has the Stars of David all the way around. So you can tell, well, this is in fact a Jewish snake that's represented here. And here's one of my favorites. This is a great one. Mexico, 1930. The invisible world government, the Jewish program to subjugate the globe. And you can see the heavy kind of a capitalist representation of Jew with big nose and jowls, the yarmulke, the watch fob with little dollar sign, and of course he's with his claw-like hands, he's squeezing. I don't know whether or not here to squeeze, but that you get the idea, right? So that's modern anti-Semitism. Now we have to get back to the nastiness of medieval anti-Semitism, and there are four basic elements that are especially pronounced in the medieval period, by which I mean, by the way, for this context, really the High Middle Ages till about 1700. That's kind of not the standard definition of Middle Ages for other purposes, but in terms of the history of anti-Semitism, this is basically how it works. In the 12th century, you get the development of this idea of ritual murder. It had some antecedents, but the basic idea is that a child is somehow lured by a Jew for nefarious purposes. This is the theme, the alleged pedophilia that will penetrate very deeply into the Nazi period. And then that child is then set up for some kind of mock crucifixion and killed in the process. Again, let me reiterate that these things did not happen. I mean, Jews did, God forbid, never did anything like this. There were, however, occasions where children, like, today, God forbid, we have such terrible things where children are occasionally kidnapped and murdered. God forbid, it should not happen to any of us. But it is and people want a solution. They want some kind of reason. They want to know, how could such horrible thing happen? And the Jews were often a scapegoat where they were accused of doing these things. And the Jewish communities throughout Europe suffered greatly as a result of these false charges. Now, why would Jews want to do this? Well, the idea was, if the Jews were originally responsible for the death of Jesus, which is also not true, please have a look at my lecture on Judaism, the origin of Christianity, where I discuss the charge of deicide in a little more detail, then perhaps they want to do it again vicariously. And what better victim to represent Jesus than an innocent child? So the argument goes, and anti-Semitism has kind of like a bizarre but internal logic that allows it to somehow hold together and make sense to its practitioners. Jews wanted to reenact the crucifixion, the passion, through this act of ritual murder. It then devolves into an even nastier form of charge against the Jews. Once again, totally false charge, known as the blood libel, or in Hebrew, alilat dam. And the argument in the blood libel is that not only do the Jews want to re-crucify an innocent victim, like Jesus was crucified, they also want to take his blood for all kinds of crazy reasons. There was this argument that Jews had an unusual odor. The only deodorant that would take care of it was Christian blood. The blood was used as a kind of a, what's that word again? Hopefully, I like to do these things in one take for some reason. Aphrodisiac. There you go, aphrodisiac. I knew I would get it. The blood was an aphrodisiac. It was assisting in pregnancies, things like that. There's even an argument that Jewish men menstruated, and since this was the age before the iron pills, they had to take this blood to replenish their lost iron. Pretty bizarre things. But anyway, here's a representation of the murder of Simon of Trent. You can see there's a young Christian child here, and he's being surrounded by Jews. You can tell they're Jews because they have a little round ruel on their clothing, which was a mark that Jews were required to wear in many parts of Europe after 1215. And they're torturing him. They're trying to put in the same wounds that Jesus suffered in his side and so on. And they're also performing a circumcision and collecting the blood, which they will then use. Oh, of course, obviously, I forgot. There was arguments that Jews used the blood for the Passover matzah or for the wine used at the Passover Seder. Note also that Passover always occurs around the time of Easter, which is the Christian celebration of the crucifixion of Jesus. And so therefore, all these things come together seasonally, and there's typically some kind of violence against Jews following these kinds of charges throughout much of the Middle Ages. You can see on the left there is a woman there, and she's bringing in all kinds of torture devices and so on to help out with this. Very nasty. But it gets worse. One of the major ideas that was circulating in the Christian world in the 13th century onward was the notion of communion and the idea of the host, which is essentially a wafer. In the Orthodox Church, it's a cube of bread, and it represented the body of Jesus, which I'm certainly no expert in these things, but Christians would go through the confession rituals and so on, and then they would be able to take communion, which involved the consumption of this wafer, which represented the body of Jesus. So the argument went, if the wafer was actually the body of Jesus, and you want to say, here's the strange logic of anti-Semitism, that Jews want to crucify Jesus and torture him, then doesn't it also make sense that Jews would also want to torture the host as well? And that's what this wafer was called. So we have all kinds of crazy stories circulating after the 13th century that Jews were engaged in. And by the way, of course, the fact that these stories circulated only served to support the argument that the wafer was in fact the body of Jesus, because if it wasn't, why would the Jews allegedly want to torture it? Here's an example of some Jews with a very large wafer that they're poking with these kind of sharp things, and it's bleeding. Here is one of my personal favorites. I mean, it's kind of bizarre that I have these things as favorites. It shows what I do in my spare time. But this is, I believe, from the German town of Posen, and it's a broadsheet that actually shows kind of in a cartoon fashion, step by step, how a charge of host desecration would arise. Let's look at it a little closely. So starting on the left, there's a Christian who's gone into a church, and he is stealing the wafers. You can see he's scooping them up into his bag. He then, in the second panel, brings them to the Jews. You can see the ruel on their clothes, indicating they are Jews. And he offers the wafers, which they then exchange for money. They take it to their synagogue, and on the right-hand panel, you can see they torture it, and miraculously the host bleeds. You can see the 10 tablets of the 10 commandments there in the artist's imagination of what Hebrew letters look like. However, the police, sensing something is wrong, come to the door in the left panel here, while the Jews try to get rid of the evidence, which they do in the second panel by throwing it into the furnace. Amazingly, looking into the furnace, they see the image of a small child, and doves fly out, which are caught by angels, all representations of the miracles associated with the host. Then the angered Christians break in, they arrest the Jews. On the right panel, some of them are beheaded. You can notice that the Jew on his knee there is wearing the Judenhut, also a mandated article of clothing in many areas of medieval Europe. It later evolved into the witch's cap and the dunce cap, but it was associated originally with Jews. And then finally, to the left, you see there's horrible tortures taking place of the Jews, and they're set on fire. And then in the third panel, the Christian himself is taken off, tortured, and punished. And then on the right-hand side, you can see that the synagogue is rededicated as a church. So that's kind of like how these blood libels and post-desecration would work. Again, please understand, this is a video, and I don't want you to walk away with the wrong message. Jews did not do these crazy things, but they were often charged with it falsely, and violence was frequently the end result. Here's one last image of the host desecration. This is one of my favorites. This is a brilliant book by Nina Rubin on this topic, and she used this illustration there. You can see the father here, the aged patriarch. He's torturing the host. It's bleeding there. The mother is saying, "Oy vey's mir," like she's shocked because her rather adult-looking son, kind of a creepy picture, for lots of reasons. But the adult-looking son is saying, "Mommy, mommy, my brother, whom your father threw in the cauldron for suggesting he wanted to become a Christian, has now rising up out of the cauldron like that." And that's also part of a cycle of stories that was prevalent in the medieval period. Very nasty stuff. But wait, I think it's worse. Finally, one of the last representations of medieval anti-Semitism is the so-called Judensau. Fascinating, totally grotesque idea. It means literally the Jewish pig. And it is a bizarre evolution or devolution of a judicial device that was employed in certain parts of Germany to punish minor offenders with caricatures drawn of them. And they were often, and these caricatures would be drawn and posted, and that was kind of like a punishment for various minor crimes. They were often drawn in these caricatures as consorting with pigs in one way or another, and they were often labeled as Jews as a kind of a mocking device. And later, as that judicial device went into disuse, the whole idea of the association between Jews and pigs nevertheless maintained its status. So here's, for example, an image, and it has many of the common elements in the Judensau. You can see that there are 4 Jews involved in various activities. Once again, right in the center of the backs of the 2 middle Jews, you see the Ruel, the Jewish badge, and the figures on the outside. You can see the Judenhut, and they're inspecting the anuses of the cow, the sow, and drinking its milk and so on. Here in this image, which is more typical, you see the elements of the devil being involved. You see on the right-hand side, the devil with his horns, also wearing the ruel, is actively assisting Jews in eating the excrement from the pig. You see there's a woman in the background, and she's also holding a ram's head, which we saw in a different image earlier for similar reasons, though. And on the top, there's a victim of the blood libel. Here's one more image from Frankfurt. Same kind of thing. You see the themes reiterated over and over again with minor variations based on artistic license. So if we take this all as a whole, I think the most important message about this third period of anti-Semitism, I really should have said earlier, is that it goes from, starting with the first level, you have the xenophobia, which can be expressed in violence. I mean, I'm not diminishing the violence, just the nature of the ideology behind the activity is basically a natural human conflict, no matter how severe it may erupt into violence or warfare. And then it goes into specifically a dispute between the daughter religion of Christianity and the mother religion of Judaism, which can express itself with violence, but for the most part, it's basically a theological argument. And then when you get to the 12th century, suddenly anti-Semitism goes off the rails, and it becomes really pathological. Lots of bizarre things like Jews need to drink blood and kill children, and none of this was present in the early Christian anti-Judaism. When we get to the modern period, specifically the 19th century and onward, people stop believing these kinds of crazy things, but they still want to have an antipathy to Jews, so they have to justify it in a different way. They do that primarily through racism and conspiracy theories. We will unfortunately have to talk about that in another lecture later on. But for the time being, I'm sorry that I had to expose you to these kinds of images. I hope that you found them enlightening, and hopefully we can keep all of this stuff clearly in the history of humanity and not have to deal with it in the future. Thank you for watching. Hello, everyone. Welcome to another essential lecture in Jewish history. You may notice the surroundings are a little different because we're moving things around on this campus, and I'm in a different office altogether. Not entirely sure how much I like it. I got a window and things like that. I have a strange light switch behind me, but you'll deal with it. Today's topic is going to what I'd like to call incipient revival and divergence. Basically, I want to talk about the 16th century, and I want to identify three specific aspects of Jewish history in the 16th century that are really important for understanding modern Jewish history. So let's go straight to them. Those three features of the 16th century, and now we're talking about broad kind of themes, are, first of all, we're dealing with some very important changes in Jewish demography. The distribution of the Jewish population, their concentration, their ethnic makeup, a lot of things change over the 16th century and onward, and so that's the first important feature. Second, the influence of disruptive technology, which is something I'm really keen on lately because we're living in the same kind of period now with the influence of the internet. And you wouldn't be watching this if it were not for the fact of the disruptive technology that the internet represents. And what does that mean for our society? It's changing dramatically even as we sit. Well, it just changed. Wow, that's so strange. I don't know why I enjoy talking to myself like this, but let's keep going. Okay, and third, more traditionally, the influence of the phenomenal Sfat circle or Safed circle of Jewish intellectuals that were very active in the 16th century and have a tremendous impact on contemporary thought as well. I myself just released a book on one of the figures of this circle, so I feel very close to that period. Okay, let's go to the first major issue. Shifting demographics. Okay, let's have a look at this map here. Well, here, in a sentence, what's going on? Two major things happen that shift the bulk of the Jewish population in a very significant way. The first is the incredibly dramatic impact of the Spanish and then later Portuguese expulsions that drive the Jews out of the Iberian Peninsula and primarily across the coast of North Africa into places like the Ottoman Empire. That's a huge shift, and it's really important to understand how that affected the way Jews thought of themselves and their world. And the second shift, which is ultimately going to be even more important, is the movement of Ashkenazic Jews from the traditional homeland of the Rhineland, northern Germany, let's say, moving towards the east. These are two very important factors that represent major incipient changes in the Jewish population as a whole. Now, Jews are no stranger to expulsions, but the pace picks up significantly over the course of the 15th and 16th century. If you look at this map here, this is a map which shows the gradual spread of the bubonic plague, which sort of begins in the central Mediterranean region and then spreads northward from 1347 on. Jews suffered tremendously during the Black Plague, not only physically, there's no evidence to indicate that they suffered any less than general populations. In fact, there is some evidence to argue that perhaps they suffered even more because they were primarily living in urban or semi-urban environments where contagion could spread much more easily. But be that as it may, the relevant factor here is that as the peasants tried to deal with the overwhelming impact of the Black Death in 1347 and they're looking for reasons why did this horrible plague come upon us. Unfortunately, Jews constitute a very traditional go-to excuse for anything bad that happens, which reminds me of a joke. Should I tell them in this series? Oh, I'll tell you very quickly because I can't help it. So the joke goes like this. There's a big lineup outside a cucumber store in the former Soviet Union. I heard this when I was doing research back in the day. And there's all kinds of nationalities there. The Soviet Union was made up of many different nationalities. And they're all waiting to buy the cucumbers. And then the cucumber salesman opens up the window and says, we just learned there are going to be less cucumbers than we expected. All Jews go home. So, what can they do? The Jews pick up, they leave the line, they go home. And everyone's waiting in line. And a few minutes later, he opens up the door again and says, we've just heard that some of the trucks broke down on the way here. We will have less cucumbers than expected. So all Uzbeks, Tatars, Ukrainians, and Lithuanians leave the line and go home. So what can they do? All these other often non-titular nationalities, not as quite as high status, they have to leave the line and they go home. Finally, there's only pure Soviet citizens there, really devoted, followers of Stalin and everything are standing in line. And the cucumber guy opens up the door and he says, we've just learned that the last trucks were taken over by the mafia. There are no cucumbers arriving today. Everybody go home. So Ivan turns to Petro and says, you see, the Jews get all the breaks. I hope you enjoyed it. Anyways, so the Jews suffered quite a bit in the 14th century as the Black Death swept through the region, and the Europeans got a taste for expelling Jews. That often had economic implications as well. Watch the video on Jews and medieval economy, you'll get some sense of that. But more significantly, if you look at the larger map here on the right-hand side of your screen, you'll see that the red line, which I've added to the map here, shows the large phenomenon of Jews leaving the Iberian Peninsula and finding new homes in Italy, in Greece, particularly in Salonika, and especially in the Ottoman Empire, in Istanbul, Constantinople. Those are regions where Jews were felt to be more welcomed at the time. Many of these regions were under Muslim rule, and the Muslims welcomed the Jews because of their potential economic contribution to the societies and so on. But it represented a tremendous end of an era. And what you have to do is think about, in the 15th century, how Jews really regarded themselves as sort of a post-Holocaust generation. Much like we in the later half of the 20th and into the 21st century are still reeling from the incredible demographic assault of the Nazis on the Jews of Europe, the Jews of the 15th century were reeling, trying to understand what could it mean that the golden age of Spain came to such an abrupt and hateful end with the expulsions at the end of the 15th century. So it's not just a shift of population, it's not just a migration for economic reasons, it's an uprooting, it's a destruction of a civilization that then had to be replanted elsewhere. It's also important to note in this regard that there are a lot of Jews who are actually heading to the west, not to the east. It's not necessarily for our discussion today, but many Jews chose to go to the New World, to what would become Brazil, Curacao, and eventually New Amsterdam, New York. These are really the later ripple effects of the expulsion. And finally, we should also mention a smaller note. Many Jews chose to leave Spain and Portugal for Northern Europe, particularly the Netherlands, Amsterdam, as being more liberal climates where Jews could practice their faith with less fear of molestation. So that's one really important about the demographics, is that the huge population of Spain was totally destroyed and was spread out throughout the region. One last detail before I forget, of course, there were crypto Jews, Jews who chose to mask their Jewish sensibilities and identities under a Christian guise, sometimes called Moranos, which is inherently a derogatory term. And their history is also fascinating, but not necessarily for our topic today. So the second major element of the shifting demographic is what you can see there in the blue line on the top of the map, which shows the Jews in Western Europe making their way to Eastern Europe, particularly Poland, Lithuania, Ukraine, and those regions, the Baltics. This was for two basic reasons. One, increasing levels of anti-Semitism in Western Europe, based on factors we discussed in earlier videos. And secondly, very significantly, the attraction to these new economic zones, where much of the economy was very poorly developed, and there was tremendous opportunity for Jews if they moved towards the east to become arrendators, land lessors or lessees. I'm not sure which one it is. They would be like middlemen for landlords owning large tracts of land called latifundia, tax farming, all kinds of things like that. So the shift in demographics means a lot in this context as well, because we're going to see that this population is actually going to grow significantly over the next few centuries, meaning that the Yiddish language is going to expand tremendously as well, because Yiddish is basically, as Billy Crystal once put it, German with phlegm. Basically, it's a medieval German dialect written with Hebrew letters with a tremendous number of borrowed words from many other languages. So Yiddish becomes the lingua franca of the largest group of Jews ever in history by the time we get to the end of the 19th century. Okay, so that's the first major point, shifting demographics. Let's look at the second. Disruptive technology. Okay, so what is this technology that's changing everything? What do I mean by disruptive? This is kind of like a business term that's used frequently nowadays. This is when someone invents something that changes the way we do business. And in this case, it changed much of our society as a whole. The invention, of course, I'm talking about the printing press, invented by Gutenberg in the 15th century. This basically took the world from a manuscript culture in which you had to have monks who were painstakingly copying out line after line of written text and then circulating them one copy at a time, which was an incredibly expensive and difficult endeavor, which meant that actual books were very hard to come by, and you would only see them with great rarity. This kind of like a Torah scroll today is an incredibly valuable and expensive thing to procure, and generally only be purchased communally. Only exceptional individuals would own their own Torah scroll, even though it is actually a commandment by the Jewish count that every person must write their own Torah scroll. Anyways, getting off topic. The Jews seized on this technology fairly early, particularly the Sonsino family in Italy, who started producing these amazingly high-quality, beautiful works. This is, for example, a beautiful page, the first page of their Bible, the book of Genesis, and you can see how it's very beautifully illuminated in multiple colors, much like a manuscript would have been illuminated, and they're trying to absorb that aesthetic into a printed text. And later they would, of course, abandon it because the cost was not necessarily the driving factor behind the profit. But nevertheless, you can see some absolutely gorgeous work. Later, particularly with the Talmud, this was expanded on by a Christian printer named von Bomberg, who printed an entire set of Talmud that was not necessarily as high quality as what the Sonsinos were producing, but it was complete and it was produced in a fairly quick fashion, and it rapidly essentially put the Sonsino family out of business because this new Talmud was one that could be circulated with some standardization throughout the period. Now, think back for a second now. What does this mean? Why is this so disruptive? Tremendously disruptive, because all of a sudden it means that populations move from the hierarchy of those who possess the text to a more democratic sense of, well, of course, we all possess the text. It becomes cheap enough that everyone can own it, and or at least large groups of people can own significant numbers of manuscripts. All of a sudden, information literacy becomes populist, becomes available to so many people, and not only the access to existing information, the creation and dissemination of new information is also possible. So brand new ideas that maybe never would have had the kind of institutional support to allow them to make multiple copies of a manuscript to later influence larger groups of people, all of a sudden it's like blogging. You just write a few ideas down on your computer, bang, it's out there for like 2 billion people to read within moments. So it's a tremendous change, the shift from this manuscript culture to a written culture. And at the end of this lecture, I'll just outline a couple of ways in which that had an impact that we feel to the present day. But let's go on to the third major element of the 16th century that I want to talk about, and that is specifically the amazing Safed Center. So what's going on? Safed is this town in northern Israel, Tzfat in Hebrew, or Tzfas. It's in the Galil, a very beautiful area, very rolling hills, as you can see in this photograph here. And it basically was a nothing town until the 16th century. And in the early 16th century, the Ottoman Empire took it over, and they put in place some new tax laws that made it really advantageous for people to settle there, particularly in the textile industries and so on. So it was a multicultural population, but with a lot of Jews suddenly congregating in there. And if you think back to the expulsions of the Iberian Peninsula, obviously a lot of the Jews who had fled Spain and Portugal made their way to Tzfat. And what seemed to happen there in the beginning of the 16th century was there was a collection of absolutely brilliant minds, a collection that rarely happens in Jewish history. And so within the space of about 50 years, you have an explosion of Jewish creativity that was expressed in so many different ways. At the center of it, you have people like Rabbi Shlomo Alkabetz, the author of the Chadodi prayer, a very noted Kabbalist, who together with his student, Rabbi Moshe Cordovero, would go out wandering the hills around Tzfat and would mystically sense the presence of graves of tzaddikim from earlier generations, and they would engage in mystical exercises and meditations, and then those places that they identified would become sort of like spiritual tourism destinations that would attract still more Jews there. You also have people like none other than Rabbi Yosef Karo, the author of the Shulchan Aruch, who's living in Tzfat now, and he's active in the Beit Din there. You have people like Rabbi Yaakov Berav, who was a brilliant rabbi who said, we have so many brilliant minds here in Tzfat, we could actually reinstitute the smicha, meaning the ordination that originally Moses gave to Joshua, and then Joshua to his students on until it was lost sometime in the period of the diaspora. He said we could reinstitute it right here. We could all agree that we're the most brilliant rabbis of the world, which is most likely the case. So let's all give each other smicha, and then let's pass it on. This movement didn't gather a lot of force, although it gives you a sense of what's going on there. And finally, of course, the incredible Arizal, who you can see his grave is actually not in this picture. Sorry, I should have put it to you. The Rav Alkabetz is on the right, and the Ramak, his student, is on the left. The Ramak is the author of the phenomenal Tomer Dvorah, which I translated and published under the title of Kabbalah of Forgiveness, and also one of the great systematizers of Kabbalah. He took the wide range of writings in the Zohar and other places, and he kind of made a system out of them that you could actually, comprehend without, falling into some kind of mystical trance to understand it. At least, that's what they say. I still don't understand it, but nevertheless, the Arizal, the great Rabbi Isaac Luria, left Egypt and came to study under the Ramak, under his system. And although they studied together for only a period of a few months before the Ramak died of a plague, the Arizal went on to eclipse his fame and to become certainly the single most important Kabbalist of the early modern period. So this is all happening in Tzfat. You have the author of the Shulchan Aruch, the Code of Jewish Law. You have these world-altering Kabbalist writing, and you have this idea of social change. Maybe we should reinstitute smicha, new models of leadership. It's all happening in Tzfat. Now, if we bring these three things together, I think we can make a few sort of generalizations as to why these fit together and are very important for understanding modern Jewish history. So first of all, shifting demographics. Well, the Jewish world is changing dramatically. The Sephardic population, dominated by the scholarship in Spain that had its heydays a couple hundred years earlier, is now clearly on the wane. Their base in the Iberian Peninsula is destroyed, and although there are still very strong expressions of Sephardic Judaism in Northern Africa and in the Ottoman Empire, it's definitely declining. Population-wise, the Ashkenazim grow, and they themselves begin to move towards the east. And ultimately, they will overtake the Sephardim in terms of population numbers and become the dominant political organization of Jews as well into the 20th century. Ladino and other Sephardic languages decline, but Ashkenazic, a Germanic language, becomes the most important language of the Jews in terms of the vernacular. Second, and related to this, the disruptive technology of printing changes the way Jews look at themselves, look at the Torah, look at their rabbis, and ultimately creates some tectonic shifts that alters the Jewish world phenomenon. The textual tradition becomes reified, which means to be made concrete, and that has like a good side and a bad side. It's a good thing in that, here it is. It's reliable. This is exactly what's the halacha. This is the halacha. It's shriben. It's written right here what you have to do, and so on. That's great. But on the other hand, by setting it down in black and white in print, all of the other oral traditions lose their impact. Now, some of those oral traditions could have been plainly wrong. Like for example, how much wine does it take to make kiddush? How much wine do you have to say the prayer sanctifying the Sabbath and so on? So all of a sudden we have a machloket, we have a controversy because we've lost the sense of these sizes. Something that before the Shulchan Aruch, maybe quite a bit before, people would kind of pick up a cup and say, well, yeah, that looks like about right there. And I would say, no, that's not big enough. My Zaydi used to have a much bigger cup and stuff. So there's like a whole discussion, which ultimately becomes reified in what does it say in the text. That's what we're going to follow. In fact, one of the reasons why there was such an objection in some circles to the Ramah's writing, Rabbi Moshe Isserles wrote in a very important commentary on Rabbi Yosef Karo's Code of Jewish Law. Code of Jewish Law is called the Shulchan Aruch, the set table. The Ramah's super commentary is called the Mappa, or the tablecloth. So some Ashkenazi community says, who is this Polish guy, Rabbi Isserles, telling us how to do it here in Germany? We don't do it like that. But the German rabbis were absolutely correct that because the Ramah came out with his commentary, then even German Jewish students studying it for hundreds of years later would be inclined to go with what the text says. So Judaism in some ways, halachically, becomes like much more focused on what is the text, even when there may be areas where, according to family tradition, right or wrong, that's another big debate there, but according to family tradition, might change altogether. I'll give you another example. Chevra Kadishas. So in America, there's one base. I mean, I've served the privilege. It's a sad privilege, but I have other sad privilege of serving on many different Chevra Kadishas as I moved around with my academic career. And there's one particular ritual that is pretty much standard. And if you look at the halachic literature, you see that we do a lot of things in America. We skip over things that were done in Europe all the time. We do extra things that were not done in Europe, and there's a whole bunch of details that are just not present in our tradition. Why is that? Well, my humble thinking is because there was one particular Chevra Kadisha, I think it was in Chicago, that was the first one to actually write it down in English. So as soon as they wrote down their customs in English, so lots of other Jewish communities saying, well, what are we supposed to do? Oh, there's a pamphlet. Check it out. Here it is. So that becomes the Minhag America, the American custom that essentially means we lose a lot of other regional customs. Okay, so that's one of the things that happens with this disruptive technology of printing. Another thing is, because everybody can do it, all of a sudden, copyright law becomes challenged, and like, who's to say a person can't print something that's against Torah? Oh my gosh, Chas v'shalom, all of a sudden, the huge threshold of cost that would be represented by hiring a manuscript copyist to write out your heretical writings is disappeared, because now basically you can get a certain amount of capital, you can print it yourself. And so all kinds of ideas that would not have seen the light of day in print, or in manuscript I should say, with printing all of a sudden it's fair game. Everybody can put their stuff out there. So we see the thought of people like Spinoza and so on that suddenly becomes circulating as a result of this disruptive technology. So the religious diversity that will expand and come to a crisis point in the 19th century has its origins really in the 15th century. And finally, the Tzfat Circle, this amazing nuclear strength activity that was going on in northern Israel for a very, very brief period of time, only a few decades, then it was all over, has tremendous ripple effects. It represents a revival of Kabbalah in a very, very powerful way. Kabbalah, of course, is a very ancient study of Jewish text that goes all the way back to the biblical period, but much of it was completely inaccessible before Rabbi Moshe Cordovero wrote the Pardes Ramonim, and of course the Arizal and his student Chaim Vital popularized very dramatic understandings of the world of Tikkun and so on. So the study of Jewish mysticism becomes very, very prominent throughout Europe and has ripple effects on many movements that are not necessarily so closely related to the Jewish tradition. In particular, false messiahs like Shabtai Tzvi, heavily influenced by Kabbalah. And on the other side of the coin, definitely within the mainstream of Judaism, although it wasn't necessarily appreciated by all Jews in that sense in the 18th century, the Hasidic movement borrows very heavily on Lurianic Kabbalah, and was a result, and therefore was a tremendous amount of creativity in the 18th century as a result of what happens in the 15th. Wow, that was a very quick tour of this incipient revival, the beginnings of a new growth of ideas in the Jewish world, and at the same time divergence as a result of these three factors. And I hope you found this video useful, and I look forward to speaking to you again. Hello, everyone. Well, our topic for today is what is modern Jewish history? And the goal is to try and figure out really the meaning of all three of those words, modern, Jewish, and history. I think we'll probably focus primarily on modern and Jewish. History is a tough one, but we'll try and do this in the space of about 20, 25 minutes or so, maybe even less. So here's an interesting, the picture that you've got in the background there is kind of interesting. It's a postcard from the turn of the 20th century. It was very popular at the time for Jews to send out these kinds of postcards, especially on Rosh Hashanah. Today, many people give out the high holiday cards, and it shows the American eagle on the left welcoming the Russian eagle, and underneath their counterparts are the well-to-do American Jews with their hands outstretched, reaching out to the dark, huddled masses of Russian Jews who are immigrating. This commemorates the waves of immigration that began in 1881 that we'll talk about in another topic. But this is welcoming the Jews from Eastern Europe to American shores. So too, this lecture is about welcoming modernity to Jewish history. So let's start by understanding these terms, ancient, medieval, and modern. They're often used when referring to history, but in reality, they're kind of strange terms, and they apply primarily to Western Christian history. Since most of our scholarly models in the Western world are dependent on the European tradition, these terms make sense. They're not an exact fit for Jewish history, and of course for other histories, Eastern history, for example, African history. But let's see how those terms work. So if we create a graph and we say on the y-axis you have level of achievement, right? Meaning the heights of society, if you have culture and science and things like that. So higher is going to have more achievement, lower will have lower achievement. And then if you put an x-axis that measures time, so basically the traditional Christian European way of looking at history starts out in the ancient period, moves through medieval, and then goes into the modern period. And the scope of human achievement looks something like this. It kind of starts at a golden age in the ancient period. That's basically Greece and Rome. And then it sort of declines until there's a real break with the fall of Rome in the 5th century, and it goes into the Dark Ages, which is the medieval period. Medieval actually means between the periods, that is, between the ancient and the modern period, because what happens is there's a Renaissance, literally the period called the Renaissance, like in the 13th through the 15th centuries, and that begins to re-enervate or re-energize European society. And there's a growth of art, science, and all kinds of things till we get to the modern period. So that's basically the way Christian Europeans tended to look at history. A golden age in the past, which is Greece and Rome, then declining into the Middle Ages, which is very dark and people sleeping on, on top of dirt floors and huts and things like that. Conan the Barbarian kind of stuff. And then it comes up through the Renaissance into the modern period, which is the period that we live in today. Although for some purposes, many people call this the postmodern era. Not post, but I wonder if I can edit that out. No, let's just go one thing. The postmodern period, we're not going to talk about that. It'll be very relevant to things like literature, though. Now, that's kind of Western European Christian history. What about Jewish history? So it looks something like this, where you've got like a zero, and then there's a huge rise right up to the top after, let's say, the flood. Got a huge rise that goes all the way up to the giving of the Torah way back in the ancient period when the Jews left Egypt and spent that time wandering in the desert. And then from that period, there is sort of a philosophical, slow but steady decline to the modern period. This is a concept known in Hebrew theology as Yeridat Hadorot, or the decline of the generations, which indicates that Jews slowly, as they get further and further away from that defining moment of Sinai, they begin to lose their spiritual sensitivity to God, their spiritual sensitivity to other human beings, and so on, until we get to our kind of sad period. Now, this graph does not measure Jewish achievement. It measures in a larger sense, it measures really Jewish spirituality. And this is a form of vision of the world that really applies primarily to traditional Orthodox thought as well. If we were to map out Jewish achievements in other areas, the graph would look different. But the point of this little exercise is to show you that this terminology of ancient, medieval, and modern doesn't really make a lot of sense for Jewish history. So if it doesn't make sense for Jewish history, then what exactly are we talking about? We have to talk about modernity. So if you see in the background here, this is a great film by Charlie Chaplin, released in the 1930s. It's called Modern Time. Here's Charlie Chaplin on the left. And what this video is showing us is an example of how the over-mechanization of the era eventually causes Charlie Chaplin to lose his mind. And as we'll see in a minute, he's actually going to become part of the machine itself. He is going to be so taken over by the things that connote modernity that he will become crazy and modern itself. Let's just enjoy this for a second. You see how he actually becomes part of the machine. This is a really famous scene. And you see how now he identifies his entire personality simply with the action of tightening those nuts and bolts wherever he sees them. And it dramatically alters his way of dealing with anyone, including and especially women. He sees, of course, the buttons on the back of her skirt, and that just makes him go crazy. All right, so I think I'd better stop right now because it just gets funnier. But I encourage you to have a look at Charlie Chaplin, Modern Times, to get a sense of this. Well, the point of that little video was to say something about modernity. What do we mean when we say modernity? I mean, a lot of people seem to think that modernity means things like, an iPhone and stuff like that. It does not. There's a lot more to that term, modernity, than simply technology. Let's look at some of the main elements of modernity. First of all, when is modernity? Well, for general modernity, means for the world as a whole, it's usually dated as beginning from the 17th through the 18th centuries and extending into the 20th and even 21st century. But the beginnings of modernity really begin around the 17th, 18th century, and that's when you see a lot of the political developments, a lot of the social developments, and with industrialization, the technological developments. The kind of thinking that is associated with modernity is the general overwhelming of religious authority by scientific authority, the reliance on reason rather than revelation as the fundamental locus of truth. That means that prior to the modern period, when a person wanted to know whether or not something was true, they would go to a religious figure like a priest or a minister or a rabbi. With modernity, people begin to look to other sources for truth. They look to professors, for example. Well, that's a mistake. They look to encyclopedias. They look to right up to our own day when you start Googling it to find out what is true. That's not necessarily a good example of reason over religion, but nevertheless, the trend is very clear that religion declines in modernity and scientific reasoning becomes much more ascendant. In terms of technology, industrialization makes a huge change with modernity. Industrialization refers to the creation of factories for mass production of primarily consumer goods. This means that people become much more urbanized. The nature of women's roles in society changes dramatically because they begin to be employed in the workplace, albeit at a much lesser rate of remuneration than men. But women's roles change dramatically. The way we relate to the environment has changed, as with electrification, for example. People don't have to go to sleep, with sundown and rise with sunrise. So time changes, all kinds of things change with industrialization. And globalization is extremely important, right? Beginning in the end of the 15th century, you have the discovery of the Americas, and all of a sudden trade really booms between the continents of North America and South America and Europe and Africa. So the interconnectedness of society becomes especially important in the modern age. Popular sovereignty is extremely, advanced during the period of modernity. Popular sovereignty basically means that the sovereign, the leader of a given country, is no longer the king. It is the people as a whole. So America, France with their democratic experiments, Haiti, places like that, that's also associated with modernity. Now, if we look at Jewish modernity by contrast, it's got a few different features. First of all, it's quite a bit later. The modern period in Jewish history, looking at a lot of the features that I've shown you on the left-hand side here, really takes place in the 19th and even the 20th centuries, particularly in places like the Russian Empire. One of the ways that science over religion is expressed in Jewish modernity, although it is expressed exactly the same way that there is among Jews the same kind of tendency of looking to science over religion, but specifically within the religiously affiliated Jewish community, there is the rise of denominationalism. We'll spend more time talking about this as we move into the course, but basically the so-called Altgläubiger, or the traditionally Orthodox Jews, that term was not coined until the 19th century, they begin to bifurcate, and you have the growth of what would later be called the Reform movement and the Conservative movement and things like that. Those are expressions of Jewish modernity. There are new economies for Jews which were not available to them before modernity. As Jews become emancipated, that is, they begin to get equal rights to non-Jews, they begin to penetrate areas of activity economically, socially, culturally, that they had never engaged in before, particularly in Europe. And this phenomenon is something that is related to modernity in a very significant way. And perhaps the most significant of all of these is the decline of traditional authority. The decline of the Kehillah structure that we spoke about in greater detail a while ago. You can go back and look at some of the earlier videos. With the decline of the Kehillah and the Beit Din, it becomes possible for Jews to really identify themselves as secular individuals and no longer even affiliate with the Jewish community, or in some cases affiliate and nevertheless ignore the dictates of community standards. This creates a kind of a massive amount of fissures in the Jewish world, and as a result, the Jewish modernity is changed by the entire period. So if we want to look at the course of modern Jewish history, we could start really from the flourishing of these different phenomena in the 19th century, but it's useful to sort of take it back a couple hundred years and try to understand the antecedents for that change. And in that suggestion, we really have to look at a major scene in Jewish history, a huge rift in the progression of development of Jewish culture and community, and that would undoubtedly be the Spanish and Portuguese expulsions of the late 15th century. The Jews of Spain, the Iberian Peninsula in general, were extremely cultured and advanced, very well integrated into society. It was already past their golden age, and they were beginning to experience more and more persecution under the Spanish Inquisition. But the sudden and dramatic expulsion of this large population really had a huge impact on the Jewish psyche as a whole. I mean, you look at this map, you can see how the Jews of Spain and Portugal made their way throughout the Mediterranean basin and up into Northern Europe as well. And they carried with them the memory of this dramatic change in their lifestyle and their situation, which had an impact on all of the communities that they visited and really shook the Jewish world. So we're going to start with the immediate aftermath of the Spanish and Portuguese expulsion, and we'll go in the next lecture into that period, and hopefully that will give us a good starting point to understand the gradual unfolding of modernity among the Jewish people. So that's it for this lecture. I hope you found it useful, and I look forward to speaking with you in the near future. Hello, everyone. Welcome to another essential lecture in Jewish history. Today's a little different from most of the lectures because today I'll be speaking about something that I actually know something about, primarily because I spent a ridiculous amount of time researching the Jews of Eastern Europe for a book I wrote on the Jews of Ukraine, my PhD dissertation that was later published. So I crammed a ridiculous amount of information into my skull, and now I will dilute that into about 14 or 15 minutes, give or take, for the presentation today. Our task is to look at the Jews of Eastern Europe from their origins, and specifically looking at the big migrations that occurred after the Crusades up until about the 17th century, and then we'll look at some of the major developments up to the beginning of the Hasidic movement. Okay, so here we go. So if you look at the Prezi, you can see on this map here that there's a huge movement of Jews from the traditional Ashkenazi homeland in the Rhineland in Germany, and they're moving to the east in the really the 11th through the 17th centuries. It picks up significantly in the 13th century onward, and they're eventually going to create the greatest, largest concentration of Jews in the world in the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth. And there are basically two reasons why this migration occurred. The first reason is that there was a tremendous amount of anti-Semitism developing in Western Europe. The Crusades, particularly the massacres of 1096, were incredibly onerous for the Jewish population. The development of the blood libel, which was an outgrowth of the ritual murder charge that Jews somehow wanted to reenact the Passion, and then later the accretion of a new charge that the Jews wanted to drink the blood of their victims. This was getting absolutely outrageous. In the picture that you see before you here, this is a little bit later depiction in the 17th century, but it's the so-called Judensau, the Jewish pig, in which you see several Jewish figures. They're so labeled by the Ruel, the round symbol representing the coins that Judas received for betraying Jesus. So the viewer of this image would know right away that these are Jews we're speaking about, and there are Jews engaged in a whole bunch of nasty acts with a pig. A Jewish woman looks on in the background, and perhaps more significantly, the devil himself assists the Jews with these practices. And on the top, you see there's a representation of a victim of the blood libel, a child that's murdered with the various tools of torture surrounding him. So, in a nutshell, the Jews were feeling distinctly unwelcome in Western Europe from the 13th through the 16th centuries. You add to that fact the idea that the Jews were welcomed and, in fact, even invited into Eastern Europe, primarily to develop the very rudimentary economies that were occurring in Poland, Lithuania. At that time, the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth was still basically operating with a barter-style economy. They didn't have a very advanced system of cash and currency, and no systems of credit, especially at the smaller levels. And so there was a desire to bring the Jews in order to kind of seed the economy and get it going, something that they had done significantly in Western Europe, and the hope was that they would do the same in Eastern Europe. To facilitate this end, the Poles offered the Jews something called Magdeburg Recht, or Magdeburg Law, which is essentially a kind of a charter that entire Jewish communities would be granted if they agreed to move to a particular town or residence within the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth. They would have all kinds of rights that they could stipulate and argue for early on. Like, for example, the right to distill alcohol, to produce it as a monopoly. This was something called propinatia. The right to regulate what kind of trades are practiced within a particular town. All kinds of specific, in some cases, even the right to defend themselves, to set up walls if necessary. All kinds of interesting sort of perks that the Jews found very attractive, so that they would come to these communities. When you combine that with the anti-Semitism they were experiencing in Western Europe, it looked like a no-brainer that Jews should go to the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth, and in fact they did in huge numbers, and with a tremendous sense of security and relaxation, as it were. It was not a wealthy lifestyle, but it was a relatively secure lifestyle compared to the vagaries of Western Europe, where Jews, for example, were being expelled on multiple occasions, 3 times alone from France in the 14th century. So coming to this part of the world, the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth, made many Jews quip that Poland, which is the Yiddish term for Poland, Poland was actually an acronym for Polin. Here we will rest. Here we will spend the night in our sojourn. And that's really what Poland and Lithuania and Ukraine, the southern region, was for Jews for much of this period. The backbone of the economy was the so-called arenda system. And this was something that originally looked like a fantastic economic deal, but ultimately it had disastrous results. Basically, there was a triangular conflict going on here. The Jews formed one point in the triangle. Another point was formed by their overlords, the Polish nobility, who were primarily living in the northwest in the cities of Poland, like Warsaw, Lublin, and so on. And the third point were the masses of Ukrainian peasants who were living on these large estates called latifundia. The Polish noblemen were loath to go all the way out to Ukraine and try to manage these large farms and all the people living there who were indentured as serfs. They're not quite slaves, but certainly not free either. They couldn't leave the land without permission. They couldn't marry without permission, all kinds of things like this. So what the Polish nobility did was they hired the Jews to be the leaseholders of these lands in a kind of tax farming scenario where Jews would be, managing all kinds of affairs in the region. Taxes on grain, tolls on bridges, all kinds of things in order to raise funds. The system worked in this way. The Polish nobility would stipulate a certain amount of revenue that they expected from their latifundia in a given period of time, let's say a year. The Jews would accept that figure, let's say it's 5,000 zloty, just to make up a number. And then what they would do is they would go and they would have to find all the ways that they could exact that sum from the Ukrainian peasantry. And if they could exact more than 5,000 zloty, let's say they exacted 6 or 7,000 from the 5,000 zloty, then the difference would be the profit of the Jewish community. And this was essentially the backbone of the Jewish community's economy, although they did engage in a lot of other trades like, the needle trades, silversmithing, things like that. The essential aspect of the economy was this fundamentally exploitative relationship in which the Jews were charged with the task of exacting large amounts of money from the Ukrainian peasants. This did not endear the Jews to the peasants in the least. And in fact, a growing movement of rebellion began to simmer in Ukraine. This was led by a group of men known as the Cossacks, or Kozaké in Ukrainian, Cossacks in English. These were sort of freebooters, kind of like Ukrainian Robin Hoods, who had often fled the entire system. Let's say they were serfs who ran away from their property and so on. And they created these sort of encampments in the rapids region of the Dnipro River, Zaporizhia. And they would spend much of their time, sort of raiding communities, taking the wealth from the Polish nobility, sometimes raiding Turkish lands, redeeming slaves, for example. Many Ukrainian children were taken as slaves. And they acquired a kind of a hero outlaw status within Ukrainian culture. For Jews, they were more like Hell's Angels. They were kind of like swooping in on their motorcycles with the tattoos and everything and wreaking havoc, because the Jews, of course, were essentially their class enemies. The Jews were not the architects of the economic system that oppressed them, but they certainly were part of that system. And so much of their anger against the Poles was vented on the Jews. We should overlap this with the fact that it was not only an economic conflict between the Poles and the Ukrainians, it was also a religious and a national conflict. The Poles were Catholic, the Ukrainians were Orthodox, Christian Orthodox, and there was a strong effort to try and Catholicize the Ukrainians. Similarly, the Poles speak a slightly different Slavic language written in Roman characters, Latin characters. The Ukrainians spoke a different dialect of a Slavic language, written later in Cyrillic characters. And, the Poles were trying to essentially elide the Ukrainians into their larger national religious group. And the Ukrainians resisted this and wanted to define themselves differently. So what ended up happening is in the year 1648, one of these leaders of these troops, a man named Bogdan Khmelnytsky, raised up a huge number of them to go on the march and attack the Polish Jewish communities throughout Ukraine, and in fact penetrated well into Poland. For over a year, the entire region was thrown into chaos, with tremendous devastation wreaked upon Poles and Jews in particular. The Jews suffered perhaps worse because they were located in Ukraine, running those latifundia, and so unlike the Poles, who were much further away, the Ukrainians were able to vent much of their anger on the Jews themselves. The total number of Jews killed was astronomical, perhaps 50 to 60,000 Jews, an amazing number given the larger Jewish population there, and it had a phenomenal impact on the Jewish psyche, made its imprint on the liturgy and various other places. The movement eventually sort of petered out. The Ukrainians under Khmelnytsky decided they wanted to ally themselves with the Russians, which may have been a disastrous political move on its own. But at any rate, the Jews would not forget the devastation that was visited upon them as this peasant community rose up in protest. Shortly thereafter, the so-called Gezerat Tachvatat, which means the decree of 1648-49, the false messiah Shabbatai Tzvi appeared on the horizon and created a tremendous stir in Eastern Europe, as many Jews felt that finally, after the huge suffering that they had endured in the Khmelnytsky rebellion, now God had sent the Redeemer to the Jews, and they would all return back to Zion and enter into the Messianic age. This ended in a tremendous disaster as well, because Shabbatai Tzvi, who was somewhat mentally imbalanced, went to visit the Sultan to demand that he turn over Jerusalem, and the Sultan counter-offered by suggesting that he remove Shabbatai Tzvi's head, a unfelicitous development that he could choose to avoid should he convert to Islam, which in fact Shabbatai Tzvi did, and ultimately many of his followers decided to convert along with him. They are the so-called Dunme. These are Islamic followers of Shabbatai Tzvi who were descended from Jews. But many Jews simply gave up in disgust and disappointment returning back to their homes in Eastern and in Western Europe. There are some critics of later developments of Eastern European history who say that this had a tremendous impact on the development of the Hasidic movement, which deserves a far greater treatment that we can afford in this short lecture. But basically, this was a very populist movement that began in the 18th century under the great Baal Shem Tov, a teacher with a very charismatic way and a very suffused with Kabbalistic and very much suffused with Kabbalistic teachings. He reached out to the dispossessed Jewish masses who were still reeling from the impacts of the dual crises of first the Khmelnytsky rebellion and then Shabbatai Tzvi's demise. And the Hasidic movement gained a tremendous amount of strength and energy and swept through southern Poland and western Ukraine in particular. It met with a tremendous amount of opposition. By the way, this is a picture of the great Alter Rebbe, the first rabbi of the Lubavitch movement, also known as Chabad, very prominent in contemporary Jewish affairs today and throughout the world. But at any rate, moving on, the Hasidic innovations, many of which were challenging traditional norms, for example, different standards with regards to slaughter of animals for the kosher laws, different times of day for prayers. These met with tremendous opposition by the traditional Lithuanian community, which viewed this man, Rabbi Kramer, better known as the Vilna Gaon, as their leader, who felt that the Hasidic movement was ultimately contrary to the traditional norms of Judaism in a way that was completely unacceptable. A series of bans and counterbans between the so-called opponents, or in Hebrew, mitnagdim, Ashkenazi pronunciation, misnagdim, or to our friends, the snags. The misnagdim opposed the Hasidim bitterly. The Hasidim returned that opposition in kind, and for much of the last quarter of the 18th century, there was a phenomenal amount of fighting going on between these groups. Ultimately, it was resolved once both groups realized that they faced a far greater threat from the Haskalah, a movement that was burgeoning in Western Europe, and we'll speak about that in the next essential lecture. And they came to a truce, a kind of a modus vivendi, which really has persisted to the current day. Okay, that's about it for Eastern Europe. A quick rush through this period. I hope you found this lecture useful, and I look forward to speaking with you in the next. Hello, everyone. So today's topic is going to be on the Haskalah. We're going to talk about a movement that's extremely important for the development of modern Jewish identity, something that I'm especially interested in this course. But let's get right to it, because this is an essential lecture, and we want to try and boil everything down to the most concrete points possible. So first of all, what is the Haskalah? This is a Hebrew term. It's derived from the Hebrew root sachal or seichel, meaning intelligence. And it is a translation of the German term Aufklärung, which means enlightenment. This is a movement that the Enlightenment, that spread across Europe about 50 to 100 years prior to the Haskalah, and Jews really picked up on it and translated it into Jewish terms. And it has some specific elements which are really particularly appropriate for the Jewish community that distinguish it from the Enlightenment as a whole. In generality, however, the Enlightenment was a reference to a greater emphasis on reason as a source of truth rather than religion, for example. So there's a decline of religion in the Enlightenment, more emphasis on science, more emphasis on popular sovereignty, ideas of democracy, things like that. America is very much a child of the Enlightenment, and we'll see how it expresses itself in Jewish culture. I'll point out just now in passing, and then we'll have a slide where we look at detail. The Haskalah is expressed very differently in Western Europe than it is in Eastern Europe. That is, the Jews who became maskilim, that is, those who adhere to the Haskalah, really took different things between West East, as we shall see momentarily. The Haskalah is especially associated with this man, Moses Mendelssohn, a rather amazing individual who lived in the 18th century. And although he himself was strictly observant, he somehow managed to cross the barrier to become quite famous in general German society of the time. Known as the Illuminae, the genius of Berlin, he attracted a wide following, primarily of liberal non-Jews and aspiring Maskilian, that is, Jews who wished to penetrate the larger culture of Germany with his ideas. He was an extremely controversial figure in many quarters. His translation of the Chumash into German was received with great applause from many Jews in the West, who felt that it was finally an opportunity for Jews to apprehend German thinking properly, because here they had a text that was in Hebrew that allowed them to really experience proper vernacular German, whereas Jews in the East felt that it was a tremendous transgression to use the Hebrew text in this manner, that it would open up the floodgates of assimilation. And in fact, none of Mendelssohn's grandchildren were Jewish. All of them ended up converting to Christianity in one form or another. And in fact, his commentary was burned. Nevertheless, he is sort of like the central figure in pushing forward the Haskalah. And even though he himself maintained that strictly observant lifestyle, his followers in the second and third generation of his intellectual inheritors were not able to retain that sensibility, as we shall see if you look at some of the longer lectures. So what's very important about the Haskalah politically as opposed to intellectually is the fact that it was related very closely to the concept of emancipation. Emancipation was a term that later Jewish historians borrowed from American culture, somewhat inappropriately. Obviously, if you study American history, you're familiar with the Emancipation Proclamation, the freedom of the African American slaves. And Jews wanted to kind of hijack this term, in English language at any rate, hijack this term to refer to the granting of equal rights to Jews in Europe. Now, Jews were not slaves in Eastern Europe, but they were subject to a large variety of disabilities. They were considered non-citizens. Generally, they were resident aliens. And they had to endure all kinds of ritual humiliations, like, for example, appearing in the town square once a year where the mayor of the town would slap the chief Jewish across the face, all kinds of strange things like that. Discriminatory taxation, economic discrimination, various types of privileges were revoked or were not granted. For example, this is a picture of the Jew's oath, which is a 17th and earlier century phenomenon. Since Jews were considered broadly untrustworthy, should a Jew be required to present himself in court, in a secular court, his oath was considered invalid unless he went through a ritual humiliation to indicate that he really did mean what he was saying. And Jews would, of course, strive to avoid this kind of humiliation. As you can see from the picture, he's got his shirt bared, his head is uncovered, he's made to stand barefoot on a pigskin and lay his hand on the Hebrew Bible before he takes his oath. So there are all kinds of these discriminatory impositions on Jews. All kinds of higher access to education was closed to them. Many professions were closed to them. And so Jews in Western Europe in particular really wanted to be emancipated and to be granted the kind of freedoms that would allow them to express themselves politically, economically, socially, culturally, and so on. They finally got their chance in 1791, 2 years after the French Revolution, in which, with the toppling of the king, France suddenly became a dramatically transformed democracy. And as you can see in this post-war period, here are French citizens saying the indivisible unity of the republic, in which they proclaim liberty, equality, and brotherhood or death. So if it meant liberty, equality, and brotherhood, then that surely must include the Jews. Now, when this came before the newly formed French Parliament, they hesitated a little bit. In 1791, they determined that, in fact, yes, the Jewish inhabitants of France were also to be considered French, and they were to be given equal rights. A tremendous milestone in the history of Jewish civilization, and as we shall see, it had a tremendous ripple effect throughout Europe. Of special interest is Napoleon's Sanhedrin. So, as I mentioned, in 1791, the Jews were given equal rights, but within a decade, there were a lot of complaints from non-Jews, particularly in the Alsace-Lorraine region bordering on Germany, saying that the Jews had taken these rights and had used them in an exploitative and unfair manner to oppress their non-Jews that they had come into competition. Obviously, this is an aspect of economic competition because Jews were suddenly allowed into various professions and into various economic activities that previously been closed to them, and a lot of markets shifted as a result. So there was a certain amount of pushback on emancipation. Napoleon thought about the question, and ultimately he took a very bold, characteristically bold act. He summoned a Sanhedrin, meaning he tried to reestablish the grand court of the Jews that had not existed for 2,000 years. The two millennia separating ancient Israel and 18th century, 19th century France did not bother Napoleon, and he in fact convened a large body of Jews, which involved Jews of various stripes. At this time, you had a lot of masculine who were very much promoting the proposal. And so Napoleon put 12 basic questions to the Sanhedrin, asking the Jews to kind of summarize it to one question, what's going to be with you Jews? Are you going to consider yourselves members of another nation who are temporarily residing in France, which is historically how Jews would have regarded themselves? They're part of the Jewish people, a kind of tribal biological relationship, and they anticipated an eventual return to Zion under a Messiah. Or, said Napoleon, will you consider yourselves loyal members of the French nation, expressing a Mosaic persuasion, but nevertheless loyal to France, fighting against its enemies, upholding its laws, etc., etc. The Jews of the Assembly of Notables, which was later expanded to form the Sanhedrin the Sanhedrin under Napoleon, answered with a thunderous yes. In fact, they said when they were asked if they would defend France against his enemies, which was a very subtle question, would you fight against Jews who were from Germany who were in war with them? They responded, jusqu'à la mort, to the point of death, meaning that the Jews would really buy into this. Napoleon accepted the answer and therefore confirmed the emancipation. He added a few anti-Semitic discriminatory laws to try and reduce the competition, but that's a little bit more detail than we need here. This great picture here shows, it's a state picture that Napoleon commissioned, so it portrays him in the light that he wanted. And you can see here he is holding up the Ten Commandments. It says the law, meaning the Ten Commandments of the law in his right hand, and on his right there are several Christian prelates who are demanding that Napoleon not extend equal rights to the fallen Judaism. That's the woman who's there, and he's reaching out his hand to pick her up. She's holding on to the Ten Commandments as well, you can see there. And in the background, you have the Judean desert, the menorah, and so on. Napoleon obviously viewed himself in a kind of neo-messianic fashion here as being someone who would ultimately, transform the world by rescuing the Jews, among other things. So the whole idea of the Haskalah in Western Europe was really tied to this idea of emancipation, that the Jews would somehow gain equal political rights if only they behaved appropriately, if only they met the required questions of people like Napoleon with the right answers. Now in France, it happened suddenly, all at one shot basically, and then a little bit of a hiccup under Napoleon. But in Germany, it was a difficult, drawn-out process that took most of the 19th century. And as a result, German Haskalah expressed itself rather differently. So let's look at the distinctions primarily between how the Haskalah expressed itself in the West and in the East. So in the West, and now we're talking primarily countries like Germany in particular, France as well, England, to a certain degree, major cities and places in Hungary. The Jews there were reaching for this goal of emancipation. They believed that if only they would, meet the requests of the dominant nation. If only the German government would see that Jews are really loyal citizens, then they would be emancipated. Everything would be wonderful. In the East, in the Russian Empire, there was no such thought that perhaps the Jews would gain equal rights. In fact, the Russian culture did not hold for most Jews the same kind of attraction that German culture in particular did for the Western Jews. And so rather than striving for, accommodation to the state, there was more of a rumbling of the revolution. In the West, in a somewhat apish manner, the Jews often tried to adopt German norms with, tremendous changes to long-held religious traditions and customs and so on, in order to try to appear more German. And that led to a tremendous degree of assimilation, as we shall see. In the East, the Haskalah was not expressed in a pro-Russian assimilation. Rather, it was expressed in a rather revolutionary fashion, either through socialism, which again represented a desire to do away with the Russian government. Although it may have been expressed entirely in Russian language and tradition, the idea was fundamentally revolutionary rather than assimilationist. Or Zionism. The bulk of the Zionist movement, although its leaders hailed from Western Europe, where they had a lot more freedom of movement, a lot more freedom of activity. In Eastern Europe, there was a great yearning for Zion, which represented a challenge to the status quo in many ways, which we shall discuss, God willing, in another lecture. In the West, there was a huge emphasis on Jews learning the vernacular, that is, learning German, being able to communicate effectively in the language of the country, to observe its civic duties, to serve in the army, pay appropriate number of taxes, and so on and so forth. In the East, there was a certain amount of desire to improve the ability of Jews to speak Russian. By the way, in the East, the vast majority, well into the 90 percentiles, the vast majority of Jews spoke Yiddish as their mother tongue, which is essentially a version of medieval German written in Hebrew characters with a huge influx of Hebrew, Aramaic, Romance, and Slavic words as well. As Billy Crystal put, he said, Yiddish is basically German with phlegm. The joke, I can't hear you laughing, but I hope you don't. Anyways, but more significantly, in the East, the language question for masculine was resolved in favor of Hebrew. Those, of course, were the Zionists who believed in the revival of this ancient language that had become moribund. It was not spoken at that point. Or the affirmation of Yiddish, which was not considered a bona fide language. It was considered a bona fide language. It was considered a jargon or a kind of a Jewish language. It was not considered really a full-fledged language. So many people in the 19th century said, no, this is in fact the authentic voice of the people. Let us create a literature in Yiddish. Let us affirm Yiddish. Let us standardize its punctuation and its spelling and so on. So that's how the language question formed. In the West, there was some significant liberal support. That is, the idea of Jews attaining emancipation was a cause célèbre among many individuals. Lessing, for example, and others really believed that the time had come for Jews to be freed. In the East, you didn't have the same kind of significant figures in the Russian leadership who felt that Jews should also achieve this goal. And finally, in the West, you have a level of denominationalism, where in their attempt to articulate an identity that was at once both Jewish and German, you have these new formulations of traditional Judaism that challenge the status quo very significantly. In the East, you don't have a nearly as large phenomenon. In large cities like in Warsaw, in Lviv or Lvov, you might have, let's say, a Reformed temple, but the vast majority remained Orthodox, even if they were rejecting Orthodoxy. The movement they were rejecting was Orthodoxy. They did not really get attracted to it. Let's look at those liberal movements now. So, two very significant ones. The first is the liberal movement per se, which is known in America as the Reform movement. This is a grassroots movement that really got started in the first decade of the 19th century. And it's often associated with the work of this man, the scholar Abraham Geiger, who identified a real need among German Jews to express themselves in a way that they felt spiritually meaningful. They were alienated by Hebrew. It was a large-scale ignorance of the language and its meaning. They were put off by the arcane and rather oriental forms of worship. There was a long palace and a mixed seating between men and women, the kind of chaotic service, and so on. And they felt that they wanted to really emulate more Protestant German norms in their own worship. So there are a lot of innovations that Abraham Geiger and the Reform movement in general brought about that were considered anathema by the traditionalist opinion. That included, for example, the introduction of church bells into the synagogue. On Saturdays, of course, that was considered a violation of the Sabbath. The removal of the mechitza, separating the men's and women's section. The removal of certain passages, for example, the idea of messianism was very problematic to the goal of emancipation. If the Jews were ultimately waiting to go back to Zion, to Israel, then what did that mean about their homelands here in Germany? And so therefore, messianic references in the literature, which are rampant, were removed, and things like the term synagogue was changed to the term temple. Synagogue implies temporary, it means literally a gathering place. It's a translation in Greek of the Hebrew term Beit Knesset, whereas temple, Beit HaMikdash, implies permanence, singularity, and so on. So by changing the name from synagogue to temple, it meant we're going to stay here. This is our temple here in Berlin or Hamburg or whatever. But it was the Hebrew language that caused a major split in the 1840s when at a Reform convention, they voted to remove Hebrew from the liturgy entirely. And of course, the movement has gone back and forth on many of these issues. But Zacharias Frankel, shown here, who was president of that convention, said that's it, it's too much. The pace of change of this liberal movement, the Reform movement, was simply too fast for him. He felt that it was moving willy-nilly and it was kind of pushed by the demands of the population rather than by a rabbinic leadership standing up front and determining the pace of change and the nature of change. So he formed a movement which was called at that time the Historical Positivist Movement, which agreed in principle with the appropriateness of changing Jewish practice, but disagreed with the Reform movement in terms of the process of change. He emphasized much more about leadership of rabbis who were learned, who would express themselves and issue written opinions to try to articulate the direction and the pace of change. And this eventually became known in the American world as the conservative movement. So these two movements were considered anathema by the so-called Outglauberinnen, the old believers, who took on the term Orthodox. It was originally a term of opprobrium, meaning one doctrine or straight doctrine. And this was considered by those who hurled this term at the traditionalists to be a kind of a sense of being close-minded and blinkered. But the Orthodox ultimately took that term and said, yes, we agree, we believe there's basically one way to worship God. Of course, there are many different strands within that one way. It's not monolithic, but they held to the inviolability of things like the Torah coming from Sinai in its entirety and the 613 mitzvot as being eternally valid, etc., etc. So let's look at the Orthodox reaction to these movements. So there were two basic reactions, very different in character. The first is exemplified by the writings of the Chatam Sofer, a very important Hungarian rabbi, who felt that reform, either in its liberal form or in its conservative form, was represented and challenged a very existence to Judaism and had to be rejected completely, pushed away with both hands. He coined the term, which is kind of hard to explain in a minute, but maybe I'll try. There's this law that has to do with the consumption of wheat that is grown after a certain date before a certain sacrifice would be offered in the temple. This wheat was called chadash, or new. It was new wheat. And there's a debate in the Talmud, on what level is it forbidden? Is it forbidden by the Torah, or is it forbidden by the rabbis? So the Talmud includes chadash asur min Torah, which is understood in its context to mean the new week is forbidden by the Torah. The Chatam Sofer took that whole phrase and he translated it literally, Chadash Asur Min Torah, meaning whatever is new is forbidden by the Torah. And this represented a kind of, it's a little bit of a joke and a pun as well, but this represented a concept of saying, no, we are under such tremendous stress right now as a people that any change represents a potential breach that could widen to destroy the walls that retain our identity, and therefore everything that is new, modern, must be rejected. There's a lot to talk about how exactly to apply this principle, but this is ultimately expressed in certain forms of Orthodoxy today, which have an extreme allergy to anything new, whether it's technological, sociological, or so on, and view Chadash Asur Min Torah, and everything new has to be approached as if it were highly toxic, and that perhaps it was quite dangerous to the well-being of the Jewish people. Another approach, which is more characteristic of Central Germany, is the one evinced by Rabbi Samson Raphael Hirsch. Now, the Chatam Sofer's approach worked very well in an environment where the vast majority of Jews already essentially believe in the Torah, Sinai, the inviolability of the inviolable, I'm not sure what the right word is here, and the permanence of the value of the 613 mitzvot. But Rav Hirsch was working in an entirely different environment where the vast majority of Jews are actually leaving. They're already voting with their feet and they're moving to these new liberal environments. The dam has already burst, and Rav Hirsch had to find a way to try and articulate a safe space where he could at least retain a core population that would ultimately grow to a much larger movement. And so he coined a term. Actually, I'm not sure if he coined the term, but the movement was named after him, Neo-Orthodoxy, or as is translated often in America, Modern Orthodoxy. And the basic concept was that, let's look very carefully at our practices. Let us determine which practices are mandated by the Torah, and we will absolutely, without compromise, adhere to those principles and behaviors. On the other hand, those other things which are merely accretions of fashion, style over the centuries, if they are, external to the essential aspects of Judaism, we can simply abandon. So elements like trimming one's beard in an appropriate manner, or wearing clothes that are appropriate for 19th century Germany, attending university, all kinds of things like this, which are not so clearly forbidden by the Torah. And of course, there are discussions about all of these things. But, those things could be adopted. And so he tried to articulate a kind of an interesting balance between modernity on the one hand and traditionalist orthodoxy on the other hand. This movement eventually coalesced into the something called Torah in Derech Eretz, meaning Torah with the way of the land. It's a paraphrase or a quotation from Pirkei Avot, and it's expressed in the modern Orthodox movement in America today. However, as part of this strategy, Rav Hirsch also articulated the Ausstritt, which means the separation. And it was a very controversial thing that occurred in the 1860s in Germany, where he appealed to the German government, the Austrian government actually, and said, I'm not sure whether it was Austrian or German, but hold on, maybe I should write these things. And let's just keep going. He appealed to the authorities, and it was a very unprecedented appeal, to actually split the Jewish community in two. Traditionally, each municipality was governed by a single Jewish body. You had a Parnas, a president for the entire body, the Kehillah, as we discussed in the previous lecture. But under Rav Hirsch, he said, look, it's impossible for us to have one community when you have a large number of Jews who believe, for example, in the use of bells on Shabbat, which is considered to be absolutely a desecration of Shabbat by other Jews. And therefore, he appealed, he petitioned, and was granted the right to create a separatist community that was comprised entirely of Jews who wanted to observe the halacha. This strategy of retreat, of strategic retreat, was emulated throughout the next few centuries as a way to maintain the standards of orthodoxy within an environment that really encouraged assimilation to the outside world. So if we kind of summarize these things, we see that in the 18th and 19th century, there's some tremendous change going on in the Jewish world. We see the growth of the Hasidic movement, which is essentially the first modern Jewish reform movement, which was a great challenge to the status quo in Eastern Europe. We see, as we talked about very briefly today, the rise of the Haskalah and its challenge to the traditionalist authorities. And we also see the rise of neo-traditionalism, which is in many ways a reaction to reform just as much as neo-orthodoxy is. So people like the Chatam Sofer, one might even say the Vilna Gaon, and others felt that, okay, the only way to really defend against these modern challenges is to create new boundaries that perhaps did not exist in the 16th and 15th century, but create these new boundaries in order to ensure the integrity of the Jewish people. All of these things come together with the decline in the coercive authority of the Kabbalah, that is, the central governing body of the Jewish self-government loses much of its authority under the pressure of the new nationalist movements, like in France, which essentially did away with it because they had one court system, not a secular one and a Jewish one. And it allowed for the rise among Jews of voluntary affiliation. And for the first time, Jews could actually opt out of the traditionalist community without suffering really dire consequences because the Beit Din no longer had that same coercive authority. On the one hand, there's a positive element to this because it allowed for a great amount of intellectual and spiritual freedom. Jews could identify themselves, for example, as Hasidim, or they could identify themselves as Reformed Jews, all kinds of different ways of expressing themselves religiously. But the negative side of it is rampant assimilation, because many Jews simply said, well, why should I identify with being Jewish at all? And sometimes many of these movements were really stepping stones towards that end, as we see, for example, with Moses Mendelssohn. So that's the Haskalah in a nutshell. There's a lot more to say about this. I hope you watched some of the longer lectures, and I hope you found this lecture useful. Thanks very much. Today we're going to talk about kind of a nasty subject. I'll try and make it quick, but I think it's an extremely important topic for understanding much of the 20th century in Jewish history. I like to look at the topic of modern anti-Semitism. The first thing that we have to say is sort of a preface, and this is supported by a lot of videos that I've already put on this series, so you can go back and watch them later. But the basic concept that I really need to get across is the fact that anti-Semitism can be divided into four distinct periods. There are four distinct historical ideologies that exist at various points in time, and anti-Semitism is kind of like a very dangerous ideology that is able to adapt to the changing climate, both culturally, spiritually, economically, religiously, of a particular host society. And anti-Semitism will adapt to the needs of that society in order to perpetrate a nasty message to another generation. Those four basic periods are ancient xenophobia, which is basically contained within the Greco-Roman world 2,000 odd years ago. And then following that, early Christian anti-Judaism, which is a rather different, you notice they use different terms for the anti-Semitic thought, to use that term anachronistically, because they have very different basic elements that they contain. Ancient xenophobia refers to the idea of the hatred of that which is different. That's what xenophobia means. Anti-Judaism is a religious dispute that is specific to the relationship of Christianity and Judaism as a daughter and mother religious dispute. Christianity being born from the Jewish society, Jewish ideology, and yet seeking to distinguish itself from its mother religion. There's a certain amount of antipathy that develops there, and we discussed that in an earlier lecture as well. The third period is medieval Jew hatred, which is perhaps the nastiest of all the periods of anti-Semitism in terms of the message, in which all of a sudden, although there is a very tenuous connection to religious ideology, it goes totally pathological. It goes completely off the rails, and all kinds of crazy ideas like Jews need to drink the blood of Christian children, and just insane things like that are prevalent in the medieval period. The period that we're going to talk about today is modern anti-Semitism. And when I say modern here, I'm referring basically to the late 19th century onward. That's really what modern means in terms of these four categories. The term anti-Semitism was actually coined in 1879 by Wilhelm Marr. I'll show you a picture of him in a minute. And the reason why the term had to be invented is because the existing terms for hatred, the German terms, Judenfeinde or Judenhass, for example, were considered in 19th century German society very, boorish and uncultured, and only people of very low thought and sensibility would actually resort to that sort of ideological mindset. By coining the term, a philosopher named Wilhelm Marr tried to give it a more scientific sounding name, to say that, it's not that I hate Jews, it's that I hate what Jews stand for, which is specifically this idea of Semitism. What is Semitism? I mean, as you probably know, the Semitic language family includes many peoples from the Middle East, including not only Jews, but also Arabs and so on. And many people from the Middle East are not Jewish, they are Christian or Muslim or Druze and what have you. And furthermore, many Jews, although they have an ancient connection to the Middle East, they have a wide variety of racial and ethnic backgrounds. So what exactly is Semitism? Wilhelm Marr wanted to argue that there is this, international world conspiracy of Jews to try and destroy, Germany and Germanness, and that's the Semitism that he's referring to. So it's not that they're anti-Jewish, it's that they are anti-Semites. They are proudly saying they are trying to rescue Germany from this horrible fate of being dominated by Jews. Here's a picture of Wilhelm Marr. You can see that here's his book also. That was where the term anti-Semitism first appeared. It's titled "The Way for the Victory of Germanness over Judaism or Jewishness," and it has kind of a shrill tone that the Jews are taking over, the Jews are dominating all society, and we have to kind of rise up and we have to defend ourselves from them. Later in life, he apparently recanted his anti-Semitism, but at that point it was really far too late. Now, this flows very heavily into the concept of race that was also gaining tremendous currency at the end of the 19th century. But we, in the early 21st century, tend to think of race as a given, especially in America, which has such strong racial consciousness as a legacy of the African slave trade. But we should recall that for most of human history, race was not a functional concept. There is definitely a consciousness of different skin tones, and one finds in many societies a color bias that is linked to, might want to say, proto-racism. But the idea that all of the peoples of the world can be easily categorized into groupings based on their external physical features is something which is relatively new, meaning in the last 200 years or so it's begun to develop a lot of currency. I would like to go into this in greater detail, but I don't think this is the place. Basically, the idea gets a lot of currency after Charles Darwin's theories are promulgated. Darwin, of course, one of the great thinkers of the 19th century who developed the theory of evolution, argued that various creatures adapt to their surroundings. You have this, clash of the environment and other competitors for scarce resources, and only the strongest survive. And the various creatures, whatever you have, turtles and tigers and elephants, whatever, they adapt themselves to their environments, the survival of the fittest sort of thing. And he applied this basically to creation but he did, maybe that's not such an appropriate term to use in this context, he applied it to all the creatures of the world. However, some thinkers took his thought a step further, or a step backwards in this case, evolving a concept known as social Darwinism, which basically said that Darwin was not only correct when it came to salamanders and seaweed, he was also correct, they argued, when it came to human societies, meaning that there were elements in societies which could be broken down along racial lines that competed with each other, and they found their own particular niche in society based on their racial ability to compete with other peoples and survive. This was advanced most prominently by Arthur de Gobineau, who we could say is an anti-Semite in this regard, who really argued for the inequality of races, the non-equal nature of all races, and the Jews were among them. So taking Darwin's thought, filtering it through social Darwinism, and then through the racism of Arthur de Gobineau. And again, in this time period, racism was considered a term that would, people who believed in it could bear it proudly, who did not have the opprobrium that it would have in the 21st century. And eventually, of course, it found its physical application in the writings of Alfred Rosenberg, who was Hitler's racial expert, who borrowed very heavily on these earlier thinkers. So in this context, Jews have to have some kind of role. What is their role in this, survival of the fittest of races? And this is where I'm going to get to the main point. This is the takeaway. This is what you have to get out of this lecture. Anti-Semitism in the modern period loses its religious moorings. It basically just ships away from all of the arguments that were prominent in earlier periods, such as, for example, Jews are guilty of deicide, of killing Jesus, or Jews need to drink Christian blood, or any of these kinds of crazy things. Primarily because people were becoming less religious and they wanted something more scientific. Science was a new religion, and if science could justify anti-Semitism, then that would be very appropriate for those who wish to hold dear to this belief. And the two major elements of modern anti-Semitism, once again, now that it's lost its religious moorings, are racism and conspiracy. The concept that Jews are somehow locked in this international conspiracy to dominate the world. Let's have a closer look. So the concept of racism shows up all over modern anti-Semitism. If you look, for example, at a 20th century example here, this is from some of the Nazi propaganda that was directed at children. This children's book shows a child in class, an Aryan child in class. The caption underneath says that the Jewish nose has kind of like a sort of a curve to it. It looks like the number 6. And here he's demonstrating, for the benefit of the rest of the class, how to recognize a Jew in the street. This is the the concept that the character of the people could be expressed somehow in their physical appearance. And Nazis made tremendous use of this. This is an English translation of Der Ewige Jude, one of the most notorious propaganda films ever filmed by the Nazis, again, which really emphasized a lot of these, racial characteristics of Jews. You can see in the looks and all the physiognomies of the Jews here, with the heavy cheeks and the large nose and the bulgy eyes, and those kinds of things, meant to indicate that their facial features themselves could reveal, the character of the person underneath. One of the major elements that you see in a lot of this so-called scientific anti-Semitism is a notion of parasitism. That when you think about all the various races of the world and the racial hierarchy, races do different things. There are the noble Aryan peoples of the the Scandinavian countries and Germany, places like that, and they're supposed to be noble, punctual, reliable, honorable, things like that, and leaders in general in this sort of hierarchy. Then you have, like, for example, at the bottom you have the African races who are destined to be slaves and are slow-witted and lazy and things like that. And everyone fits in the middle, the Romance peoples and things like that. This is all nonsense, by the way, but this is part of the thinking of modern anti-Semitism. So what role do the Jews have? The Jews are fundamentally parasites. The Jews are understood to be some kind of bacilli, a germ, a virus, something like that eats away at society from within. So, for example, if you look at This is also in Nazi propaganda. Their gift builds the toadstool or poison mushroom, which is meant to indicate this danger that Jews may look like human beings, but they're really not. Just like toadstools, poison mushrooms really look like mushrooms, but they're not. They're a totally different character, and so on. And in his children's book, a really twisted piece of children's literature, the Nazis were teaching young children how to recognize the difference between regular mushrooms and toadstools, regular human beings and Jews. Or another example, you often see Jews portrayed as various denizens of the dark, like spiders, snakes, salamanders, maggots, things like that. Often spiders are especially prized because of the idea of it combines with the domination of the globe metaphor, with the web that is often portraying them, catching things in a much larger scope than they actually physically contain. Here's an English language version of the text I'll talk about in just a second, called The Protocols of the Meetings of the Learned Elders of Zion, the world's greatest forgery ever, the world's greatest acts of plagiarism ever. This is a 1977 edition. You can see we've got this snake that's encircling the globe. He's wearing a yarmulke, he's got heavy jowls, a big nose, things like that. And in case you weren't sure of his national identity, he's got Stars of David all around. That's a very helpful kind of clue as to the notion that the Jews are controlling the world. Finally, this is one I hadn't seen before in a while. This is one of my favorites, actually. It's got kind of a maggot, a massive, ugly maggot sitting on top of the globe, and reflected in his eyes, you can see very faintly, is the American dollar sign and the Soviet hammer and sickle. And the idea is that the Jews are at the root of American capitalism and Soviet communism. And the German language caption at the top left talks about how the Jews will feed on the peoples of the world. And that's this idea of parasitism. The other major element, which you see combined in those other images, is this concept of conspiracy. The notion that while it's no longer fashionable to hate Jews because of some religious purpose, Jews may be hated because of some supposed massive global conspiracy that they're all engaged in to enslave Christendom and so on. So here is one of the world's greatest architects of this conspiracy theory, the Russian monk Sergei Nilus, who in the late 19th century claimed to have discovered the minutes, the record book of the leadership of this secret world conspiracy, which was then published as the Elders of Zion, the Protocols of the Elders of Zion. Protocols, of course, meaning like the records, the way they do things, stuff like that. And it's been translated into multiple languages in so many editions. Here's, for example, a Brazilian version from 1937. You see, once again, the snake motif and encircling a globe and so on. Here is an Arabic version, which is unusual because it has an octopus. Same idea of the tentacles reaching out and encircling many areas and so on. And here's even a Japanese version, which again speaks to the absurdity of anti-Semitism. That Japan, which has maybe 5,000 Jews on all of the 4 islands, nevertheless has a significant anti-Semitic tradition that is largely European in origin. The last thing that I'd like to touch on in this short lecture is the disturbing trend of Arab anti-Semitism. One of the characteristics of this ideology is that if you compare the Muslim world with the Christian world, it really had a much thinner and less expansive tradition of anti-Semitism. To be sure, there's definitely arguments between Jews and Arabs. There's definitely atrocities, and that's for other lectures. But the sheer amount of ideological output of ideologues, of thinkers who wanted to advance anti-Semitic ideas, there's no question that in Christian Europe, you have a far greater scope of material to choose from. Nevertheless, in recent decades, especially in the context of the conflict over the state of Israel, the Arabs have been catching up, and Muslim anti-Semitism, using those terms roughly interchangeably, that's probably not so fair right now, but Arab anti-Semitism has really begun to catch up with European models, primarily by borrowing from them. Let's have a look at a few images. Here's one that shows Ariel Sharon, one of Israel's leaders, and he is bludgeoning Palestinian children with a Nazi swastika, and the blood is then, sprinkling on. It looks like possibly Jewish children behind him there, indicating that they are also, soiled by his decisions, his political decisions. And this is basically a political cartoon. There is an anti-Semitic element in there. Anytime you use the swastika in connection with Jews, it has, kind of an overtone of anti-Semitism. But it's not nearly as nasty as some of the other versions we'll have here. This is a classic restatement of the Christian blood libel in a Muslim context. You can see here are laughing Israeli soldiers who are feeding Arab children into a kind of a ringer that kills them, obviously, and drains their blood, which is then consumed by Israelis. Very distasteful and hateful representation of what is essentially a Christian motif, but transformed into an Arab context. And finally, here's another example that emphasizes the conspiracy theory that shows contenders for the 2012 presidential election on the left, Mitt Romney. There's a spelling error there on the box opposite Barack Obama. And they're both smiling and holding up the Dome of the Rock, indicating that they're both going to make a meal out of the Arab lands of Jerusalem. Of course, in the background, he is a leering Jew that indicates that he's going to share in that meal as well. And that gives you a sense of it. Anyways, that's it for a quick discussion of modern anti-Semitism. I'm sorry it's not a very pleasant topic, but, have a look at some of the other lectures. They're more fun. But this is nevertheless part of the reality of Jewish history in the modern era. Thank you for watching. Hello, everyone. Today's lecture is going to be part of the Essential Lectures in Jewish History series, but it's going to be a little different for a few reasons. I've been reading Ruth Weiss's new book on Jewish humor. I'll show you a cover of it a little bit later, and it occurred to me that for the section on Jewish culture, we really should discuss humor because it is such an important element of modern Jewish culture. And she presents a fascinating thesis that I think we should explore a little more with a little more detail. So let's get right to the materials. So first of all, I think what's most exciting about her book, besides the jokes, which are quite excellent for the most part, is the concept that Jews were not always funny. This is like a shocking revelation to me. My wife likes to say, for example, that Jewish men developed humor as a kind of an adaptation to the environment in a Darwinian sense. This is a way of, for example, being able to attract an appropriate mate. But, I've always thought that Jews were always funny, but the truth is when you look deeply at the sources, it's not necessarily the case. I mean, let me give you a couple of examples of biblical humor. For example, in Genesis 32:7, so Jacob is very worried about his encounter with his brother Esau. He has, prior to this chapter, already taken his birthright and a couple other things. And so he sends out messengers to see, how is Esau going to greet him. And he says, V'yashuva malachim el Yaakov. And so the messengers came back to Jacob, Laimor, and they said, Banu malachicha el Esav. Hey, we talked to Esau, your brother. V'gam holech lekraska v'arba me'el zishimo. And you know what? He's coming. He's bringing 400 guys with him. Okay, it's going to be 400 armed men coming. So that passage was not really so funny. Here's one that I think is a little bit funnier. I actually enjoy this one every year when we read it. It's in Parshas Beshalach, Exodus chapter 14, verse 11. The Jews have just left Egypt, tremendous miracles and the death of the firstborn and all those things. And they make their way out to the sea, and they realize that they're trapped between the water and, of course, Pharaoh's army, which is behind them. And they're either going to drown or they're going to be killed in warfare. And so they turn to Moses and they complain, Vayomer al Moshe, they say to Moses, Hamibli ein kvar mitzrayim? What, there were no graves in Egypt? That you had to bring us here to die in the desert? And, it's kind of funny. It illustrates this aspect of Jewish complaining, which is a remarkable theme in Jewish humor that we'll see a little later. But still, this is just a couple of jokes in a rather massive book. It's hard to imagine that a work so central to Jews would have so little humor in it. We can look a little further in the Jewish literary tradition. We see, for example, in the Talmud, Tractate Shabbat, there's a discussion of two guys have a bet, and they want to see who can make the famous sage Hillel get angry. And it's a bet for quite a large amount of money, 400 zuz. If you're familiar with the Passover Seder, a zuz is actually equivalent to half a small goat. Anyway, so this guy goes up, and it's Friday afternoon, and Hillel is in his house having a shower, and so he knocks on the door, and he speaks in a rather rough way. Is Hillel here? Is Hillel in a rather disrespectful way? Hillel turns off the shower. He comes outside, and wrapped in a towel. He says, "Yes, my son, what can I do for you?" And the guy asks him a really stupid question. Hillel takes the time to answer the question properly, and then sends him on his way. The guy comes back again, takes Hillel out of the shower again, and this goes on for a few episodes until finally, when Hillel comes out, the man says, "I'm worried that you're going to get upset," which is, of course, his object because he wants to win the bet. And Hillel sits down on the front porch and says, "Ask me all the questions you have, don't worry." And then the guy gets upset and he says, "Oh my gosh, Hillel, there should be no more of you in Israel." And Hillel asks him the whole story, and he explains to him what's going on. And Hillel says, "Hey, it's worthwhile that I should not get angry and that you should lose 400 zuz." So again, it's a nice story, and I find it amusing, but it's not exactly funny in the sense of modern humor at all. In fact, you can find so many examples where the Talmud provides excellent material, really great material for humor, and yet the rabbis of the Talmud don't follow up. Like, for example, also in Tractate Shabbat, it's stuff Kuf Nun Vav, Kuf Nun Zayin, I think, where there's a whole discussion of this concept, Ein Mazal Yisrael. There is no mazel, there's no luck for the Jews, which is meant in a different context where it's discussed there, but still, this is a great opportunity for a tremendous amount of humor, and the rabbis simply don't pick it up. So, and finally, we get to medieval humor. There's just not much funny that I can think of in medieval Jewish literature. So what do you do with this? One is tempted to conclude, as Dr. Weiss does, that in fact Jews were not especially funny, at least not any funnier than any other people until the modern era. So we're going to have to explore what exactly is it about modernity that suddenly unleashes this torrent of Jewish humor. Dr. Weiss argues that the turning point really had to do with emancipation. Here, by the way, is a picture of her. She's a tremendous scholar of Yiddish literature. And this is a picture of her recent book on the topic. You can see the fake glasses there, which are inspired by Groucho Marx. I'll show you a picture of him in a few minutes. At any rate, she argues that the 18th and especially the 19th century, which were exceptionally important for the emancipation of Jews, was connected very closely with the development of Jewish humor. And I encourage you to go have a look at the lecture on the Haskalah, the essential lecture on the Haskalah, where I talk a lot more about what that period meant in Jewish history. Specifically, she refers to the activity of this man, Heinrich Heine, arguably Germany's greatest modern poet, exceptionally popular in the 19th century, who was of Jewish origin and faced with the challenge of his Jewish background, which was impeding his career advancement. He converted, at least on the surface, to a form of Protestant Christianity, and then did not end up getting the job, and he spent the rest of his career really making fun of his own conversion. But he had an acerbic wit and a tremendous sense of humor, and he was incredibly influential. Heine really exploited the notion of Jewish otherness, of Jewish standing outside of mainstream culture, as he himself did, and by extension, many Jews identified with that feeling, particularly in Western Europe, and this is the origins of humor. I have a little bit more to say about that. In Eastern Europe, the classic figure, without doubt, towering above other humorists of the time, was the great Shalom Rabinowitz, known much more popularly by his pseudonym Shalom Aleichem, which is a greeting in traditional Yiddish, and in Hebrew it really means "How are you doing? Peace upon you." And Shalom Aleichem, with his extensive treatments of and send-ups, really, of shtetl life and of Jewish foibles in late 19th century Eastern Europe, were absolutely hilarious. The thing that's so tragic, however, about Shalom Aleichem for our purposes is that the vast majority of his humor is untranslatable. Humor, more than any other genre, requires an extensive cultural familiarity, and if you have to explain a joke, you're essentially ruining the joke. So in order to understand Shalom Aleichem, you really had to have, first of all, the linguistic ability to get the nuances of the Yiddish. Not only that, the Polish, Russian, and Ukrainian that he often used, and also the dialectical variations in which you would have to be able to tell when an educated Litvak is speaking or when a peasant Galicianer is speaking, and so on. Secondly, you have to read it within the context of the persecution of Jews in the late 19th century Tsarist Empire in order to understand Tevye's subterfuge. And finally, and this is perhaps the saddest thing, his greatest character, of course, is Tevye der Milchiker, Tevye the dairyman, who was made famous in the adaptation Fiddler on the Roof, which is a very, very funny adaptation for an American audience, but it is just such a pale shadow of the original. Tevye is an Am Haaretz. He is a well-meaning and lovable fool who is uneducated, and he is constantly butchering quotations from the Torah and the Mishnah and the Talmud. And the only way you get the joke is if you know how he's butchered the original phrase, how he has misconstrued it. And unfortunately, I've had many students who have listened to Tevye speak in Fiddler on the Roof and think he's actually quoting the text, which is just so sad. But we'll return to this point. Anyway, these two figures, Heinrich Heine, particularly in Western Europe, Shalom Aleichem in Eastern Europe, are responsible more than anyone else for elevating the status of Jewish humor and ultimately making it a career path for many American Jewish comics as well. Now, returning to this period of time, referring specifically to the 18th and especially the 19th century, starting in Western Europe and then radiating through Eastern Europe, this is a period when Jews were gradually receiving emancipation, meaning they were gradually receiving legal status, sometimes equal status with non-Jews in their given societies. But there's a big gap between the legal emancipation and social emancipation. The process begins, and again, I encourage you to look at the lecture on the Haskalah for more details on this. Begins really in the late 18th century when the French first emancipated the Jews. It was called into question, and then Napoleon, in the beginning of the 19th century, convened the Grand Sanhedrin to confirm the rights of the Jewish people in France. Here you can see he's depicting himself in 1806 as a kind of a Caesar figure with a Judean desert background, and he's holding the law, which has this ambiguous character. It could be the law of France, could be the law of the Torah. And while the clerics on the left-hand side are complaining, he's reaching out with his left hand and raising up the fallen woman of Judaism who looks to him with tremendous gratitude. So there's this idea that legally Jews could receive, as they did in France, emancipation with very little dararam, but the process of social emancipation was much more drawn out, especially in Germany, and even in Russia. The legal emancipation didn't occur until the 20th century. More to the point, we have this kind of attitude expressed in this anti-Semitic postcard, in which at the top you have this quote saying the poet's word, referring to Heine, alle Menschen gleich geboren sind eine Ehe Geschlecht, that all men or all people born equal constitute one race, one people. And that very lofty statement is nevertheless belied by the contrast between the comical and simian-looking African and in the center, the well-groomed and well-postured, muscular Aryan, and then on the right, the corpulent and capitalistic-looking Jews. There's a lot to say about that. We'll have to talk about it in the section on anti-Semitism. In other words, the picture is directly in opposition to the statement of Heine. And this is more of the sentiment that Jews really face in Europe. And humor was born out of this understanding that they would never get really into that society fully. In many ways, Jews actually capitalized on that. Groucho Marx, shown here, in many ways, exaggerated some of the stereotypical features of Jews in his own work, in his own physiognomy, his way of makeup, and so on. He also, made fun of it by saying things like he would never want to be a member of a club that would have him, which is in itself an inversion of these values. But let's go straight to the humor and try to understand that. So, what exactly is Jewish humor? What do we mean when we're talking about Jewish humor? I refer now to the research done by Rabbi Joseph Telushkin, who is a scholar of many aspects of Judaism, most recently famous for a very powerful biography of Rabbi Menachem Mendel Schneerson. But he wrote this other very small and quite powerful book a few years ago called Jewish Humor, What the Best Jewish Jokes Say About the Jews. And in this context, I want to really underline that Jewish humor, I'm looking specifically at those jokes which can be well categorized as only fitting Jews. The vast majority of jokes that pass for Jewish humor are just very low-class ethnic jokes in which you could really just change the ethnicities from Jewish to Polish or to Irish or to Scottish, and it wouldn't make that much of a difference to the joke. I'm going to try and hone in right now on those jokes that really only make sense within a culturally Jewish milieu, and I'd like to break it down into three main elements. The first element is Jewish humor really has a strong tendency to exploit the psychic distance between chosen status, because the Jews, of course, historically have regarded themselves as the chosen people, and their physical reality, their status on the ground, how they are treated by other people, how they treat themselves, and how they're treated by God in some cases. Secondly, Jewish humor has a self-deprecating quality that co-opts and transvalues anti-Semitic attitudes, meaning it's kind of like a "you can't fire me, I quit" sort of attitude, that the anti-Semitic attitudes are quite prevalent, and that people are saying these things about Jews, so Jews will take hold of those attitudes and make fun of them in such a way that they really own those attitudes, and the joke is on the joker in such a case. This can slide into self-hating Judaism. Sometimes these anti-Semitic jokes, when retold by Jews, retain their anti-Semitic venom, and so they have to be approached with a great deal of caution, in my humble opinion. Finally, I think another key motif of Jewish humor is irreverence and chutzpah, which is a very difficult term to translate. It basically means like nerve or boldness or brazenness towards authority figures, including God, but brought down to the human level to Jewish figures like rabbis and so on, presidents of congregations, and non-Jewish figures, of course, are very fair game. Okay, let me give you some examples of these jokes. So, first of all, let's look at the exploitation of the psychic distance between the chosen status and the physical reality. I'll try not to take too much time with these jokes. If you've listened to my lectures, chances are you've heard all of these, but I'll give you a couple. So first of all, there's this joke about a cucumber store in the Soviet Union. There's a big lineup of people outside the cucumber store. And the owner of the cucumber store throws open the window. He says to everyone, we've just learned that there are going to be less cucumbers arriving today than normal. All Jews, please leave the line. We won't have enough for you, everybody. All Jews, please leave the line. So then he closes the door. And then a little while later, he opens it up again. He says, We've just learned that one of the cucumber trucks is broken down on the way here. So therefore, all Lithuanians, Latvians, Poles, Ukrainians, and Uzbeks, please leave the line. And all these non-titular nationalities are forced to leave the line. And then a little while later, he opens up the door, and by this point, of course, it's only pure, absolutely impeccable Soviet citizens with perfect records and ethnicities and so on. They're all standing in line. He opens up the door and he says, we just learned that the last truck was taken over by the mafia. We will have no cucumbers today. Everybody go home. So one of these Soviet citizens turns to the other and says, you see, the Jews get all the breaks. Right? So that makes fun of the status quo of Jewish persecution and turns it into its opposite. Really, they got a break, making fun of the reality. Another example, the contrast between the chosen status and the degree of effort required to maintain that status, and an underlying question of, is it really worth it? And we can tell a lot of jokes in this vein, but here it is, the first three clergymen in outer space. I know this involves a rabbi, priest, and minister. Often those jokes are simply a very poor taste. This one is not so bad. So, and you have to have the background information that one of the, just to give you a sense of how Jewish humor really has to fit within a cultural milieu. Jews pray 3 times a day, Shacharis, Mincha, and Maariv, and it's related to the different times of day. The Shacharis is the morning prayer, Mincha the afternoon prayer, Maariv the evening prayer. And the joke goes like this, that the first 3 clergymen in outer space, they get onto the space shuttle and have their time up there, and they come back down to Earth, and all the journalists crowd around them and say to them, what was it like up there? And what did you think? And the Catholic priest says, I thought of the immensity of God's creation. And they asked the minister, what did you think? He says, I thought of the tininess of humanity. And they asked the rabbi, what did you think? He said, who had time to think? Shachris, Mincha, Maariv. Shachris, Mincha, Maariv. I think I gave that joke away from the beginning, but you get the sense of it, right? They're looking at this from a scholarly perspective, so I don't have to tell these jokes so well. I can just, be the historian here. There's this kind of difference between what's promised to the Jews and what they actually get in the real world. There's a lot of jokes in that. Second element that's very common to Jewish humor is a self-deprecating quality that co-opts and transvalues anti-Semitic attitudes, meaning Jews are accused of having negative quality X. Here's a joke about negative quality X, but said in such a way that really has the Jews own that quality, laugh at it, and thereby remove the sting from the ones who would do them harm through this anecdote. So, for example, perhaps one of the oldest charges against the Jewish people is avarice, that they're excessively greedy. So, the joke goes like this. The 2 Jews are walking down the street and they see a sign in front of a church that says, convert to Christianity and get $500. And Moshe says to Shlomo, you know what? I could use $500. I'm going in. Shlomo says, are you kidding? He says, yeah, I'm going to go in. I'm going to do it. And so Shlomo was, he's kind of surprised, but he stands outside. Moshe goes in. Was it Moshe? I think so. Moshe goes in. 20 minutes go by, 30 minutes go by, an hour goes by. Finally, Moshe comes out. And Shlomo looks at him and he says, so, no? Did you do it? Did they give you $500? And Moshe looks at him and says, what is it with you people? Right? Get it? Like he goes in there, and an hour later he comes out, thinking of Jews as you people, the other, even no, right? Okay, I'm enjoying these jokes. I hope you are. Okay, let's go to the second one here. Kavod, which is a Hebrew term meaning honor. The notion that the Jews are really, puffed up and arrogant and want to get honor for themselves. So the joke goes like this. There's the women's group Hadassah, raises $1 billion to buy a jet fighter for the Israeli Air Force. And there's a big ceremony at Fort Lauderdale Airport, and they get onto these bleachers right on the landing strip, and the Israeli pilot who's come here to fly it home, it's a maiden voyage to Israel, he salutes them all, and then he climbs up into the cockpit and pulls down the cowling, starts up the engines, fire and noise, and he shoots down the runway, and then he stops. And he turns the plane around, and he shoots down the runway the other way, and he stops. Finally, he taxis up to the bleachers, and he opens up the cowling, and he gets out, and he goes up to the women standing there and waiting and wondering what's going on. He says to them, ladies, I'm sorry, the plane will not take off. We have to remove at least some of the plaques. Right? Again, within the cultural milieu, the idea is that Jews are giving money, but they always want to get recognition for the money they give, so they need plaques to put up. This door was donated by so-and-so. This plaque on the door was donated by so-and-so. And that. Okay. You have to explain joking joke. Okay, here's another one. Ambition, right? In particular, the ambition of the Jewish mother. I'm not going to get into, by the way, the whole caricature of the Jewish mother and its anti-Semitic variant, in particular, the Jewish American princess. There's a lot to say about that. But let's restrict ourselves to this, ongoing trope that Jewish mothers are excessively demanding of their sons in particular. So there's a joke about a Jewish mother who is standing on a river bank and she's jumping up and down and she's screaming, help, help, my son the doctor is drowning, help, my son the doctor is drowning, right? Get it, my son the doctor. She feels the need to say the doctor there, and there's more like that. Okay, hypochondria. Jews are, like Woody Allen, really plays this up in a lot of his movies. So for ethnicities, 4 Europeans go out for a long hike. Again, this is not one of those offensive jokes. And they come back after a long walk in the woods, and the Englishman says, I'm so thirsty, I must have tea. The German says, I'm so thirsty, I must have beer. The Frenchman says, I'm so thirsty, I must have wine. The Jewish guy says, I'm so thirsty, I must have diabetes, right? The inversion there is that everyone else is thinking about their national drinks, and the Jewish national drink is actually a national illness. Finally, just one more example is cunning. So Jews are often accused by anti-Semites of being shifty and slick and finding the angles and so on. So the joke goes, the guy goes into a Jewish deli and he's served by a Chinese waiter, and the Chinese waiter speaks impeccable Yiddish. And the Jewish guy responds and he places his order and so on. And he's just so astounded to see a person, recent immigrant, with such a phenomenal command of this European Jewish language. So he asks him to speak to the manager, and he brings the manager over and he says to him in Yiddish, that's incredible. I can't believe how well your Chinese waiter speaks Yiddish. And the manager says, Shah, he thinks he's learning English. Okay. Number 4, or then number 3, really, the last category that you see a lot of Jewish humor is having to do with irreverence or chutzpah, this idea that, Jews are an am k'shei orah, to use the biblical term, a stiff-necked people who will argue with authority figures in all kinds of realms. So the rabbis in particular really have a lot of barbs directed at them. For example, there was one rabbi who was showing a young man around the synagogue, and he's showing him, he's going to be bar mitzvah soon, so he's giving him a sense of what all the furniture is and the shulchan and things like that. And he takes him out into the lobby and shows him the Yortzeit plaques, these long plaques that have little light bulbs attached to them, in which there are all these names of people who passed on. And he points to one of these plaques and he says, this young man is commemorating all the men who died in the services. And the boy looks at him and says, Rosh Hashanah or Yom Kippur? It's hard telling these jokes to a TV screen, because I don't know if you're laughing. I hope you are. Okay, another one. It's one of my favorites. So there's this rabbi who, and I'm almost done, by the way. There's this rabbi who is overwhelmed with the desire to eat non-kosher food. It's something that he's fantasized about for a long time. Doesn't know what to do about it. So he decides to drive far out of town, way out into the suburbs, and he puts on dark clothes and a baseball cap, and he goes into a Chinese restaurant, and he sits in the very back, and the waiter comes up and says to him, bring me your finest pork dish. I don't care what it is, just bring me, I need to taste pork. So he goes with it. And then as he's sitting there in the back of the room, the door opens, and in walks the president and the entire board and all kinds of the most prominent members of the congregation who eat this restaurant regularly. They look in the back of the room, they see the rabbis there. So they walk over to him, they're kind of astounded, and they said to him, Rabbi, what are you doing here? Just as they're saying this, the waiter comes up with a huge roast suckling pig, and he puts it down in front of the rabbi. And so the rabbi looks at the president and he says, can you believe this restaurant? You order a fresh fruit, and look how they pachki it up. Right? Look how they dress it up with all this other stuff. Oh, this is so therapeutic. Okay. Now, it's hard to express these things appropriately, but a lot of this irreverence is directed at God. And it's also related to the first point of the appreciating the tension between the status quo of the actual situation of Jews on the ground, often suffering, often persecuted, and the large promises that are encapsulated in the Torah and the prophets. And in many ways, humor can act as kind of like an escape valve for these heretical thoughts that nevertheless would bubble to the surface and could be expressed in a much less socially advantageous way were it not for the fact that there are these jokes that kind of, ease the tension. So I'll just tell you one, of which I know many, unfortunately. So there's this Jewish grandmother, and she's down here on Miami Beach, and she's walking down the beach with her little grandson. And she's talking to him, and it's a beautiful day, and the wind is blowing, and the palm trees are swaying. And all of a sudden, there's a rumbling on the ground, and a huge amount of water just comes up from the ocean and dumps onto the grandmother and her grandson. It's a tsunami, and when the water recedes, she gets up and she looks around, and the boy's not there. So she lifts her eyes heavenward, and she raises her hand. She says, "Ribono shel olam, Master of the universe, I have always been dedicated to you and your service. I have always done everything for the Jewish people. I have been so scrupulous with all of my observance of the mitzvot and so on. How can you do this? How can you take away my young child?" And there's a rumbling in the sand again, and another one of these huge waves comes and dumps on the Jewish grandmother. And when she gets up, she sees her young grandson is there, and she picks him up. She looks him all over, and he looks fine, and she's so happy. And she looks up at heaven, and she says, he was wearing a hat. Right? The idea of the irreverence and also the difference between the promises and the realities, so on. So these are just a few examples, I hope they weren't too many, that illustrate these three key elements of Jewish humor. And notice that none of them can easily translate to other ethnicities. They only really make sense within a Jewish milieu. I hope you found this lecture useful, and hope you'll check out some of the other ones. Thank you. Hello, everyone. Well, today we've got a really complicated topic to discuss. I've got some really useful charts, and so I hope I'll make this topic fairly easy. But basically what we're going to talk about is the rise of Jewish mass politics, something that occurs around the turn of the 20th century and has lasting effects to the present day. I'm sure you're familiar with the old saying, two Jews, three opinions, and that's certainly true in the political sphere, but it's surprising to note that this is really a relatively new phenomenon, at least taken within the context of the diaspora experience. There's a joke that I can use just to begin this. I don't want to take too much time with jokes, but too bad. So it goes like this. A young boy comes back from Warsaw to his home in New York in the 1920s. His parents had sent him back to Warsaw to learn a little bit of traditional Torah in a yeshiva. And so they asked him, hey, you were in the old country, you encountered the real full experience of life in the old country. What was it like? And the boy says, oh my gosh, Dad, it was amazing. I really didn't understand it. I met a Jew who was a chassid. I met a Jew who was a misnagid. I met a Jew who was a litvak. I met a Jew who was an atheist. I met a Jew who was a communist, a Jew who was a Zionist, a Jew who was a diaspora nationalist. It was amazing. And the father said to him, well, what did you expect? Warsaw is a huge town with a large Jewish population. Of course there's going to be a lot of diversity. And the son says, Dad, you don't understand. It was all the same Jew. Okay, that's a joke. Anyways, enough joking. Let's go straight to the present and let's try and understand a little bit about the rise of mass Jewish politics. One of the more interesting aspects of phenomenon of mass Jewish politics is the fact that it occurs, as I mentioned a second ago, very late. Certainly in the ancient period, time of the destruction of the temple, the Second Temple period, there's a lot of Jewish politics, and we discussed this in an earlier essential lecture. But really between that first century experience until you get to the turn of the 20th century, you don't have massive political movements among Jews. That is, you don't have like large organizations of kind of democratically based ideologies that capture a large population in the Jewish world and try to direct the flow of information. Now, sure, there are movements, there are ideologies, and democracy is not unknown in Jewish tradition, but the idea of trying to change a state, trying to change a nation, trying to change a large region that includes a lot of non-Jews on a political level, that's something fairly new. There are a lot of reasons why that is so. Perhaps the most significant, though, is the fact that Jews, always constituting a minority population within a larger, sometimes hostile majority population, basically they just try to get along. The idea is to keep their heads down, try to avoid being singled out by the government for one reason or another. And there are a lot of source texts within the Jewish tradition that really emphasize this. For example, a passage that I used as the title of one of my books, "Pray for the welfare of the government," as the Mishnah continues, "For if it were not for the fear thereof, people would swallow each other alive." Meaning the government is an absolutely essential element of a normally functioning society because, the author of this particular passage felt that, he took a fairly pessimistic view towards the ability of humans to live together in a peaceful state of harmony without any kind of coercive influences keeping them from literally swallowing each other alive. And so as a result, Jews have always, or I shouldn't say always, Jews have overwhelmingly favored the government that is in control, even if that government is slightly anti-Semitic or is even discriminatory to other peoples on occasion, largely because as a minority, they were powerless to affect any real change. And as a result, they just tried to rely on the concept of the state as a Rothschild, that is, a state that is governed by law. We'll talk about this a little bit more, perhaps. No, I guess we should talk about it now. One of the big turning points in this movement was in 1881 in Eastern Europe, particularly in the Russian Empire, where you have a large population of Jews. And with the assassination of Tsar Alexander II, the entire society just collapsed into a period of anarchic waves of pogroms, of violence against civilian populations, primarily Jews. And as a result, Jews began to feel, oh my gosh, we cannot rely on the Russian government to maintain our safety anymore. So therefore, Jews began to look to new political ideologies that were emerging all over Europe at that time as nationalism really gathered a lot of strength, especially with non-titular nationalities, that is, nationalities that did not own their own state, so to speak, at that time. And so Jews began to think about politics for themselves as well. Now, this is going to be a very brief lecture. I encourage you to look at some of the longer lectures for more discussion of these, but let's look at least two of the major movements very briefly, and then put them all into context. One of the most important early parties was known as the Bund. That's short for the Jewish General, or the General Jewish Workers' League. And this was an organization that was socialist in nature. That is, it believed in the fundamental equality of all people, regardless of whether they were Jewish, Russian, Ukrainian, Latvian, Lithuanian, whatever it is, and that they should be joined within a Marxist experiment to create a dictatorship of the proletariat following a socialist model towards a brand new future. The Bund was, at least in its origins, which is in the late 1890s, an anti-clerical party, meaning that it was anti-religious. And in fact, its Jewish character initially lay primarily in the fact that a lot of its early members were Jews, particularly in the northeast industrial area like Lithuania, Vilnius, places like that. It made sense in those early years to conduct a lot of its propaganda in Yiddish, which was the mother language of many of these urbanized Jews. And it worked well alongside the Russian language propaganda generated by other social democratic parties. This was actually a very large party. It was illegal until 1905, and nevertheless it garnered tens of thousands of members during this period. However, it was not the most popular Jewish party by far. In the few sources that we have to get a real measurement of what Jews actually thought before, let's say, 1921, Jews tend to vote predominantly for Zionist political ideas. And just as socialism represented a break from traditional religiosity and represented a break from the capitalist viewpoint of the world, the Zionist mentality also represented a break from traditional views of Jewish identity in exile, because it posited that Jews should leave their homelands in exile and go to the final homeland of Israel. This challenged the religious status quo because it was felt by many that the idea of imposing a political solution to the Jewish people in Israel, as opposed to merely one of individual settlement or even communal settlement, was felt to be challenging God and was an affront, really, to the unfolding events. The anxious awaiting for Messiah would not be rushed by Jews forcing a political solution in the Middle East. And so there was a significant break from traditionalist viewpoints, and as we shall see, the majority of Zionists at the turn of the 20th century were in fact non-religious Jews. This is a great picture, by the way, and rather taking an iconic image of Herzl, the founder of modern political Zionism, with his famous quotation, "If you will it, it is no dream," meaning if you only want to establish a homeland in Israel, a very audacious and rather amazing goal at the turn of the 20th century, then Herzl said it would be no dream. And in fact, he was quite correct. So with those two movements in mind, socialist movements and Zionist movements, let's have a look at the overview of all of these parties. And this is going to get really complicated. Okay, so just stay with me for a second. Having a look at this image here, this looks like a very traditional Jewish symbol. No, that's a joke. It's actually a complex political spectrum, whereas on the left you have socialism, and on the right you have capitalism. Right? You're familiar with that kind of political spectrum, where on the left wing you have the pro-Marxist, pro-communist movements that argue for a larger expanded government and a more important support system for the average citizens in government, tends to be anti-clerical as well. And on the right wing, you have an argument for a smaller government and smaller taxation, of course, that goes along with it, and often is associated with more tolerance of religion. But we shouldn't view this necessarily in the American context. If we were to put American parties on this graph, then the Democrats and the Republicans would be very, very close to the center. In reality, at the turn of the 20th century politics, Jewish and otherwise, was really quite a bit more polarized. You had people who were way off to the left, people who were way off to the right, unlike American politics, where even though they argue with each other intensely, they're really quite close together on the vast majority of issues. But there's also, besides this x-axis, there's a y-axis. The y-axis has Zionism at the top, meaning the urge to develop the Jewish state in the Middle East. And at the bottom, you have diaspora nationalism, which expresses the philosophy of Doakite, using the Yiddish term for here-ness, the affirmation of Jewish life in the diaspora as opposed to moving to Israel. Okay, so there's your complicated Jewish political spectrum at the turn of the 20th century. Let's see how the parties place themselves on these quadrants. So first you have the Bund. And as you can see, the Bund is both socialist and diaspora nationalist. The Bund obviously rejects capitalism. They are, after all, a socialist party, but they also rejected Zionism. They felt that Zionism was just a step backwards in the thinking, the evolution of Jewish politics, that really the whole world would move towards a messianic socialist kind of position, and that they would that would be the true evolution of Judaism. Then if you move over to the other quadrant here, you see the Volkspartei. Volkspartei were very interesting, a small political party. If you view my lecture on Shimon Dubno, you'll learn more about it. But these were these were people who felt that the Jews should affirm their existence in the diaspora and reinforce their cultural and communal activity in the diaspora, but it should be within a capitalist and not a socialist realm. There's a lot more to say about them. We don't have time for it now, but they were the inspiration for example, the Federation movement in America. Over here in the top right corner, here you have the so-called Allgemeine Zionisten, or the General Zionists. This is essentially Herzl's party that obviously believed in creating homeland in Israel, and also that this homeland should essentially be like a Western European country, a capitalist country. They are backed up by the revisionists, who are also Zionists and also capitalists, but they were quite a bit more radical, and they felt that unlike Herzl's strategy was to, let's take that all back and start that sentence over again. I'm not going to edit it because it's too difficult, but I'll just say that Herzl's strategy was one of negotiation, of accommodation, of shuttle diplomacy with the various heads of state to try and convince the non-Jewish leaders to grant the Jews a state. The revisionists felt that this was a waste of energy, and in reality, Israel had to be taken by force if necessary, and most likely would be by force. And so they tended to form a much more hawkish interpretation of Zionism. And then finally, on the top left column, quadrant, you have the Poale Zion, which is one of many different groups that were both Zionist and socialist, meaning that they felt that Jews should move to Israel, they should leave Russia and the rest of Europe, but when they got to Israel, it would be a shame if they would simply reproduce a Western European economy. They should create a socialist economy in Israel. So that's basically how the major parties, lay on this political spectrum. But wait, it's more complicated. There's also a Z-axis that you have to kind of use your imagination. It's like taking this to 3D. The Z